Miss Minister, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Have a good week and welcome to the hospital venue of Zapion. My name is Magda Tsegu, and on behalf of Wellbeingr, I would like to welcome you today to the first International Wellbeingr Forum entitled The Mental Health in the Center of Global Developmental Strategies. The presentation of the speakers will be made by Ms. Rapti, and at the end of the conference we'll have the speech by the Prime Minister Kyriakos Mitsotakis. I would kindly ask Ms. Angeliki Keubia, co-founder of the non-profit organization that organized this conference and it is called Wellbeingr, to come to the podium. Good morning. Welcome, all of you. Ms. Zoe Rapti, Deputy Minister, thank you very much for all the support you have given us. Thank you for the cooperation that has allowed us to reach this point here today and take part in the first International Wellbeingr Forum that we have organized with great love and great care. And we hope that you will see that and you will experience it. Today, which is the International Day of Mental Health, we all celebrate because humans celebrate, and especially their souls, their core celebrate. The soul that all of us, no matter whether we want it or not, has a lot of difficulties to deal with. And we are here today as a non-profit organization in order to promote a change in mentality and promote mental health, well-being and prosperity. This is exactly what we will try to do in any way we can at local, regional and national level, with the participation and cooperation of different parties. The speakers we have here today, speakers from abroad and from Greece, were our sources of inspiration. They were the people that gave us the strength to support this initiative and organize this conference. People from United Nations who talk about well-being, who propose a shift of mentality, but also a change of lifestyle, a change in the way we work, in the way we live, and the way we meet. People from OECD who talk about happiness indices, because happiness is actually the main priority. And of course, many other speakers that you will have the chance to listen to later on the day. So I hope that you will all enjoy this event. Thank you very much once again for being with us. I would also like to thank all our wonderful speakers who are already here with us. And I would like to ask Isabella Rati to come to the podium.
Good morning. I'm Isabella Razzi. I'm a co-founder of Wellbeingr. Just a few words only. I'd like to add that in Wellbeingr we decided to start this campaign for raising awareness after focusing on ourselves, on our strengths and weaknesses, and the way we live and would like to live, and how we see life spreading and unfolding in front of us. And this is where we thought we could raise awareness also to other people. So we decided with Angeliki to found this company, this enterprise, with the desire to create a domino effect. So what we experienced would be felt by others, especially by our children and the society in general. around us, because we truly understood that it's important to live well, to have a good um, mental health, and have this well-being. And by the word well-being, we mean all sectors of our day-to-day life. And I would like to end by sharing with you a quote by the United Nations. First, it will be in English. We have to change the way we live, we cooperate, and we work. Also translated in Greek. We have to change the way we work and live. And at this point, I would also like to thank our supporters and sponsors. A Y Platinum sponsor that shows its support in issues of mental health. Economakis Law Firm, which also shows the corporate responsibility, that it thinks it's truly its responsibility. PwC and our supporters, Cosmote, Vivier, Elval Hakor, Flagship, IYC, Montreal, Okeanis. I hope I'm not forgetting anyone. Pricewaterhouse and the Alter Ego group that covers the communication of this event. So at this point, I would like to call the Vice Minister of Health, Ms. Zoe Rapti, to declare the beginning, the initiation of this conference. Collaboration with private and public authorities, the WHO, Stavros Niarchos Foundation, UNICEF, boost of actions and policies, shielding of NHS, financing primary actions, hope for the future, digital practice, art and mental health support, collaboration, boost, hope. All actions for mental health are continued. Hope, love, solidarity, understanding, faith, courage, satisfaction, strengthening mental health. Hotline for mental health. Digital map depicting all the structures for mental health. New clinics being set up. First unit for anorexia. First unit for teenagers. Telepsychiatry unit. Psychiatric support for the elderly. Day centers, Alzheimer's units, operation of the first place for controlled drug abuse. Special place for drug users. New WHO bureau in Athens. Initiation of mental health program. participation of Greece in the summit Mind Our Rights Now, international collaboration with through the established Nerchos Foundation, participation of Greece in WHO conference, Women in Government Forum in the United Arab Emirates, 104 new mental health units, 26 mobile units for children, for Alzheimer's, for drug dependent, 10 special centers for psychosis prevention, mental health, taking care of it, no one gets left behind. Dear Junior Minister, the beautiful music and pictures traveled us all around Greece and beyond. Please take the podium. Good afternoon. I would like to welcome you at this first International Wellbeing Forum on the occasion of World Mental Health Day. Thank you very much, Mrs. Geiki Vikeulia and Isabella Raziz, that are co-founders of Wellbeing GR, and I would like to congratulate them on this event. I would also like to congratulate all speakers because you all represent basic sectors that influence our quality of life in general. Being here proves a new normality. This event is paramount because it has to do with well-being, because mental health and well-being contribute to what is defined as well-being, which is a general positive overview of how we feel and what we do. All societies should contribute with a goal. The present of life is unique and irreplaceable, so we ought to protect it and take care of it, and therefore well-being is not a luxury but a true need. At the same time, promoting social well-being contributes to what we call strong and resilient societies at local, national, and international level. Very recently, we saw that the pandemic and the violent war that we've been experiencing around our neighborhood have shaken up health systems internationally. All ages have been affected, with our nurses and doctors being called to support the totality of our country. But our government was pioneer in dealing with this health crisis, and our country rose up as a paradigm all around the world. This crisis gave us the possibility at world level to redefine the role of mental health, which we realized how important it is more than ever. At the same time, we realized throughout this pandemic that there can be no body health without mental health. This is why the WHO has defined mental health one of its four pillars for the period 2020 up to 2025. Today's word is to make mental health and well-being a universal priority for all. And this is why we're here today. So this is the opportune moment in order to define and ask for the holistic well-being at individual, collective and international level. And it is exactly this mental health and well-being, which is the third of the 107 Sustainable Development targets set by the UN, which means that we are called to promote all those healthy aspects of ourselves. Because when we feel mentally well, we can realize how capable we are. We can work, we can enjoy our free time, our leisure time, and we can offer actively in our societies. And during this stage, mental health is a primary care of our state. Focusing on the person throughout his or her life will contribute to boosting health and well-being of all by diminishing inequalities. And this is why, as a state, we ought to keep healthy in the urban and human and political and financial environment. We all know, and in particular, the professors that are here know that for years and years, mental health services have been under finance. This is why a special portfolio was created by our Prime Minister, Mr. Kyriakos Mitsotakis. During these 2 years, we managed to boost, in terms of infrastructure, our services, also at personnel level. We legislated through new programs that deal with the emerging needs of our citizens. We emphasized on vulnerable groups, children, and the elderly. We boosted the NHS with appointments of permanent and auxiliary personnel. We also had new 215 mental health nurses and new services and structures, infrastructures of 55 million euros were established. 104 new services and structures of mental health throughout the country have been established, both for children, the elderly, and the caring families, along with day centers. In addition, special hostels and mobile units have also been set up. Apart from that, special structures that concerned autism, Alzheimer's, dementia, work burnout, and of course, abuse. We have also worked with the body Argo in order to be able to provide with around-the-clock support. And let me tell you that during these 2 years, we received over 240,000 calls of 15 minutes duration each. This is very important because our children and our teenagers were the most affected the most during this pandemic. So we had to create new services, which we did because we came up with new legislation for timely intervention on psychosis. Families now have the possibility to diagnose a psychotic disturbance. If identified early,
πέραν αυτού, ενισχύσαμε με νέες κλίνες. Όσοι ξέρουμε επίσης το πεδίο, πλέον το έχω μάθει και εγώ, αν και νομικός, Όσοι ξέρουμε το πεδίο, ξέρουμε πόσο λίγες κλίνες παιδιατρικές, παιδοψυχιατρικές υπάρχουν στη χώρα. Ήταν μέλημά μας λοιπόν να ενισχύσουμε με τέτοιες κλίνες.
Beds, psychiatric beds exist. So through donations or other resources.
Από δωρεά του αείμνηστου Ιωάννη Αγγελικούση στο νοσοκομείο της Νίκαιας, Αγία Βαρβάρα, και βεβαίως δημιουργήσαμε την πρώτη μονάδα ψυχογενούς ανορεξίας για εφήβους. Μια μονάδα απαραίτητη στο Εθνικό Σύστημα Υγείας, την οποία δημιουργήσαμε στο Σιμανόγλιο. Παράλληλα, υπήρξε ανάγκη, και αυτό το κατέστησε σαφέστατο η πανδημία, να ενισχύσουμε τις διεθνείς μας συνεργασίες για να υποστηρίξουμε όσο γίνεται περισσότερο τις ψυχικής υγείας για τα παιδιά και τους εφήβους. Το Ίδρυμα Σταύρος Νιάρχος ήρθε αρρωγός μας, ούτως ώστε με δωρεά την οποία αξιοποιούμε και σε συνεργασία με το Child Mind Institute της Νέας Υόρκης να δημιουργήσουμε ένα δίκτυο αναφοράς για το παιδί σε όλη την επικράτεια.
Mind Institute in New York have taken initiative. In Tada, the University of Western Attica will establish a center for mental health for university students, and we're going to establish another 4. Now, another group that has paid a high toll in terms of the consequences of the pandemic, were the elderly. So we had to support their needs as well. This is why we inaugurated 2 centers, day centers, for the support of dementia and the families who experience the burden for the support of these people at the State University Hospital of Alexandroupoli and in Crete. Of course, there is still the collaboration with the Eginitio University Hospital, as well as mobile units. The pandemic also taught us the need for the usage of digital tools. This is why we created and provided and still provide help by distance. Such a service was first used and delivered in Castellorizo and Simi. We also utilize the telepsychiatry network of the islands. Only in 2022, we have received 1,214 appointments, among which over 450 have to do with children and adolescents. When I undertook my portfolio, the country did not even have a map showing where each service was. So we created a digital map where we have documented all mental health structures, state ones, those that are sponsored, financed rather, by the Ministry of Health, so that a citizen will be able to know which service he or she will be able to use and also have their phone number and email available. Finally, collaboration with local authorities of first and second degree were also an issue of concern. So boosting the interconnection between local authorities, day centers, and the ministry was necessary and immediate, and we saw this in disasters, both during the earthquakes in Kalahari, as well as during floods in Karditsa, Elasona, Trinavos, and of course in Evia with the arsons, and of course in Attica, where we had to have support on site with the mental health professionals. This was done in collaboration with voluntary organizations and collaboration with health centers of the area. Finally, in order to conclude our targets, we had to carry out a national action plan for mental health. Over 30 special scientists participated and contributed with their views and suggestions in it, ending up to such an action plan so as to be able to present it officially, because this plan is exactly what we think emphasizes on the rights and the voice of the mentally ill. And the reason why I'm mentioning this is that the WHO, with the Mental Health Atlas, mentions that in only three out of European countries have a national strategy that is harmonized with human rights, a mental health that is harmonized with human rights. Investment in collaboration never ends, and investment is what was taught to us during the pandemic. We have to invest in exchanging good practices, and such a
συνεργασία με το Υπουργείο Πολιτισμού. Θα είναι εδώ το απόγευμα και ο Υφυπουργός Πολιτισμού, ο κ. Νικόλας Γιατρομανολάκης, για να σας την αναλύσει. Μια υπηρεσία η οποία θα αφορά την ανάπτυξη προγραμμάτων ενίσχυσης της ψυχικής υγείας μέσω της τέχνης ως θεραπευτικής και την υιοθέτηση της λεγόμενης πολιτιστικής συνταγογράφησης. Συνταγογράφηση δηλαδή ειδικών θεαμάτων, χώρων, τέχνης, επισκέψεων, αντί για υποστήριξη με άλλους τρόπους στην ψυχική υγεία. Κλείνοντας, να πω ότι πέρσι, τον Ιούλιο, διοργανώσαμε εδώ στην Αθήνα το πρώτο συνέδριο του Παγκόσμιου Οργανισμού Υγείας Ευρώπης που ανέδειξε τα ζητήματα της ψυχικής υγείας και της ευεξίας. Εκεί εκδόθηκε η Διακήρυξη των Αθηνών, ένα κείμενο το οποίο συνυπέγραψαν τα 53 κράτη-μέλη, το οποίο ζητά από
by the 53 member states, and of course they all had to incorporate special mental health services and well-being services in their overall health services packages. And within this framework, the Prime Minister inaugurated, with his own contribution and inspiration, a bureau for the quality of occupational health and safety that will also include a special program for the support of mental health. We have a vision of a world where mental health is estimated and protected, with zero tolerance to stigma and discriminations. And as WHO Europe Chair said, in these times, harsh times, we have to remain faithful in European principles of solidarity. We have to do this while expecting a better day for our country, because when we are okay, we can make our world a better world and prove what we say at Ministry of Health, that no one gets left behind. Thank you very much.
Ms. Minister, thank you very much. And I would like to congratulate you on this wonderful work that you are doing. And now we can proceed to Mr. Vasilios Bozikas, who is President of the Hellenic Psychiatric Association. Mr. Bozikas, you have the floor.
Και μια παρουσίαση. Σας ευχαριστώ πολύ. Καλημέρα σε όλους.
Good morning, everyone.
Για την πρόσκληση.
I would like to thank you for the invitation.
Έτσι ώστε να είμαι σήμερα εδώ. Εγώ δυστυχώς θα ακολουθήσω ένα πιο ιατρικό μοντέλο.
Unfortunately, I will present to you a more medical model. I hope that I won't tire you much. Here you can see the title of my presentation, New Psychiatric Technologies for the support of mental health of young. Let's start with some interesting data. Here you can see the age where the mental disorders manifest themselves. Here you can see, for example, that at the age of 14.5 there is a peak, and generally you can see that in the first years of one's life, it seems that we have the initiation of many mental disorders. Then there is a reduction of these mental disorders. And then again, we have a short peak close to the age of 30. But if we take a look at the percentage of individuals with initiation of mental disorder, you will see that up to the age of 14, approximately 35% presents a mental disorder. At the age of 18, we have approximately 50%. In other words, half of mental disorders manifest up to the age of 18, and up at the age of 25, we have approximately 65% of mental disorders, and it can also reach 70%. Here you can see in greater detail what I said about the ages. We have, for example, the average value, that is, at what age the stressful disorders present themselves. At the age of 17, so before the age of 17, 50% of those who are going to present this type of disorders present these specific ones, these stress-producing disorders. But let's take a look at this very interesting slide. Here you can see the overall aggravation or disability that is due to a disease. If you take a look, you will see that in the first 25 places there are many mental disorders. Second place, depression disorder. These are data taken from 2013, and it seems that this type of disorder is the first cause of disability, but there are also other type of disorders like stress disorder, schizophrenia, 11th position, dysthymia, 16th position, bipolar disorder, then abuse, drug abuse. So we can see many disorders. But it would be very interesting to focus on ages from 10 to 24. So you will see that the neuromental disorders, are, as we call them, correspond to 45% as the main cause for burdening and disability. And if you take a look at the first bar, and maybe you could actually give me some so I could change the slides. So if you take a look at the bar on the top, which represents data from around the world, you can see that in light blue, neuropsychiatric disorders, and these disorders become even more manifest in the developed countries. You can see, for example, that in the developed countries, we have an increased manifestation of these disorders. Maybe because of our lifestyle and because of the way we approach mental health issues. Here, we can see again, 10 to 24 years old, you can see the different mental disorders, different diseases, and you can see that at this age, from 10 to 24, the so-called monopolar depression is #1 disability. Moreover, you can see in third place, schizophrenia, 4, bipolar disorder. We have the substance abuse, we have alcohol, we have self-destructive tendencies. So you can see that in the first 10 places, we have mental disorders prevailing. These are the main cause of disability at the age of 10 to 24. If we take a closer look at the other disorders, we will actually get the data we need in order to proceed to the necessary health strategies. We can see, for example, abortions, AIDS, car accidents. If Ms. Agapidaki were here, who is the General Secretary, maybe she could use this data in order to develop the necessary public health policies. continue with the different disorders. Sexual education is also important issue if we want to talk about all these disorders. Now, the main causes of death. Here you can see the general population, United States, and you can see an evolution of this trend. You can see that suicide comes as one of the main causes of death, and this pertains to the whole age spectrum. So from 10 to 24 years old, we have half of deaths caused by suicide. 15 to 24, it is the third cause of death. 25 to 34 rises again to the second position, and then it drops because obviously there are other diseases that emerge, like cardiovascular ones. Now, which are the consequences of everything I have said until now? This is taken from Australia. They have this not in education, employment, and training that pertains to the percentage of people, of patients, who are outside education, employment, or training. So 1 in 5 patients that asked for help, aged 15 to 24, that is 20%, is outside any form of education, employment, or training, when this percentage is 11% for the general population. This data is taken from 2014. It's very important to know which is the average for the general population, because at the same time in our country it was at 19%. I remind you, 2014, it was the peak of the financial crisis. So it's very important to know what's going on with the general population, and it's important to know how people who are suffering from mental disorders, people who are at this productive age, and who need to get opportunities and training opportunities in order to develop skills, can actually succeed in doing so. Here you can see that the relation between the mental health problems and substance abuse, and how these two can lead to the marginalization of young. Here we can see some of the mental disorders, substance abuse, and we can also see, third column, what is the percentage of research that confirms this. There is a vicious cycle, which means that people suffering from mental disorders or are addicts are marginalized, but people who low professional experience also are marginalized, and leads them to suicidal attempts. The chronic unemployment, and we know that very well in our country, is linked with high levels of loss of income, with aggravation of public health systems. So this is a vicious cycle and a huge aggravation for the economy of any country. And I'm saying that because I understand that those who are responsible for the development of health policies take into account the economic parameters. So here you can see the data that pertains to non-transmittable diseases, and we can see a loss of GDP amounting to 35% from and these are data taken from 2010. 18.5 trillions are the loss of global GDP because of mental health problems, and 2030 this will double and reach 16 trillion. So this is the environment in which we are called at this stage to somehow intervene. So before we talk about the digital technologies, I would like to say that this is exactly why during the last few years we are making this huge effort in order to develop these services, which on time, I repeat, will provide to the community, so that everything I presented you today can be avoided. And this will be beneficial for the society, for the family, but also for the economy of the country. And since we are always talking with politicians, this needs to be understood. And Ms. Rapti, even though she's a politician, she realized it. And that is why during the last few years, we have had this very successful cooperation. So now, let's move on with the presentation and talk about digital technologies. We all use a smartphone. Smartphone is a revolution, both in terms of hardware and in terms of software. Anyone that can come up with an application can easily turn it into something that can be used by all of us. So this is a fact. And we can see that 2018, 76% of people had a smartphone. So I believe that 4 years later, this percentage must have increased. We should also never forget the third world, as we call it, the emerging economies. 45% don't have access to mobile phones. And of course, smartphones are also used by our patients. And this is the result of a survey from the United States. That is, 50% of people with severe disorders have a smartphone. The use of social media. Again, I would like to talk about the young. I'm not a pedopsychiatrist, but I'm very interested in this age group that starts from the age of 12 and reaches the age of 25. And of course, as a psychiatrist, I'm also interested in the age of 18 to 25. See how much time they spend on social media. Girls over 5 hours, that is 25%, boys 12%. Is this something negative? Not necessarily. Because keep in mind that during the pandemic, the social media allowed us to keep our contacts with other people. But are they risky? Yes, they are risky. And this is drawn by this survey that you can see here. Here you can see that the use of the social media can lead to depressive symptoms. So it is dangerous, but at the same time, it is something that presents an opportunity. And this is something that was published by Magori. Magori is an Australian psychiatrist who is a pioneer when it comes to the services of early intervention for combating psychosis and services that aim at intervening in the mental health of young people. Those who work in the field of psychiatry and mental health know that this is a very important scientist for all of us. And here you can see a publication of his pertaining to how the services for mental health of the young need to be. So you can see that high resource settings countries are countries that can invest a lot of money in this type of services. We are close to this type of countries. We are somewhere in between. But you can see also that when it comes to community, where we basically talk about preventive interventions, you can see how important is the digital mental health platform. And this is true both for the high resource and medium resource countries. Then, first, primary care. You can see that it is very important to have a primary care and how, since this can be beneficial to mental health. And also, as the Deputy Minister said, a lot of work has been done here, school and university mental health services. Of course, something more needs to be done, more than just the presence of psychologists. And not that I don't think it is important, but something more is needed. And of course, we need to have at all universities a department that will be able to intervene early before there is a need for secondary care, that is, for a more specialized care. Here you can see how important it is to have face-to-face interaction. In other words, someone to be able to consult a psychiatrist in order to be assisted, but also to have this in combination with digital platforms. It is very important to have digital platforms. And when I'm saying digital platforms, I want to show you an example from Australia, Magori, once again, of course. This is the moderated online social therapy. Derby, Victoria and Queensland for the age group 12 to 25. It is basically a customized web treatment that is also combined with social networking and is provided to young with a first psychotic incident. This is something that we have also initiated in our country, even with some delay, but still it is a major step forward. Now, since I don't want to tire you much, I would just like to tell you in brief something about the digital platforms addressed to the young. I don't want you to just think only about psychosis. Okay, psychosis is there. The point is that the young people through these platforms will have the opportunity to receive a customized and individualized care. They will be able to plan their mental health for the future. These platforms also include specific interventions that can be made and can provide the young with the useful information about symptoms so that then they can develop their own customized plan. Of course, the point is that many of these platforms have a semi-automated process, but through the interaction with the system, the young can actually get a personalized medical plan that will allow them to deal with the symptoms. It's also got to do with some modules, some training that has to do with education. What are their strong points? What are the advantages he or she has as personality, so as to strengthen this person and have this so-called positive psychology through strengthening the child that has had these first psychotic episodes and strengthen him or her. So we talked about social networks and an effort that can be done there. Look at how the young person is standing with his smartphone, and apart from face-to-face clinicians, he can have help through his smartphone every minute. You see, there is some problem with social relations. There are people there, either clinicians or social workers, who monitor and intervene. While people know this, I mean, knowingly, and they have the possibility to make intervention and raise awareness among those children so that they will start talking between them. Here's a leaflet, mental health support for young people aged 12 to 14. So you see it's differently done for ages 12 to 14. Of course, parents' consensus is needed, and a different leaflet for people 15 to 25. So we, as it is mentioned here, yeah, while being on the list, waiting to be visited by a specialist, and at the same time, while he or she is examined, he can also be on the platform, or after having concluded the visit to by the expert, he can continue to be on that platform. Also, collection of clinical information through smartphones. Any patient can fill in a scale, and then the clinician can run
in real time and know what the patient was feeling. For instance, when he was at a social gathering, if he stayed there, how unease, unease he felt, how quickly he left, and so on and so forth. There is a collection of information. Smartphones can incorporate several technologies where one can document the number of steps or how worried a person feels. And this can be of some future planning. Of course, in real time, one can get information. There are such efforts that have very good results. Or within the day, by getting some information on how the patient feels, one can have an intervention via the phone or be visited in order to provide help. And there are applications. The application can also give the possibility for different interventions. Finally, and virtual reality capabilities can be used in psychiatry. There are some exposure therapies. For instance, if someone is afraid of spiders, he can have some controlled exposure, or education on different skills, and of course, the avatar treatments, conclusions, new digital technologies that are prominent in our lives can transform mental health services, providing access to information, automating diagnosis and therapeutical procedures. Applications having to do with mental health have very limited implementation as good practices, and this because they remain as insufficiently scientifically documented. Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We've had a very dynamic morning with the Junior Minister of Health, Ms. Rapti. I remember that back in 1980, when we had visited Leros at Pikpa, it was named the place of naked souls. These were tragic situations. We also heard Mr. Bozikas, the chair of the Hellenic Psychiatric Society. Allow me, in my turn, as an introduction, since today's topic is well-being, and the question is, well-being sounds too British to me. No, it's too Greek, actually, and allow me to explain myself. At MBA University, Health Economics, we collaborate with another 8 universities, and we're pioneers in all what I'll be showing you. How could one start with well-being without making a reference to the holy fathers of knowledge, starting from Hippocrates, Plato, and Aristotle? Initially, Hippocrates talked by referring to state of health and mental health. Plato talked through his Socratic philosophy, but let us focus on Aristotle. He was born in Stygia, 384, died in Via, and 322. But did he talk about well-being? Stay with me. Aristotle's, in two amazing books that he wrote and are particular interest, are Eudaimonian ethics and Nicomachean ethics. And when he talked about eudaimonia, which is beyond the welfare state, we talk about beyond the welfare, the well-being, eudaimonia, as presented by the words as in living well and demon. What did Aristotle say? He said that there is a demon inside us, a driving force that is exactly what pushes us each time to do something good. So, what has been used and all the indicators influenced by Aristotle's philosophy should make us look for the good and not bad demon inside us. So, Aristotle talks about two basic notions. One is the subjective meaning of well-being, eudaimonia. It is the nature of the demon inside us and that shakes us. It is our psyche, our soul, and all of our thoughts that take us to happiness. And happiness is nothing but being good citizens. So, through Aristotle's philosophy, we have two basic provisions that we will be naming afterwards, indexes of mental health through statistical analysis and mathematical equations. And in a minute, you'll realize what I'm talking about. But the root of eudaimonia and mental health are very well analyzed by Aristotle. So, from subjective dimension of eudaimonia, meaning feeling well, having a good life, and having an interest for the affairs of the city, we get to the objective dimension. So, man should not be seen through individuality, but through his social aspect. And Aristotle tells us that human is a political being. Through his participation in life with others, he does good, and this is projected to the society around him. And through his actions, through right political choices, he also takes care of his environment, not only himself. This is how we get to empirism, and we get to social sciences, and all this jargon is so close to psychiatry and economics. So when economists talk about subjective well-being, they talk about utility, and here they would include utilitarians and Becken and so on and so forth. Now, how from the theory and eudaimonia do we get to this measurability? And how will well-being be depicted and compared? The basic question being, how happy are you? Now, I can ask you, how happy are you today? And the second one would be satisfaction. The Rolling Stones used to say satisfaction. You all remember the song. And this is exactly what Mick Jagger was trying to document through his song. And we get to Eurobarometers, and the European Commission that has performed a huge survey to about the question, to what degree are Europeans pleased with their health system, political system, trusts in institutions and their contribution into society, how they accept the environment, what they believe about the EU. And again, we go back to Aristotle. Uh, Now, let's go back to the question, how happy are you? There, okay, fine. After that, it's that getting a little bit confusing. But because we have to talk about experiential aspect and evidence-based measuring, you will see that we use 440,000 households on our computers. We get data from them, and we measure how happy they are. Look at Cyprus, Bulgaria, and Ukraine for the well-known reasons, how low they score. The Danish are on the high, and they used to say that the Danish are very happy even about the boyfriend of their wives. So it was of particular importance to document everything. On the scale is 1 to 10 and 5 to 9. You can see all this huge dispersion. So how do we get from Aristotle to the psychiatrists and economists? You will listen to Mr. Crusos later. And how we can connect all this. And let's get to the OECD. What did John Lennon used to say? Happiness is a one-gun number. It showed how happiness is a very, very strong gun. And the EU countries in a 5-grade scale show that they are very, very happy. And health is wealth. And wealth is health. And here we can see all these parameters which we at university are trying to measure. And it's interesting to see that among health expenses and life expectancy, the more you spend on your health system, the better health you have. But is this always the case? Is there always a positive relation? Look at how inequalities of health go on. And finally, the more the inequalities, the worse is the destruction taking place on our health. And for all these years, Europeans did not know that, but they never realized that we lost 3.4 years of life, which means our life expectancy was decreased. Mr. Schinas will be telling us his view and the EU and WHO view, where they profess that they will fight against inequalities. Again, here you can see a large survey on the EU, and we're talking about underinvestments in health and the impact on health outcomes. So we use 60 years in order to find out what's going on. Here's the blue line, it's the EU. Next to it is Greece, thank God. And here are the other countries, such as Poland and Romania. And we see 2 points. First of all, the rate of change in the EU gives us an extra 4 months. Greece is at the same level. It's the half of the benefit in Poland and the other half in Romania. This shows the rate of change. But let's see, are there any inequalities? And what about this gap? Is it on the increase or is it on the decrease as the EU suggests? We can clearly see, here's Poland, Romania, that the gap between the former Eastern European countries and the EU average, instead of decreasing, is on the increase. And a recent study, which is still on our computers, unmet needs, even the minister admitted it the other day, we see 2020, 420,000 households from our country, from 9.8, tripled the unfulfilled need, unmet healthcare needs. A high percentage is due to the unmet need for dental services. This was also admitted by the minister at the large dentist conference that took place. So, to make a long story short, we see that we have great inequalities, we have a gap, and we have unsatisfied, unfulfilled needs. And what is our satisfaction from the health system? Again, recent studies show, let's not talk about Switzerland, but paradoxically enough, our country scores, I mean, these are the latest data of 2020 and coronavirus, because I have to respect the other speakers. I'll come to the questions. First question was, does money really make the world go round? Can it buy happiness? An Indian guy that meditates, is he really happy in spite of not being wealthy? GDP and income. JFK, John Fitzgerald Kennedy, had said that the GDP is the measure of our ignorance. And here, reading all this on our computers, by reading all these indicators that we'll see and talk about later on, we'll see that they have remained unchanged. And perhaps from 1960 onwards, well-being can be seen in terms of health, or should we go back to Aristotle? Peace, political participation, civil rights and human rights, and the environment. And let's not forget about climate change. And then the question towards the short-sighted economists: is happiness economics a dismal science? Ladies and gentlemen, these are the issues we'll be talking about. Thank you very much for your attention. I will stay here and you will bear with me until 12:15. And now we'll hear from the Vice Chair of the EU, Mr. Margaritis Schinas, our own Vice Chair of the EU. He will be talking to us about what we're talking about here today, mental health and the issues that have to do with Europe and the universe, I would say. Okay.
Dear Deputy Minister, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends. It is a real pleasure to join you today at the first Wellbeing Forum taking place in my home country, in the historical city of Athens. I regret not being able to participate in person as I'm traveling, unfortunately, at the same time in the Western Balkan countries. The forum is happening on the World Mental Health Day. Mental health is a problem that can affect any of us. It is something that we cannot see and is difficult to recognize. Yet, it is worse when we try to keep it hidden in the shadows.
Ζητώ συγγνώμη για αυτή την καθυστέρηση, αλλά είναι πραγματικά ενδιαφέρουσα.
I apologize for this delay. The presentation by Mr. Schinas is indeed very interesting. Right now, he's traveling to the Western Balkans. The European Commission, as you know, and Stella Kyriakidis, more specifically, have invested greatly in these issues. Last week, she was in Cyprus along with other competent parties in order to talk about mental health. So,
Εάν έχετε ερωτήσεις, καλύτερα να τις κρατήσουμε στο τέλος.
If you have any questions, please keep them for the end so that we can have a discussion, because I'm sure that you will find all the presentations very interesting. Shall we move on to the next speaker? Yes, okay.
Με την κυρία Nancy Hay.
We proceed to the next presenter, Ms. Nancy Hay,
Κυρία Nancy Hay, η οποία είναι Executive Director.
who is Executive Director, What Works Wellbeing in England.
Hello, a very warm welcome, dear lady. Welcome to sunny Greece. We miss you here.
Hello, yes, my colleague Joanne is with you in person, but I am on screen. I have childcare commitments, so I'm in the UK today. It is a real pleasure to be here talking about well-being and mental health today. So I'll give an overview of social progress and where well-being fits into it and where mental health fits into it as well. I am the Executive Director at the What Works Centre for Wellbeing. We are the UK's national body for wellbeing evidence, policy and practice. We're independent, cross-sector and a collaborating centre, and we're trying to understand what organisations can do to improve wellbeing. So organisations can be public sector and government in all different departments, can be the civil society sector, charities, all of us in our personal capacity, and businesses and employers. And we're funded by researchers, by government, by the charity sector and businesses more broadly. We were founded in 2014 by the Prime Minister and a former Cabinet Secretary, trying to really understand how to bring the science of well-being, which has been astonishing in the last 50 years, how we can bring that into practice and learn more as a system. And I hope you'll join us in that learning. So what is success? What is progress? What is a better life? And that is the starting point I came from. So progress is possible. Practical improvements to human life really do happen. It is not inevitable, and it is messy. And we need to consistently think and refocus on what it is that helps us live better lives. And so that is what we're talking about. So when we're thinking about what is a better life, what is success in our policy making, in our practice, what is success in our lives, and how do we measure it? And you mentioned earlier the OECD Better Life Index, and we've got colleagues joining us to talk about that later today. But really understanding what it means to live well in different places around the world. And this is a really exciting way to understand really what makes the difference to people's lives, to really live and create the foundation that helps us live well. There's lots of words, we've heard some of them today, that are similar to the word well-being. So standard of living, often around the economic and material conditions that contribute to us thriving. Quality of life, often thought of as a broader non-material things that make a difference to our lives. Social value is the economic word, or public value, often used in the UK interchangeably, particularly in our treasury processes. And prosperity is another way of thinking, often about material standards, but often also more broadly. For those of us who work in health, and for the health professionals among us today, which will be many, it's about creating the conditions for us all to thrive. And you will know that about 80% of our health and our mental health too is created outside of access to healthcare itself. And this is the social determinants of mental health, but it's true more broadly. And we're trying to understand how they fit together. The other thing that's important about a wellbeing approach that is really exciting is this idea that health is not merely the absence of disease or illness or difficulty. It is also actively creating the things that keep us well physically, mentally, socially, and economically, I would add. So this is some shifts in policy making that are happening globally. So you can see the OECD framework here, which looks at economic and material well-being, but also more broadly about our quality of life and all of the things that help keep us well as looking beyond the averages, looking at differences between those different domains. You looked at health inequalities earlier. You can look at them between different population groups, but also are everybody got the basic conditions to help us thrive? But really exciting, and what's really important about building the things that keep us well is these resources for the future well-being. So this idea that you can build, measure, and invest in capital that is human, is social, is mental. So the things that are shifting are a shift to focus on outcomes, a shift to focus on prevention and promotion, and actively building those capitals that secure future sustainable well-being, both economically and environmentally, but also this idea of human, mental, and social capital as well. Looking at distribution, so looking beyond that country level, those big numbers, looking at what's going on within places as well, and building risk and resilience, which is all encompassed in this idea of going beyond GDP. So GDP remains important, life expectancy remains important, responsible for huge major progress over the last, a century, but actually there's other things that also matter that help keep us well in the long term. So what we can see is we look at the World Happiness Report, for example, and we look at the difference between the high well-being 10 countries and the bottom 10 countries. And these can be explained by 6 factors. Other things also matter, but these 6 really help explain a lot of it. Money and GDP, we talked about. Social support, having someone to rely on in times of trouble. Health, healthy life expectancy, we've talked about, but actually the word healthy life expectancy, particularly how we feel about our health, really matters more than we thought. And actually maybe what happens if we shift some of what we do from life expectancy towards healthy life expectancy, that would improve quality of life quite significantly. Agency and choice, freedom to choose what you do in life. We are in democracies. Kindness, giving to charity and volunteering, and that strength of that civil society sector, helping others. Someone is there for you when you need it. And this trust, not just in these big organizations in government, but also within the population in our communities as well. Do we feel that somebody would return our wallet if we lost it? So well-being, as the word I'm going to use it today and is defined by our Office for National Statistics, is how are we doing as individuals, as communities, and as a nation, and how sustainable that is for the future. And this is sometimes referred to as social welfare or social value. And at a personal level, it's, are we feeling good and functioning well? Are we living happy, fulfilled lives? We have, in the UK, like many, many other countries, UK national measures of well-being. This is our shared evidence bank. Are we making progress against the things that help us live well? And that has 10 domains of life in it, but particularly these personal, subjective well-being measures, which I'm going to focus on today. They're not the only ones that matter. These broad ones matter too, and how we feel about things as well. So do we feel safe, and are we objectively safe? Do we have a job? Do we have good job satisfaction? These are all in that domains, but this personal, subjective well-being I'm going to focus on today. Because the purpose of all areas of policy and action in civil society is to improve lives. I really strongly believe that's why we do what we do. The question to ask, though, is does it improve people's lives, and how do we know? And our solution is to ask, how are you doing? And we can't tell from the outside how somebody is doing. We have to ask. And this is probably a fantastic measure of lived experience. And we can see this across the UK. We have 12 years of national subjective wellbeing statistics in the UK. We've had the data for longer than that, maybe 50 years, but the harmonised measures came in. And you can see that from 2011-12 to 2018-19, pre-pandemic, things were generally broadly going in the right direction. Again, these are averages. There were very big differences across the country, which is important. And you can see that we thought these measures moved fairly slowly. It was a hard thing to do. But when the pandemic hit, we saw some big hits in them on the right-hand side. And they can move slowly. So we now get 2 weekly data on these measures in the UK. And that is really important because that means you can respond quickly in policy making. And we can see that we've got this life satisfaction measure, this evaluative well-being, how satisfied are we with our life nowadays? Took a big hit. That is affected by employment and health and relationships. And that is important because it brings together work and health in one single metric, along with the things that also help keep us well, our relationships. We have our sense of purpose. Do we feel that life, things we do in our life is worthwhile, our caring, our volunteering, our faith, all of these other things that matter to us. And actually that held up because we did those things during the pandemic. Our happiness, actually feeling happy, feeling cheerful really matters, that positive mood, that recovered more quickly. It needs topping up more regularly, and anxiety, actually, that went through the roof really understandably during the pandemic in March 2020, and actually is linked with fears of safety and financial concern. We mentioned how this is linked with suicide, and this is important. I lost a friend to suicide recently, and this is the data, unfortunately, bears out exactly what we see here. We see this age curve. We see that the midlife crisis is real. In most countries around the world, we see the mid-40s as a time of misery. We're happiest at 23 and 68. And that correlates with antidepressant prescriptions. And if we look at the suicide data, this is from 2014, it's broadly right. We see that peak in middle-aged. And for men, it is 45 to 49, and for women, 50 to 54. So we can see that this matters, whether people feel their life is, they're satisfied with their life, they feel that things they do in life is worthwhile. So this progress bit is about hope. It is about the will to live and the desire for a future. And that is what we're trying to build the conditions for here. What we can do with that massive data is start to understand which things matter and which things matter more than others. So lots of things affect us. Well-being is always yes and. We can see that loneliness matters. We can see that our health matters, which we've talked about before, our basic needs not being met and having a job. We can also see that other things matter as well, probably a bit less so, but they can also matter. So the things that we do in our leisure time, music, physical activity, green space, natural environment, air pollution, noise pollution, the quality of our work and the length of our commute. And we can put some numbers on that and use that in policy making now. But we're here to talk about mental health today. The importance of emotional health is so clear in the longitudinal data. When we follow people over time, we can see that mothers' mental health is really important. So that perinatal mental health, it matters both for them as adults, obviously. It matters for their children, both in the short term and as a later adult. And mental health is important in childhood. We call that emotional health, actually. And then in our adult outcomes, the three biggest things that matter for our life satisfaction as an adult at 34 are having a job is the third, having a good partner relationship is your second, and your health, physical and mental, but particularly mental health is the third. And the challenge here is we've underestimated that role of mental health and paused. So I'm going to tell you what that means as to what we should do. So mental health is important. It's much more important than we probably realized before, but also that we can do something about it. And there are 5 things I think that need to happen next. One, there are things that we know work. Psychological therapies, universal social emotional learning in schools and in workplaces and in later life. It's the same set of skills. It works in all of those contexts. We need to implement that at scale. We need to integrate mental and physical health together. And that's a number of things. It's recognizing that both mental and physical health can be interlinked. So things like liaison psychiatry, but also looking at the quality of life for people with long-term health conditions, but also thinking at the mental health aspects of those physical health conditions and improving the physical health and quality of life with those with long-term mental health conditions that they aren't going to cure from. That's a lifelong condition, but they have the worst physical health outcomes. And that's partly a historical split in the way we've done our health services, but also a range of other things that come with mental health conditions. When we look at what prioritizing well-being does to healthcare, it starts to raise up some different priorities. One, we all die. That's one inevitable thing that happens. So prioritizing palliative care at the end of life for the patient and those that love them really matters. And looking after people who have been bereaved. Quality of life for those with long-term conditions also really matters. So I talked about healthy life expectancy, but not all of us, many of us will live a long time with a long-term health condition, and we can have very varying quality of life with those health conditions. So looking at that, there's a lot we don't know though. And one of the things we need to do is fill that gap in the mental health research. We made huge progress over the last 30, 40 years in areas like cancer, with huge, brilliant outcomes for treatment. And I think the same can happen in mental health. So there are now significant investments happening in mental health research to match the enthusiasm for action that is really taken off in many ways. But we really need to understand a lot more about mental health and what works. And we're starting to do so. But please join that collective global endeavor in doing that. And we can actively build the things that create health and mental capital. So health, both physical and mental, are created and protected largely outside of healthcare. Some estimates are 70 to 80% of that. So we can expand our definition of human capital to include health as well as education and skills. And we can get our systems and structures and incentives to actively build human mental capital through what we do and recognize that. And this takes us towards something I'm really excited has been recognized, towards real proper public mental health, and recognizing that mental health is larger than healthcare. This is a position paper set out by Wellcome Trust, UNICEF, World Health Organization, and Wellbeingr Forum, and listening to young people and learning from the experience from COVID, and that mental health is larger than healthcare is something, those things that happen around our daily lives, so we can really actively build what keeps us well. So that's an introduction to some of the work we do at the What Works Centre for Wellbeing and an overview of what's happening globally. And it's great to be here with you in Athens today.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you for your excellent presentation, Nancy. It has been a great pleasure to have you with us, and thank you very much indeed for making reference to eudaimonia, actually, to Aristotle, to the roots of well-being in Aristotle. It was also very inspiring last July in University of Oxford, when you really highlighted all these methodologies and just focusing in the idea that well-being is a multidimensional phenomenon, requires the optimal collaboration between psychologists, economists, doctors, medicines, and anthropologists, and so forth and so forth. I really like to quote actually ESRC, our friends in Dublin, that they are working with us in Athens, and we're doing lots and lots of good work on poverty, social exclusion. It's also very good that you collaborate with 18 universities across Europe, so you have an open door here in Greece, and we will be delighted to carry on the most impressive work that you have been conducting so far. Lots and lots of congratulations. Thank you very much with such a presentation, and we're very much looking forward to further collaboration and inspiration out of your work. And what really works in England, hopefully it works in the rest of Europe. Thank you very much indeed, Nancy. Thank you.
Deal.
Και τώρα, κυρίες και κύριοι, επιτρέψτε μου να περάσουμε στο κυριότερο σημείο της πρωινής μας συζήτησης.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's get at the most important, at the paramount point of today's session. Professor Emeritus George Chrousos, a pediatrician and endocrinologist. He has the UNESCO seat, and he is acknowledged by this small badge that he's wearing. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the honorary invitation. Congratulations on the first conference that you are organizing. I will be talking about the resilience towards stress, health, well-being, and happiness. As you know, during the last few years, the word stress has become very modern. And of course, the financial crisis and lately with COVID-19, things became even worse. We all know this speech comprises 4 fast parts. First of all, I'll be talking to you about complexity and human uniqueness. Second, about homeostasis, stress, hypostasis, and resilience. And then a few words about stress and its mechanisms and how can one go on and become happier in life. Sophocles had written that there are many wonderful things, and nothing is more wonderful than the human. The word multiple, complex is accurate. We are a complex system, and complex systems have many compounds that collaborate in a harmonious balance, and through them we have the analyzed properties. For instance, from the Earth ecosystem, we have the biosphere, life. From life came humans, and from humans came the intellect and soul, and from them came civilization. But why are we complex? Because we have very complex cells compared to other beings or mammals. To give you an idea, we have over 1 million of areas on that genome, human genome. All these genes harmoniously collaborate and make up our cells, and our cells also comprise human brain. And it is something so different for life as we know it. We have 100 billion neurons and over 10,000 synapses, which is 10,000 times more than the stars in our galaxies. We all work through civilization, and you understand how complex we are. An American from the astrophysicist calculated complexity and how it increases, and it means density of information. Information increases and gets into a small space, and you can see here that it started from very low with the Big Bang 14 billion years ago, and now it's rapidly going with the summit being human. So man is unique. All complex systems need energy in order to be sustained, and it's called the chaos theory. It's not very well named, it's rather misnamed. It's the complex systems theory. So we're talking about systematic biology, systematic medicine, the so-called narrative and precision medicine, and the 4P of medicine, which is predictive, personalized, preventive, and participatory. Now, a few words about the complexity and homeostasis. The first person in the Western world to talk about complex systems was Pythagoras. He said that on the one hand, we are menaced by counteracting, and on the other hand, we have reestablishing forces. Alcmaeon, he's extended this to man, and he said that man has stress-related stressors and adaptive response, and this leads to homeostasis. Then we have Hippocrates, who talked about hybrasia, because they thought that juices are the composition of humans. Epicurus named it eustathia, and Walter Cannon, over 2,300 years later, gave the word homeostasis, which is a Greek word, of course. Look at Epicurean Eustathia. He said that Eustathia is the balanced state of flesh and soul. Aristotle also gave a very significant notion. He said that the good is in the middle between two evils, too much or too little. All homeostatic systems operate in this way. They're good, they're well regulated somewhere in the middle. What we want to have is to have this stability, neither too much nor too little. When we go away from normal, we have bad homeostasis. So stress is the state where threatened or perceived as threatened is our homeostasis. When we are stressed, we know, and the people call this in Greek zori, which is an Ottoman word. When we are acutely stressed, it's fight, flight, free. Either I fight, or I fly, or I freeze. But currently, stress is chronicle. Moderate or light psychosocial economic stress is what is tormenting us and hurting us. And it's hurting us because it's continuous and the body does not have the chance to repair itself in between the stress-related, stress-inducing situations. On a healthy baseline homeostasis is exactly what we should be feeling. Then we have this stress, we have the hormones, and thanks to these hormones that fight stress, take us back to where we should be. But some chronic stress or too heavy stress or a very bad stress does not allow us to find our balance. There's another sort of balance. We survive, but we do not feel comfortable, and therefore we are led to a faster death. So there is this catastasis, which is a deteriorated homeostasis, suppressed mood. We have more chronic diseases, and we have very limited life expectancy. What about resilience? What does being resilient mean? There is a stress-inducing feeling that does not perturb me a lot, and I come back to my balance. On top, you can see we have an improved homeostasis or hypostasis. There are people that, this includes people that sleep, eat regularly, exercise properly, have regular meals and sleeping hours, and do good stress management. These people find it much easier, way easier to deal with any kind of stress, and whatever is good for the human does exactly this and goes back to good levels. Resilience is the ability of a complex system to resist to stressors and return rapidly to homeostasis. And here is the history of how the notions of health and disease since ancient Greece. From Pythagoras to Alcmaeon, I'll go to Aristotle straight ahead, whom we have already talked about, and he said that there is a unity of body and mind, and he also referred to eudaimonia, which is a happiness, an extended happiness condition that makes you resilient and satisfied. Eudaimonia is not happiness. A child cannot feel eudaimonia because he does not have the uh, experiences required. Wisdom helps with eudaimonia. People are not made to be happy, but on the contrary, man is made in order to have happy moments. All of our past has been dangerous. This is why we have been taught to be in a state of fear. In the brain, the ratio between negative and positive is 9 to 1. So we have to use the medium cortex in order to be able to be happy and eudaimonic at some stage. And therefore, there are three philosophical currents that talk about ataraxia, the Stoics, the Skeptics, and the Epicureans. Ataraxia, Epicure also added aponia and hygiene, and they say that man, through a ratio, through a rationale, can control feelings, emotions, and people can use what makes a difference between us and all the other beings, that is to say, our brain, and realize that there is no reason for us to be unhappy. So it is a matter of cortex to do this. Sinderman, Thomas Sinderman comes later, followed by Claude Bernard. Finally, we have Ansel, who talks about the adaptation, stress of disease of adaptation, stress, and good stress and bad stress. And this is what is called by American psychologists as trying to be in a good positive state. Aristotle had also said that physis, ethos, and logos are the constituents of man. This is what makes up the human environment, and therefore we have to use those in order to control our happiness. Plutarch had written that the best medicine to attain consolation is logos, and through it the preparation for all the vicissitudes of life. And all people are trying to control through their cortex all emotions. The 5 lifestyle masts: healthy nutrition, moderate exercise, proper sleep, circadian regularity, and stress management. Those are the basics that have to absolutely take place. What else can we do about stress? Eustress, affections, learning. Whenever we learn something new, we feel well-being. We have to develop all the time. Then we have the flow phenomenon, another psychological phenomenon, where you do something that you really love and you get lost in it, and the more of that we have within a week, the more happy you are. Then we have the Neuropedia methods, what we do with yoga and other stuff, because you control your mind. Again, it's a matter of ratio. And finally, having a meaning in life. Meaning in life, not a meaning for life, but a meaning in life, our own life. So, this is what a society should provide. being able to be integrated, feeling safe and secure, being authentic, autonomous, and competent, and a good environment. Finally, ancient Greeks used to say in Delphi, you can see this epigram, search for happiness. It's a long story, the pursuit of happiness. That's exactly what the American psychologist said. We should wish to be happy. These are different happinesses and how these are related to how well a person is feeling or not. At the lowest corner, we have the rock star pleasure. So you buy a car, you feel really, really happy for a few days and you're chasing your tail. No, consumerism is not enough. Then we have the Noopedia methods. Then we have passion, doing something that's you love, what we said about flow, and higher purpose, a meaning of life. And being able to go beyond oneself and help ourselves, society, art, medicine, anything, meaning in life. I will say a few things about stress mechanisms. These are human properties, what makes us human, logical thinking, volition, imagination, affectance, shared intentionality, gathering as a team and knowing we can achieve a common goal, and imagination is needed for that. Also, we have the possibility to control our feelings and wait for something good for later. Finally, we have empathy and caring, starting from the bond between mother and child. It's been 2 million years ago that our brain started existing, and it was transmuted, and it was made bigger by 4 times. The chimpanzee is our closest cousin, and his brain weighs 280 grams. Ours is about 1,400. Stress is significant because we produce hormones that help us to overcome it. As I said earlier, stress is acute. It must not be extended, because if so, cortisol and other hormones produced start harming our system. Unfortunately, everyone, when reaching the age of 55, we have a metabolic syndrome of chronic stress metabolic syndrome. All this is a syndrome, the syndrome of modern man, which can be helped. Of course, because I do not have any more time, I will just tell you that I have read a lot about stress. I had dealt with this issue for a year or more at Congress. And my conclusion is that if we want to have a better society, is that we should take care of pregnant women and the preschool age of children, because if this bond is right, we will have a safe and healthy, mentally healthy person in the future. So I would kindly request political leadership to take care of young people who want to have children, and how the first 1 or 2 years will be dealt with, and how at maternity and at daycare teachers will be treating the children. Thank you very much.
Professor, you impressed us truly. Of course, we could be talking about this for a whole day. We could be talking about the Epicureans, the Stoics, up to the modern society. The point is that the new life that is born to be able to reach a state of balance and of well-being. Ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, we don't have much time. The Secretariat keeps on telling me and giving me signs that the time is running out.
New York.
So now, let's move on straight to New York.
Hello? Do we need Frank Sinatra to say New York, New York? Good morning. Hello, how do you do? Is early doom over there in New York, isn't it? A very warm welcome. Very warm welcome, Dr. Lay. And Alden, here we have a very interesting discussion this morning, starting from eudaimonia, moving into Epicurus, and ending up to OECD indicators on well-being, World Health Organization, and so forth and so forth. So the floor is yours to give us and present the Global Well-Being Initiative, how you perceive it and how you implement it in different countries. Thank you very much indeed for participating here in Athens. It's still sunny over here, still going to swim. So that is something just to miss. But anyway, very warm welcome, and the floor is yours, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. It's certainly a pleasure to be invited to speak, and I always enjoy learning from colleagues like Nancy. And I'm also really glad that Professor George was talking about the importance of balance, which I think it touches a little bit on what I'm trying to kind of like talk about today as well. So I don't have any slides because I presume that this will be a panel discussion at some point. But my address is pretty short as well. So I'll just start off with if I were to ask you whether you preferred your life to be calm or exciting, which would you choose? So we asked this question to people in more than 116 countries in 2020. And the first set of figures I'm going to share with you today is that 74% of people around the world prefer to lead calm lives, while 17% of people prefer to lead an exciting life. So that was people's preference. We also surveyed people's experiences. And I know that based on the most recent World Happiness Report rankings, the countries with the highest life evaluation on average are Finland, Denmark, and Iceland. So with that in mind, here is the second set of figures I'm going to share with you today. When we surveyed people's experiences of calmness, the top countries are not European countries, actually. The top countries are Vietnam, Jamaica, and the Philippines, respectively. And I share these figures because we think it's time for us to pay more attention to low arousal emotions and evaluations when we are thinking about metrics for subjective well-being. And when we mention low arousal emotions and evaluations, for low arousal emotions, it could be referring to emotions like calmness, balance, contentment, etc. Because typically, when we are trying to think about emotions that are relevant to well-being, we ask for positive and negative emotions, but these emotions tend to be pretty intense. Are you frustrated? Are you stressed? Are you anxious? Are you happy? Are you excited, etc.? And so we think that that's really more need to be thinking about low arousal emotions. So just to tell you a little bit more in terms of the Global Wellbeing Initiative, in 2019, Gallup and the Wellbeing for Planet Earth Foundation, we were really curious about well-being metrics that can be more globally inclusive. So the Wellbeing for Planet Earth Foundation is based in Japan. And it all started with one question we had. That is, the dominant way to measure subjective well-being seems to be the Cantrell's ladder. And I'm not sure if people are familiar with that. And basically it's a scale, asking you to imagine yourself on a ladder with a scale of 0 to 10, 0 at the bottom, 10 at the top. So this is a dominant way to measure subjective well-being. Cantrell's ladder. And our question was that, what if people don't want to be at the top? What if people don't want to be a 10, all the time? And this is because in the Japanese culture, for example, being at the top is really scary. It could mean that your good luck or your fortune is running out, and that we might have to brace ourselves for a fall eventually. It's like, we are really enjoying a ride, and we are a 10 out of a 10 in terms of life evaluation, but then we might be falling. And the idea that we should get to a 10, or to get close to a 10, or that the higher, the better it is, seems to suggest a maximalist mindset. And so we started to ask questions through the Gallup World Poll, in terms of questions around the concepts of balance and harmony, in addition to many other concepts like connection to nature, spirituality, for example, individualism, collectivism. So in 2021, we specifically asked this question, to people around the world: how often do you feel that the various aspects of your life are in balance? And this year, in 2022, so the survey is ongoing right now in the field, we decided to ask even more items, around balance and harmony, including contentment, for example, if your thoughts and feelings are in harmony, if you feel that the things or the amount of things happening in your life is just right. So we're really hoping to expand our understanding, when we are thinking about well-being, subjective well-being, or measuring well-being, we're trying to expand the repertoire so that we can better account, for regional differences, account for cultural differences, and to also be sensitive to the need to have metrics that are a lot more globally inclusive. And I'm sure we will get around to a great discussion later on. But the key message I have for today is that I think, broadly speaking, among the subjective well-being kind of like community, there is consensus to be using life evaluation, meaning, with the Cantrell's ladder, to be understanding, how are people's lives going on. There's broad consensus around that. But our current ways of understanding subjective well-being can be a lot more comprehensive through understanding low arousal forms of experience or cognitive evaluation. So we at Gallup and the Wellbeingr for Planet Earth Foundation, together, the initiative, we are working on understanding the concepts of balance and harmony. And we will love to see more collective effort, with everyone on this front. So I'm happy to address any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Dr. Lay. It has been very impressive, actually, the idea that you introduce subjectivity and measurability in well-being, not only from a psychological perspective, which is your field of work and public health, but also the multidimensionality of subjectivity and well-being. In the interest of time, I'm very much afraid that I would wonder if at the very end we would have some questions. But I think that we have to move very quickly to OECD just to give some sort of substance in terms of measurability and just carrying out what you exactly said and highlight, that we have to measure subjectively well-being and using global well-being initiative. This is a very good opportunity. And thank you very, very much indeed for sharing your thoughts with us.
Thank you.
Thank you. And now we move to Carrie Exton, the OECD à Paris. Madame, bonjour.
Bonjour. Hello, everybody.
We are very much look forward to hear all the work that you have done in the OECD about well-being. I have to say that all of our postgraduate students, they have really exposed all your indicators in terms of not only cross-section analysis, but panel data. So we would expect we're all ears, as William Shakespeare used to say, to hear what you have to provide us in terms of the OECD measurement, and especially the WISE analysis, which is well-being, inclusion, sustainability, and equal opportunity. The floor is yours, Carrie. Thank you very much indeed for your participation. And we're all looking forward to your analysis.
Well, thank you very much for the very kind introduction, and it's a pleasure to be here with you this morning or this afternoon. So I'm afraid I do have a couple of slides, and I hope that those are showing there on the screen for you. So I wanted to just give these introductory few minutes a bit of background and explain where the OECD is coming from on this topic. And the reason I have slides is because it's a little bit easier to do this visually than just verbally. So the first thing I want to emphasize really is that the OECD tends to use the concept of well-being rather than happiness. And our framework for well-being, as shown on this slide, is a very holistic one. So it encompasses both current well-being here and now, inclusion, so how those current well-being outcomes are distributed in society, as well as sustainability, which you can also think about as a sort of intergenerational equity perspective. But here we're looking really at the stocks of resources that we're maintaining over time that support well-being and inclusion. So this holistic framework informs all of our statistical and analytical work on well-being. And we have a dashboard of around 80 indicators to measure these different components that you see here across 38 member OECD countries. So this dashboard has a lot of objective data about how life is going for people. So for example, about health, housing, environment, jobs, income. But we do also look at a range of self-reported measures, because if you want to build a complete picture of people's well-being, of course, you need to know about people's feelings and how they experience their lives. So when it comes to happiness, we actually use the phrase subjective well-being. And in this dimension, as we've heard repeatedly, there are several different components of this dimension. But within the OECD framework, we look at both people's evaluation of their lives as a whole, so things like life satisfaction measures. We look at people's affect, so their experiences of mood, emotions, positive and negative states, high and low arousal, positive and negative states. And then we look at eudaimonia, so feelings of meaning and purpose and worthwhileness. I should also mention that in the health domain, we do look at mental health outcomes. So we're a bit limited here in terms of internationally comparable data. But for example, in EU countries where data are available, we look at depressive symptoms. We also have a measure of deaths of despair, which is looking at suicides, acute alcohol-related deaths, and acute substance abuse-related deaths. The second thing I wanted to share is that the OECD is not alone in taking this very multidimensional approach to monitor life outcomes. So more than half of all OECD countries have developed official measures of well-being or beyond GDP indicators. And essentially in all of the cases that you can see here on this slide, the focus really is on a holistic understanding of people's lives rather than only on happiness subjectively defined. So similar to the OECD approach in that sense. Nevertheless, I should also say that we do see subjective well-being and mental health feature very prominently across these frameworks. Now, the title of our session is Facts and Figures, and I wanted to talk just a little bit about where those facts and figures come from and the frameworks that inform them. So a really important activity for the OECD over the last 15 years or so has been working with governments to improve the evidence base on well-being. So in particular, we've been working with statistical offices to better define and develop indicators on some of the aspects of people's well-being that traditionally haven't always been measured or haven't been measured in ways that are comparable across countries, which is really important for the type of work that we do at the OECD. So, for example, in 2013, we published the OECD guidelines on measuring subjective well-being, and we've also produced guidelines on measuring trust, the quality of the work environment, as well as some work on the joint distribution of income, consumption, and wealth. So in all of these cases, we've been looking to improve the quality, availability, and comparability of measures. And that's not only between countries, but also across different survey sources within countries, and of course, over time, to understand how changes in societal conditions produce changes in these important aspects of people's well-being. So if you want to use these indicators to inform policy, first of all, you've got to convince the policy community that these concepts are well-defined and they have robust data. Of course, you also need to make sure that your measurement instruments are reflecting the very latest scientific knowledge in the field. And as Alden said, we also want to make sure that we're looking at globally inclusive measures. So we're currently working on a reflection paper at the OECD, looking at the subjective wellbeing guidelines 10 years on, asking what have we learned from the measurement practice in the intervening years, and also what further efforts are needed to improve the international harmonization and coordination of these measures. Now, it is World Mental Health Day, so I want to finish with just a couple of slides about our work on well-being and mental health specifically. One of the first things I want to say is that mental health and subjective well-being are really pivotal dimensions of our framework, since they show a very strong interconnectedness across all the other domains of people's lives. So the figure here, and apologies, it's a little small and a little complicated, but what it's doing is showing the extent of well-being deprivations experienced by people with and without mental distress. So you can see, hopefully, that the prevalence of well-being deprivations right across people's lives is sometimes more than twice as high for those experiencing mental distress. So a couple of examples. 28% of people experiencing mental distress report poor general health, while only 9% of those without mental distress do. 24% of people experiencing mental distress report feeling lonely, and the figure is as low as 2% among those with no mental distress. And these differences, again, they extend right across people's well-being, from housing to safety to economic outcomes. So, for example, 68% of people experiencing mental distress report having difficulties making ends meet, while only 42% of those without mental distress face those difficulties. So given the centrality then of people's mental health and subjective well-being to well-being overall, we're currently working on a 3-year project about the interactions between mental health and these other dimensions of people's lives. So there are 3 components to this work you can see written on the slide here. The first is about better data for mental health promotion, so trying to improve the availability and quality and comparability of data on population-wide mental health status. So if you're interested in prevention and promotion, you need to know prevalence in the population at large, not just about people who are accessing and using healthcare systems. So this is a really important data gap for us at the moment. A lot of the information we have internationally is only focused on the healthcare system rather than on the population as a whole. Second, the work is performing an analysis of the well-being, risk and resilience factors that affect people's mental health. So we're using our well-being framework that I introduced earlier to examine the wider economic, social, environmental, and relational determinants of mental health and the reciprocal relationships between mental health and people's well-being as a whole. Finally, the work reviews some examples of integrated policy approaches for tackling mental health promotion and prevention. And my very last slide is just to elaborate a little bit on what it means to apply a well-being lens to mental health policy. So it summarizes 4 ways in which a well-being lens can make a difference. And these are actually 4 ways that we developed in the context of work on COVID-19 and well-being, but we've been applying the same framework in our work on mental health, and it seems to be holding up okay. So we've got these 4 ways. We've got realign, redesign, refocus, and reconnect. What does that mean in a mental health context? Well, under realign, we're looking at whole of government approaches to mental health equity involving multiple government departments working together. Redesign is more about the development of policy content. So specifically developing upstream policy content in a way that reflects the fact that mental health is shaped by your social, economic, environmental, and relational experiences. So if you want to tackle mental health, you have to look at the social conditions that shape people's mental health. Refocus in this context, we're looking at not just poor mental health or mental ill health, but also looking at the policy environments that help people to experience positive mental health. So this is where there is a strong intersection with subjective well-being. Finally, the focus on reconnecting. So this is about better connecting policy development with a variety of stakeholders to improve policy delivery and efficacy on the ground. So, for example, by involving people with lived experience and non-governmental actors. I will leave it there, but there's a variety of ways in which you can connect with the OECD's work in this area, and I hope that we'll maybe have some time for discussion. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Ms. Smithson. Very interesting indeed. A very quick question, actually, if I can interpret the audience. Well, we have been exploring all your indicators from the year 2000. I'm referring to Better Life indexes. Number of PhDs have been written in this area from the year 2000 to 2021. And then the question is that in the majority of the OECD and the Eurostat publications, you use still GDP as a measure of the welfare and prosperity. Can we foresee in the nearest future a substitute of the GDP with a social well-being or a better life indicator, a composite indicator, a harmonic indicator, a fully harmonized indicator in developing comparable analysis? We are all ears to hear your answer. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you for your presentation, and we expect your answer.
Thank you. And I mean, this is a really important context for all of our work on well-being, is that we're seeking ways to go beyond GDP. So yes, the OECD definitely still uses GDP. It's a really important economic indicator, but it's not an indicator that is going to tell you how well people feel and how well their lives are going. So there's a number of ways in which GDP is limited as a measure to do that. One of them is that it tells you nothing about how growth is distributed across society. So who is winning and who is losing when the economy grows. It tells you nothing about the sustainability of outcomes over time, whether that's environmental sustainability or indeed economic sustainability. And of course, there are many things that are important for people's well-being that aren't very well captured in economic transactions data. So things like the importance of friends and family. We're not very good at monetizing those. We're not very good at counting those in a national accounts GDP framework. So all of this work is about going beyond GDP, creating better measures of societal progress. But we're not getting rid of GDP. We're just putting GDP in its proper place as a measure of the activity in the economy, not as a measure of the progress of societies. So in terms of an index, I saw on an earlier slide actually from Nancy, thank you Nancy, that you mentioned the OECD's Better Life Index, which is a website that we've created to enable people to develop their own index of well-being. So the OECD doesn't have an official index of well-being, so we don't try and add all of these numbers into a single whole. There's a couple of important reasons not to do this, but one of them is simply that we don't yet have a agreed solution for how to weight the different components of people's lives. So what weight should we put on social connectedness? What weight should we put on the environment? What weight do we put on income? There isn't an agreed methodology. There are many possible methodologies, but there isn't an agreed one yet. So what we've done instead is creating a website where you can apply your own weights. So it's called the Better Life Index, and the idea is that you've got the 11 dimensions of current well-being. It doesn't yet feature sustainability or inclusion, but within the domain of current well-being, you can create your own index using weights according to your own preferences. So that's our solution for now, is to throw it open to the public and say, what do you think a better life means? But again, there are many ways that we could do this and many PhDs that could be written on it. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much indeed. We need much more time actually to discuss what is beyond GDP and whether GDP is the measure of our ignorance, as we said in the morning. Thank you very much, Ms. Sexton. And best regards to Rui de Pascal Day, our OECD. And then we move very quickly to John Smithson, from the head of implementation, learning and local government and health sector lead. What works well-being in England?
Thank you very much.
Is it United Kingdom or is it just England?
United Kingdom.
United Kingdom, really? You have to say.
Thank you very much. I'm delighted to be joining you here today. We've heard this morning some very compelling reasons why we need to act. We need to act now to improve our mental well-being. What I want to share with you this morning is some very practical actions about how you can act. When you go back to your organization, sorry, I'm not that tall. When you go back to your organization, to your business, you might want to create a policy or a strategy to establish how you in your organization are going to improve the lives of the people and the communities that you work with. What I want to happen is for those policies and strategies to be effective, to make a difference. And that's what I want to share with you today. When we spoke to people in the UK about what a policy that would make a difference to their lives would look like, they told us three things. They wanted to feel safe, they wanted to feel loved, and they wanted to feel fulfilled. How often have you read a policy that had those aims? Very rarely. But we also know the science and our data, what affects our life satisfaction, tells us these things are important. It tells us some things hurt more than others. The loss of a partner, bereavement, it's one of the things that we feel most acutely. Yet how often do our policies and our services seek to address this? We know some things we don't recover from. Losing a job. We might get a new job in the future, but the impact on our well-being from being made redundant is significant and long-lasting. We need our policies to recognize this. One of the things that I've done in my research is look at health and well-being strategies in the United Kingdom to look at what are the active ingredients, what is it that a good strategy looks like. And we've identified 6 hallmarks, and I want to take you through those today. So in your strategy making and the policies you'll be developing for your organizations, have a check. Are these 6 things there? So the first of those is, how are you talking about well-being in your strategy? If you're talking about well-being at work, what does good well-being at work look like in your organization? Does your policy have the elements of affect? Does it have life evaluation? Does it look at how satisfied people are with their lives, with their houses, with their jobs, with their community, with the green space and blue space available? And does it give people a sense of purpose and meaning? So what is the goal of your strategy, and does it really present a full and complex view of well-being? Here is a strategy from Manchester, our 3rd biggest city in the United Kingdom. And you can see the vision of their strategy gives a really broad understanding of how they want communities to live and to grow up in their community. The second element is about how we set well-being as a goal and how we reduce inequity in well-being. This is a strategy from Leeds in the northeast of England, and you can see at the very heart of their strategy, they say in our city, well-being starts with people and everything is connected. How are you going to do that in your policy making? The other thing that is incredibly important is the distribution of well-being. And Carrie's framework at the OECD has some really interesting and important ways you can look at the distribution of well-being in an area. Is it the gap between how many people in an area have high well-being? Is it a focus on those people with the lowest well-being? There are different ways you can do that, but please do it. The third of my hallmarks is about evidence. And there are two parts. What's the evidence of well-being need in your community? And what do we know about what works to improve this? So here is an example from a city in York, near where I live, where they have looked at the well-being need of the city of York. And you'll see in the green on the right-hand side, they've identified adults reporting low happiness and adults reporting high anxiety, alongside other measures of physical and mental well-being, and much broader measures as well around housing, jobs, and community. And in your strategies and your policy making and your response, are we actually using interventions that we know work? On our website, What Works Wellbeing, we synthesize evidence and put it into booklets and briefings to make it easy to understand what works. And if you're doing an intervention where there isn't much evidence, really evaluate it strongly so you can help add to the evidence base that we procure at the centre. My fourth hallmark is about really making sure your policy is addressing the factors that matter. As Nancy shared, there are some things that matter more to well-being than others. So is your policy thinking about opportunities for work and training and development? Is it thinking about how we maximize income? Is it thinking about democracy and voice? Are you actually bringing the voices of people using your services, living in your communities, renting your houses into your policy making? How are you looking to maximize the well-being impact of your citizens? And it's important because we know for well-being, we can be most effective when there are few comparison effects and little adaptation. And in your prioritization of scarce resources, if you understand the impact that your interventions have on life satisfaction, you can get more well-being for the investment that you're making. My fifth hallmark is about our performance measures. And here we need a balance of subjective and objective measures. So are we measuring the number of crimes, how people feel about crime in their area? Are we measuring the number of people that have jobs, but also the number of people who feel they are being paid fairly for the job that they do? And on our website, we have a measures bank that you can use that has tested measures for well-being. My final hallmark is about how are you going to implement your policy? You've written your policy, you've had it signed off and agreed. How are you going to put it into action? I wouldn't recommend using any of these strategies. They don't work, but I often see this. We'll do a lot of it, something will work. We'll just tell people about it and it will happen. It doesn't. But what we know works is when you think through your implementation and you build trust. You build trust with your colleagues, you build trust with your communities, you build trust with your customers. That's what makes the difference. So thank you very much for letting me share that research with you today. Thank you.
Stay where you are. Thank you very much. Very, very good indeed. Very good, John. Well, first of all, you remind me wonderful memories because I graduated from University of York, really. So I do speak a little bit of Yorkshire. Lovely, my dear. Lovely. Congratulations. So now it was really very interesting where you distinguish again in Aristotelian thinking between hedonic and eudaimonic. Very, very crucial indeed. And then also what we have seen in terms of inequality between the vertical and the horizontal inequalities. And now being in Leeds and initiating all this action through University of Leeds, I do remember is Red Brick University actually, and we used to go to buy records in the student union downstairs. So lots and lots of wonderful. Now, the crucial question is, you have done such a wonderful work. Of course, in York, you have got a very long tradition from Rowntree, who at the 10th of the century in 1901, really launched the very first big study from door to door, highlighting well-being. Actually, I found this book in one of the auctions and I still have it on my shelves. Now, the question is, to what extent all this wonderful experience can be transformed or translated into Greek reality, and where we should start at the Prime Minister's level, who's going to come to Mr. Mitsotakis, who's going to come this afternoon, to our lovely Minister of Health, to the local organization, where well-being and all this analysis should start off.
For me, well-being is a team sport. It doesn't happen with one individual. It takes a team. So we all need to do it. If you remember Nancy's slide, she looked at well-being across our lives, and we have our lowest well-being at working age. So our employers are really important. The places and spaces that we live is hugely important, but we all need to do that from our community and voluntary civil groups, our communities, our local government, which is my area of research.
Right.
Our health services, yes, as well. And I really welcome the investment in mental health that you shared this morning. That's so, so important. And the leadership. You know, we have in the UK some of the best data around well-being, but we all need to use it. And I think that is the challenge, that we all use that data of what we know about makes a difference, what improves people's lives, and we put that together in our policy.
Thank you very much indeed. So we need a multi-sectorial analysis and multi-level in terms of different government signals.
Yeah.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Excellent, John. Κυρίες και κύριοι, είχαμε ένα exhausting morning, I would say, και τώρα είναι καιρός...
Ladies and gentlemen, we've had an exhausting morning. Shall we meditate a little bit now? So, currently, I would like to call Ms. Stella Savidou, who will be running an anti-stress spread for us, and she will be talking to us about love, kindness, and meditation. I'll have to leave you here. Thank you very much and have a lovely day. Welcome, everyone. I'm here to lead you through a short meditation. Sit down in a relaxed way. Close your eyes.
Close your eyes. Allow yourself to switch from your usual mode of doing to non-doing, to simply being. Connect with your body and bring your attention to your breathing. Follow your breath as it comes in and then out of your body without trying to change it. Simply be aware of it and any feelings associated with it. Give full attention to each in-breath and then to each out-breath. Being totally here in each moment with each breath. If distracting thoughts arise, acknowledge them without becoming involved and return to the practice. Take a moment now to consciously set an intention for this practice. Some examples are to open my heart, to cultivate loving kindness, and to care for myself. Bring in mind a person for whom you are happy to see and have deep feelings of love. Imagine or sense this person, noticing the feelings you have for them arise in your body. It may be a smile that spreads across your face. It may be a warmth in your body. Whatever it is, allow it to be felt. Let go of the person and continue to keep in awareness the feelings that have arisen. Bring to mind now and see if you can offer loving kindness to yourself by letting these words become your words. May I be safe. May I be happy. May I be healthy. May I live in peace, no matter what I'm given. May my heart be filled with love and kindness. Notice the feelings and sensations that arise and let them be. Now try offering loving kindness to someone who supports you. Bring that person to mind and let these words become your words. May you be safe. May you be happy. May you be healthy. May you live in peace, no matter what you are given. May your heart be filled with love and kindness. Notice the feelings and sensations that arise and let them be. Once feelings for a loved one flow easily, turn your attention to someone with whom you have difficulty. It is best not to start with the most difficult person, but someone who brings up feelings of slight annoyance or irritation. See if you can let these words become your words as you keep this person in awareness. May you be safe. May you be happy. May you be healthy. May you live in peace, no matter what you're given. May your heart be filled with love and kindness. Notice the feelings and sensations that arise and see if you can just allow them and let them be. Now bring the mind, the broader community of which you are a part of. Imagine your family, your colleagues, your neighbors. Fan out your attention until we include yourself in this offering of loving kindness as you let these words become your words. May we be safe. May we be happy. May we be healthy. May we live in peace no matter what we're given. May our hearts be filled with love and kindness. Notice the sensations and feelings that arise within you. Sit with them for a few moments until you are ready to end the practice. Inhale and exhale and open your eyes slowly to the here and now.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ την κυρία Τσίκα. Νομίζω ότι όλοι έτσι χαλαρώσαμε με την ένταση της ημέρας.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Tsika. And now the video tape of the Vice Chair of the European Commission, Margaritis Schinas, which we were unable to play earlier today.
Dear Deputy Minister, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends. It is a real pleasure to join you today at the first Wellbeing Forum taking place in my home country in the historical city of Athens. I regret not being able to participate in person as I'm traveling, unfortunately, at the same time in the Western Balkan countries. The forum is happening on the World Mental Health Day. Mental health is a problem that can affect any of us. It is something that we cannot see and is difficult to recognize. Yet, it is worse when we try to keep it hidden in the shadows. That doesn't solve anything. it only worsens things. Mental health means different things to different people. But one thing is clear. It is more than about depression. It is an integral and essential part of an individual's health. Also, a healthy, thriving population is a precondition for a vibrant society and a cohesive, competitive economy. Today, we're bringing mental health into the light, and I really want to congratulate you all for that. Even before the pandemic, mental health problems affected about 84 million people in the EU, almost 1 in 6 Europeans. And the estimated cost of poor mental health stood at over 600 billion euros, more than 4% of our GDP. So there are social but also economic reasons to take mental health very seriously. Then the pandemic came and it aggravated the situation. Young people were particularly affected with less secure employment, lower levels of education, missed opportunities, lower incomes. Anxiety, loneliness, and depression started peaking exponentially across the continent. Europe is living sad, dramatic times. The scourge of war is back at our borders. A deluge of fire and steel keeps falling on Ukraine, destroying livelihoods, families, and business as we speak. Concretely, on mental health, we are all acutely aware of the trauma and suffering inflicted on the people of Ukraine. And we continue to stand together for them. And this is not just words, it is concrete, tangible action. So far, we have deployed over 11 million euros for psychosocial support to people fleeing the war and those who stay in the country. And more is to come. Additional 8.4 million euros have been announced for these purposes and 3 million euros for NGOs working with displaced people in Ukraine. But I'm sure you understand that the consequences of the war are much deeper than that. President von der Leyen said at her State of the Union address a few days ago that this is not only a war unleashed by Russia against Ukraine. This is a war on our energy, a war on our economy, a war on our values, on the model of society we stand for. This is about autocracy against democracy. Dear friends, the world is becoming more insecure and more threatening. And in the day-to-day life, issues such as energy prices or inflation are extremely acute worries across the population, and rightly so. And all this adds to the already fragile situation of many households and business trying to recover from the pandemic. Altogether, this is a dangerous cocktail, undermining the stability and prospects of our societies. Health is and should remain a political priority. Mental health alone is not set to get better. Therefore, we need to act. And while we manage the ongoing crisis, Europe needs structural changes to the way we decide and deal with health matters. This is precisely the whole purpose of our work in Brussels, to build a genuine European health union, which involves different strands of work. One of them, which will be the focus of our attention next year, is mental health. The President also mentioned it in her speech. She said that we will come with a new initiative for mental health at the European level. It will build on all the important work what is ongoing, notably under the EU Healthier Together initiative, the new EU strategic framework on health and safety at work, the recent care strategy. All these are elements of this new initiative to come. And without, of course, forgetting our proposals already on the table to address the negative effects of algorithmic management in the platform economy. Also launched several EU-funded projects to address specific issues around mental health, with over 21 million euros allocated in the past 2 years. As you can understand from the family of issues and initiatives I'm mentioning this morning, our intention is to make these efforts to the next level, to set the course for a more comprehensive approach, integrating all strands within a holistic approach that is more just the sum of its parts. This is a very complex arena, so we will need to listen, to consult, and to expand our thinking with those involved. There is no prescript or preordained choreography for this work. And that's precisely why I look forward to your contributions in the months to come. Dear friends, Minister, dear participants, to conclude, I wish once more to stress that our ultimate objective is to help improving the lives of our citizens and reduce the suffering of many. We need to do more if we are to stand up to our commitment to protect our citizens' health, promote social cohesion and prosperity, and grow collectively stronger as a union of democracies. This is part of the values we want to promote. This is who we are. This is Europe at its best. This is the European way of life. Thank you.
Ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ τον Αντιπρόεδρο της Ευρωπαϊκής Επιτροπής, κύριο
Thank you very much, Mr. Margaritis Schenas, Vice Chair of the EU, and thank you very much for all the battles that you give for life quality of people, and in particular about mental health issues, and with great interest on this specific topic, in particular mental health of Ukrainian women. Now, let's have a very, very short light lunch, and we'll be back. Thank you.
Καλησπέρα σας. Για όσους ήρθαν τώρα, καλώς ήρθατε στο πρώτο Wellbeingr Forum και στην ενότητα που αφορά την υγεία και την ευεξία των εργαζομένων στις επιχειρήσεις. Μαζί με ξεχωριστούς και διακεκριμένους...
Hello, welcome to this session. Today we will be talking about well-being and holistic health and developmental strategy of businesses. So I would like to call our excellent speakers to take their place at the podium, starting from Mr. Hatzidakis, Minister of Labor and Social Affairs. Please take your seat. Thank you. On the second one, thank you. Mrs. Manal Aziz, Senior Occupational Safety and Health Specialist, International Labour Organization, is going to be virtually with us. Mr. Sotirios Koupidis, Special Working Doctor, Chair of the Pan-Hellenic Federation of Social Cooperatives. Also, Ms. Rena Bardani, who's Chair of the Hellenic Institute for Occupational Health and Safety. Please, Ms. Bardani, take your seat. Thank you. That way. And last but not least, Mr. George Papadimitriou, partner of EY Greece, markets and accounts leader, Central Eastern and Southeastern Europe and Central Asia. So I would like to welcome you without any further ado with the first speech by Mr. Kostis Hatzidakis. Sir, if you may please come to the podium. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon, and thank you very much for the invitation of the organizers to attend this first Wellbeing Forum. I'm particularly happy to be in front of representatives of civil society and business persons that see mental health as one of the basic priorities for their employees themselves, as well as for their performance of their businesses. Today is International Mental Health Day. Ms. Rapti, Minister of Health, this reminds us that health is not something that is single-dimensional. In the government, we have proven in action that we emphasize on its protection. You will tell me this is something self-understood. Perhaps, however, we do not realize the effects that it may have if we had an integrated policy at this level. I believe that the government has proven it in the way it managed the great health crisis of coronavirus. Also in issues such as environmental protection and in terms of what we have done regarding safety, health and safety in a working environment, always trying through different actions to combine personal and professional life and therefore support the workforce and improve their day-to-day life. Working people pass 1/3 of their time at their work. The conditions under which they work are very important both for their physical and mental health. And despite the undoubted improvement of conditions in the last 10 years, many divergences may arise. The COVID pandemic and its consequences in the economy and in labor have shown in the most emphatic way how much strong national health systems are a necessity to be strengthened, and how health and safety policies need to be revised and improved. And of course, something that is not very widely discussed in Greece, because we remain in labor issues back of what was discussed in the 70s and the 80s. We have the great phenomenon of the great resignation, because people live in quest of a better life and in quest of a better reconciliation between personal and professional life. So we have the great quit. All this cannot leave and do not leave unaffected our government policy. Another survey has shown that problems having to do with health and safety are also related to the financial aspect. 4% of the GDP of the country is lost because of that. More money should be attributed in order to protect health and safety, so as to decrease the number of absenteeism up to 25%, as well as 25% less of treatment costs. So we can therefore improve effectiveness and performance indexes and have better financial results. So we have health, how day-to-day life is better organized, and on the other hand, we have savings for the health system and better productivity of businesses. It's not something little. It's a win-win situation. And it would be too much to reiterate that we have to stress these issues. I would like to assure you that we do what we should be doing. First of all, with the law for the protection of labor last year, we brought a series of regulations that cover the needs, cater for the needs of employees and businesses in the new era. We validated contracts 187 and 190 concerning safety and health and safety and harassment in labor environment. Both of them were, not for the Greek, but the European environment, very pioneer movements. Greece has been a trailblazer signing up both those contracts. We introduced the digital labor card, and here the basic target was to have the schedule, the working hours of the employee fully respected. But at the same time, with the digital card, by fully respecting the working hours, you can control any possible breaches from the part of the employer. So this is an intervention that has to do with today's topic. We started from banks and supermarkets by covering 110,000 employees, and we will get in the next period of time to insurance companies, public utilities, and the industry. We also talked with inspection agency, inspection authority, labor inspection authority, and we wanted to have more validity of all possible controls that may have been carried out. I told you about international contract for health and safety, about measures against harassment in the working environment. I told you about the digital working card. And let me also add the measures that we took for digital platforms. We regulated issues of self-employed at delivery services and courier services, so that all rights will be respected regarding health and safety. And we obliged businesses to provide them with equipment or otherwise give them what is needed, most of the time a motorbike. Also, we also established the right to disconnection. We are the third country to have accomplished that at European level, after Italy and France. This means that we have all the necessary mechanisms in place so that the working people will not be working for any further hours apart from what they are paid for, because teleworking must not be provided without any pay. In addition, in the same law, we also introduced regulation having to do with the reconciliation of personal life and professional life. I explained earlier. I need not reiterate that. In particular, young employees many times attach the same equal attention to this point as much as they do with their remuneration. We also established the paternity 14-day leave, and fathers can stay close to the newborn child during the first days after the birth. Parental leave for both parents was also established for both parents, with 2 months being subsidized by a public employment agency. Also, fathers' protection from firing was established, as well as management of working time after contact with the employee. If a mother, for instance, would like to work for 4 hours a day instead of 8, she may change her working schedule by according to her wishes and let's say work more extra hours on one day so that she can take one day off. Who are we to deny such a right? This is a regulation that is not only neoliberal, but also socially just and self-understood. Towards the same direction of reconciliation of personal and family life, also contributing are the multiplication of daycare centers. We have increased the number of daycare centers and the number of children that were
Θα υπάρχουν ταντάδες πληρωμένες από το κράτος σε περιοχές που δεν υπάρχει μεγάλη πυκνότητα βρεφονηπιακών σταθμών, ώστε οι μητέρες είναι οι γονείς γενικά να αφήνουν τα παιδιά τους.
To leave their children somewhere when they want to work. And we also promote the program for the creation of 120 venues for newborns and toddlers and young children, 120 such venues, so that working parents will be able to leave their children close or inside even the places where they work and feel better emotionally, knowing that they're closer to their children. Very recently, we approved of the national strategy for health and safety at labor up to 2027. We will not remain to this because problems are great. Labor accidents and problems are here, unfortunately, and you know that September has been a very, very bad month regarding those. So in collaboration with the employers, employees, representatives of the Hellenic Institute for Occupational Health and Safety, Mrs. Pardani is here. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to point out that I did not make any promises to you. I just referred to applied policies, not measures for the reconciliation of family and professional life. I told you about specific measures. It is an addition of policies. It's a total of policies that follow the current trends, in particular among young parents, and mainly the need for the employee to feel safe, healthy in his or her labor place, and most of all feel that the state is a modern state that monitors current tendencies and is next to the average person, in particular the young employee, by doing what the most advanced European countries do. We are in an ongoing effort and we want to readapt and intensify our efforts. Thank you very much.
Nagia. Thank you very much, Mr. Minister. Indeed, you shared with us best practices as well as legislative framework that are conducive to the improvement of the business world. Now, I would like to give the floor to Ms. Manal Azi. She will connect with the forum from Switzerland, International Labour Organization. Can we start?
Yes, hello. Thank you so much. Thank you for this invitation. I am Manal Azif from the International Labour Organization. I'm based here in Geneva, in Switzerland, in our headquarters. Very pleased to join this conference, and unfortunately I could not be with you there, and very pleased to hear the minister's speech and all the good policies that protect lives at work and working conditions in Greece. Please allow me then to share my screen to quickly maybe discuss some of the mental health concerns and updates and occupational safety and health updates from us here. Sorry. Yeah. I think now you can see my presentation.
Yes.
So just a quick reminder for some of you who may not be very familiar with the International Labour Organization, which is one of the oldest UN agencies, over 100 years old today. And we're very particular, and it's something we like to stress, it's one of the agencies that are governed not only by governments, but also by workers and employers. So we are represented by unions and employers who actually adopt and draft with us our international standards and conventions. And our mission is quite clear, and as was mentioned by the minister earlier, social justice, decent work, and different rights at work are at the heart of the mandate of the International Labour Organization. And we have developed up today more than 190 conventions, international standards that are binding for countries that actually ratify them. And 20 of these conventions are around safety and health at work, and 20 recommendations. So over 40 instruments and standards revolve around the protection of physical and mental health of workers in all workplaces. I cannot start my presentation without quickly saying, talking about the latest development that happened in June in the International Labour Conference this past June. For the first time in history, a safe and healthy working environment has been recognized as a fundamental principle and right at work. So previously, globally, we have recognized that, the elimination of child labor, forced labor, freedom of association, discrimination issues are already fundamental principles, rights at work. And now we have been able to add this fifth principle and right, which is the safe and healthy working environment, which will make big changes in the world in terms of protections, including the need to actually implement the provisions in 2 of our new conventions on OSH, which are our fundamental conventions today, Convention 155 and Convention 187. I see that Greece has already ratified Convention 187, which sets out a really good national system for managing safety and health, but there's also the basic OSH Convention of 155. Back to our topic of today, another recent publication that we jointly published with the World Health Organization is a policy brief on mental health and the world of work and the mental health at work. The WHO, also with the support of the ILO and different parties for the past number of years, have worked on developing guidelines on mental health and work. They are now also available for everyone. And the policy brief that was developed jointly with the ILO gives more of a practical guidance and recommendations on how we can implement and put in place interventions that prevent and promote mental health and also support people living with mental health at work. So it is really timely that today on 10 October, Mental Health Day, we are able to focus on work and mental health and work during this day. Because it's no secret that the problem is huge, and with the pandemic, the problem has only increased. So with 60% people who actually participate in the labor force, 1 out of these 6 adults are suffering from a mental health concern. So we can use the workplace as a place where we can prevent risks to be exposed to mental health or prevent exacerbating some mental health concerns. And we can also support people who have pre-existing conditions, that the workplace becomes a good environment for them to thrive. We don't need to even talk about the costs, and we are not just talking direct costs in terms of measuring productivity that is lost, but also indirect costs to the society as a whole that can also be measured, in health costs and others to this mental health, I would say, pandemic that we are living today, that is very intertwined and interlinked with how we work, our working conditions, our working arrangements. So there's around $1 trillion in cost to doing nothing about mental health, and 12 billion working days lost every year due to people living with depression and anxiety. So this new policy brief that we developed with the WHO really aims to discuss what are the important interventions we can do to prevent exposure to risks at work. And we're talking about psychosocial risks at work. What can we do to actually promote health and promote mental health at work? And what can we do to support people living with mental health conditions? A quick overview of what we are talking about, some of the common psychosocial risks at work are related to the equipment we have. And obviously today, with many people working in hybrid situations, remote work, working from home, from different spots that are not assigned and assumed to be workplaces, the physical environments, the ergonomics of the way we sit and use our tools, the temperature and connections for technology all play a role in increasing or decreasing the stress level that we may be facing. Also, workload, work pace, work schedule that need to be managed in an appropriate and smart way can be sometimes the cause of a burden, a psychosocial burden, when we don't have enough time to break, when we're not clear on our job tasks, and there's this job non-clarity in our jobs. Work-life balance, and I was happy to hear the minister earlier discussing the new leave policies for parental leave for both men and women, fathers and mothers, which is really important. But it also really, brings us back to the issue of how do we manage and, understand the blurred line today between our workplaces that could be from our homes and that could be our working lives, and continue to have that kind of balance today, and the flexibility that was also mentioned in terms of hours of work. Are we still working in a community and a society that functions from 9 to 5, or are we working at different ways that could be more flexible and that suit people in order to attend to their various tasks, whether related to their homes or related to their paid jobs? So violence and harassment, the ILO really worked a lot in the past few years on this issue, and we have launched a global convention on violence and harassment in the world of work, which covers both psychological violence, cyberbullying, and other physical violence. And this is not just between managers and subordinates, but really between workers and third parties. These parties could be patients, as we saw during the COVID-19 pandemic, lots of violence cases in the healthcare sector. But also it could be between students and different clients that can be faced either way with the occurrence of violence. And lack of job security, which is also another recurrent issue that the world is facing, can have direct interlinkages between our mental health and stress at work. So the impact, no need to go further into this, obviously, and we will hear our colleagues in other presentations in a while. The psychological responses we have to these different stress levels, they could not only be, the anxiety, depression, exhaustion, but also physical reactions that could be digestive, dermatological, and other. And we also notice from an occupational health perspective and occupational safety perspective that there is an increase in accidents when people, are not feeling well on a mental level as well. So this all leads to increased presentism, absenteeism, and decreased productivity. My two final slides really take out some key points from the report, the joint policy brief between the ILO and WHO on mental health at work, and the need to prevent by reshaping our working environments to minimize all of these psychosocial risks that we listed, but also to proactively promote mental health. So it's not about waiting for things to happen and only reacting when people, take absence of leave, of sick leave, achieve due to their situations, but really trying to make an enabling environment where people can succeed and have all the support needed in terms of all our workplace policies, in terms of human resource policies, performance appraisals, and all sorts of interdisciplinary initiatives needed to manage mental health at work. And finally, of course, trying to accommodate for people that can have mental disorders. My last slide is on the cross-cutting actions that we need to be taking. We've noticed a major finding in most of our studies is that when we have worker participation, when workers are free and able to actively participate, from policy setting to consultation to implementation of certain activities around mental health, there's a higher likelihood of success, obviously, for our interventions around mental health. We need to remember that there needs to be a regulatory framework at the national level before we can ask our workplaces to actually apply these issues. And we also need certain budgets to be focused on mental health. So we can't say, our country is developing so much around mental health, but we don't have an assigned budget to have the right institutions, the right people, and the right professionals and experts working and researching, finding new evidence in the area of mental health. And finally, leadership, and we heard leadership earlier before me today. And by the mere fact of having this global well-being conference you have today, this is leadership. This is leading by example, where our leaders and politicians and policymakers at the workplace level, but also at the national level, take it upon themselves to give priority to the issue of mental health globally, but mental health from a workplace perspective, where we can actually have a lot of influence and impact not only our workers, but also the communities where they come from and their families. So this is just a very quick summary, and some linkages are here, which you can also find on our website at the International Labour Organization. Very happy to join and happy to hear to my peers and colleagues on this panel. Thank you.
Dr. Aziz, thank you for your input. I just wanted you to clarify something for our audience. You mentioned, I think it was back on slide 3, that is a safe and healthy working environment is now recognized first time as a fundamental principle and right at work for the employees. What does this mean? What does this newly recognized right mean for the employee as well-being in the workplace?
Thank you for that question. Obviously, this means that today every worker around the world can claim that right. So earlier we needed to have these conventions ratified, then we needed to wait for every country to translate these provisions and standards into their national law. Today, when something becomes fundamental, it means every country has to show progress made, and they have to report back to the ILO on what they are doing to put in place these mental health, these protections for safety and health. And these fundamental conventions that I mentioned, so Convention 155, for example, clearly mentions that well-being is the protection of health, physical health, but also mental health. And the employer's duty is actually to take every measure possible to prevent and protect mental health at work. So this fundamental principle, right at work, has a direct link to improving mental health, because it has become a direct right that people can actually claim. And now governments around the world need to report to the ILO, even if they don't immediately make, regulatory changes, they need to report on the progress they are making on a yearly basis, even if they have not ratified our conventions, on what progress they have made in this regard.
Thank you, Dr. Aziz. Thank you so much for your inputs from the ILO. And with that, we conclude your part and we go to our next speaker. Ο κύριος Σωτήριος Σκουπίδης θα πρέπει να είναι, νομίζω, διαδικτυακά μαζί μας. Καλησπέρα σας, κύριε Σκουπίδη.
Mr. Sotirios Koupidis will be with us on the internet, via the internet, not by physical presence. Can you hear us? Mr. Koupidis, can you hear us? Not yet. Okay, I don't know whether you can hear me now. Yes, Mr. Koupidis, you may start. Thank you. Okay, good. Thank you. Distinguished ministers, distinguished members of this panel, I'm so happy to be among you, even by via a computer. We want to, I was not able to be with you in physical presence because COVID evidently exists. It likes being among us. It causes COVID, post-COVID, long COVID, morbidity, mortality to vulnerable and non-vulnerable citizens. Allow me to share with you a few thoughts. COVID-19 actually does not hurt deeply in general healthy people. It only hurts the very vulnerable ones. I do not fear death personally because thanks to systematic vaccination and with all the measures that have been taken, I do not fear. Of course, I am sad, I am upset, and I feel unhappy for not being there. However, I will try to make my own contribution to the topic of this conference. First of all, we need to protect health from the ongoing SARS-CoV-2 pandemic, which is a threat for public health. My second ascertainment is, and trying to coordinate myself with you, is that mental health and well-being of a population, of a country, or of a beautiful island of Castellorizo or Psara, or an urban neighborhood or a professional population has to do with public health, not of public health services, and also with the area of public health, community health, which is supposed to be promoting health, protecting health, and help people make informed choices. Of course, mental health emanates from public health and community health, that is to say, the art that takes all the determinants of life, and takes into consideration all these factors. And all these are connected with both physical and mental health. The catalyst in all this is the work doctor, and unless this doctor helps in this case, he is probably of not much help. He is of a significant presence. Now, when you abolish their right to be there, you might even see the increase of labor accidents. The first thought with which I lead this first unit is that mental health and well-being are interconnected with the community and public health.
Με τη συμπερίληψη στην ομάδα και την ενεργό συμμετοχή σε αυτήν επαγγελματιών και λειτουργών δημόσιας υγείας ως καταλυτών αυτών των διεργασιών. Και μέσα από αυτή την τεκμηριωμένη προσέγγιση και το συστημικό.
And through this systemic and systematic control, improvement of mental health will also improve effectiveness and performance of both employees and the businesses they work in. Further,
στο κυρίως πιάτο, γιατί αυτό ήταν μόνο το ορυκτικό της σημερινής παρέμβασης, και με το καπέλο τώρα του...
And with the hat of the chair of the Pan-Hellenic Confederation of Corporate Social Corporations, that accelerates mental health of employees, which in many cases is not evident, not guaranteed either. On the contrary, there may be severe mental health disturbance. However, start taking it from top, the working environment is an environment for the promotion of individual health, but also a space for the promotion of corporate health. All of these corporations have signed up an agreement also from the Ministry of Labor. It is documented that KISPE, our confederation, is a pioneer in helping 63% of vulnerable groups that so much need work. Also, they are accelerators and forming agents of mental health. In the cooperative of Corfu Island, it was documented that 6 years before there were 5,099 less days of hospitalization and 3,500 more days of valuable work. What is also very significant and concluding is that the working people that have mental health issues resisted to fake news. Ms. Chrisa Marteka, vice chair of our federation, cited in a speech of hers and asked for everyone to keep their courage, to keep their calm, believe in their ideals. And one last item, we were pioneers in vaccination with almost zero COVID outbreaks. And we did not stop providing our services, and nobody felt alone during this pandemic.
All this was achieved through a trust feeling that was developed during all these years. So, once again, I would like to thank Ms. Rapti and all political leaderships that believed in this institution and let Kispe have a small part in cleaning services and catering business. And finally, the way of supported employment is the way of well-being of employees and development of businesses. What comes from the future? This government has been a pioneer in the Bill of Law number 4675, also national program for the socio-economic health was presented and suggested main actions was the operation of 7 specialized day centers for the support of employees of general population, people with mental disorders, as well as businesses and organizations. We need, however, more synergies, collaboration of all the parties, the catalyst, and the federation is at the disposal of the present political leadership, aiming to claim and ask for more working posts for people with mental health issues. The Federation is working systematically on it. We're all working together. And on this final transparency, I want to show the party collaboration that we have with the responsibility of the current political leadership. You can see the former Minister of Health and the current Minister being together at celebration event of our federation. Let's have no exclusions. On the contrary, let's have more and more inclusions. Thank you very much, Mr. Koupidis. Thank you very much. All the best to you, and hopefully next year we will meet in person. And now we will give the floor to Ms. Bardani, who will talk to us about the actions taken by the Hellenic Occupation Health and Safety Institute. If you have actions from other countries that you could share with us, maybe this would help us even more. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for the invitation and congratulations on this event and all the best for the future. Indeed, when you told me the title, Occupational Health and Safety and Developmental Strategy of the Businesses, I thought, okay, we're going to talk about the self-evident, because for me, these are self-evident. On the other hand, well-being means a different thing to different people. And well-being improves our daily life of all of us. On the other hand, businesses, for many years now, call their employees as assets. So Is there anything more? Is there anything better than having satisfied employees? So these are the two elements that confirms that the well-being of employees helps the developmental course of a business. At this point, I would like to say that when it comes to these two important issues, that is personal satisfaction and the benefit for the businesses, we need to take into account that well-being now constitutes a measurable value for people. We should not forget that, since I believe that this will be the catalyst for the future. Young people, the millennials or the generation X or Z, corrects the speaker, the generation Z, has these issues as a main priority. They place particular attention to all these issues of mental health. If they perceive that mental health is even more important than salary. So these trends should be well understood and facilitated. At this point, I would like to say that in 2013, the European Union, and more specifically the European Organization for Health and Safety, drafted a questionnaire in which many enterprises from around the world took part. They had to answer questions pertaining to well-being. This study was actually called Well-being in the Workspace. It's worth going through this study because during the 9 years that have passed since then, many changes have been made. And these changes actually show what has been the trajectory of businesses from around the world. They also show how the mentality has shifted in different countries and gives also great examples and best practices. Of course, globalization is not something new, but still, the changes in the workspace, the new forms of work, the new ways of work, the demographic problem, and I mean by that the aging of the population, which is very important and concerns all the European countries, as well as the immigration crisis and the increase in female employment. All these can actually make up a completely different landscape where the issues of well-being, and I'm not talking only about health and safety, because according to the European Organization for Health and Safety, these two are included in well-being. But if we want to be more practical, it's better to focus right now on well-being. So what we need to focus on are certain examples that can be used in any workspace, regardless of the size and regardless of the sector. I insist on that because there are some mentalities according to which all these practices aiming at the improvement of well-being could only be used by big multinationals and not by small, medium enterprises, which of course constitute the backbone of the Greek economy. However, I don't share this view because we have seen that all the actions that can be taken more easily and more effectively by small, medium enterprises, and even more so by family businesses. So we should focus on these good examples and make the most of them. We, as a occupational health and safety institute, we are trying to include all these issues in every training we provide, even trainings that are institutionalized and certified by the Ministry of Labor. And in any program, in all of these programs and trainings, we include issues of well-being. Why? Because we want to inform people about the importance of well-being. We want to inform the HR executives. We want to inform all the decision makers and anyone in an enterprise. We want these issues to become known to a wider public, first starting from the business and then reaching the entire community. Last but not least, I would like to say that we are going to implement some actions for the young, even for the young that haven't started working yet. People who are studying in professional schools or in vocational high schools, 15-year-olds, in other words, that will soon start working. We need to invest in training them so as to change the culture, because we know that culture plays a predominant role when it comes to these issues. That's all I wanted to share with you, and I hope that we will see more positive steps being taken in the future. Let's hope that we won't talk about this only on the International Day for Mental Health, but throughout the year. Thank you very much. And we will conclude with Mr. Papadimitriou from Ernst & Young.
Αγαπητέ κύριε Υπουργέ, κυρίες και κύριοι.
Dear Minister, ladies and gentlemen, I believe that everyone in the market accepts that the advisory sector, which I represent, operates in a very demanding working environment. Over time, we have developed a client-centric culture that is highly demanding, a culture that is accompanied by a sense of duty and responsibility vis-à-vis our clients. Generations of executives have grown in a culture that dictates that you don't only need to respond to the expectations of the clients, but exceed them. If we could shed some light on the daily life of some colleagues of ours from the wider sector, we would hear some of the following dialogues. Just as I was about to complete a very difficult and demanding task and relax a bit, then a new tsunami hit me. Even worse, just when I started my summer holidays and I had arrived on the island, the client called me on the phone in order to tell me that they needed right there and right now a new analysis. And just as I thought that I had the team that I needed in order to complete the task, the resignation of two of the members of the team doubled the stress and the anxiety that the rest of the members felt. These are not extreme examples. They are a realistic depiction, a part of the reality that has been existing for decades now. Of course, there are far more interesting and more beautiful views. And if it wasn't the case, then this sector wouldn't be still so attractive for so many young people. But still, they are a reality in an environment that has become more and more stressful. The improvement of the working conditions does not pertain only to the advisory companies. Acknowledging the size of the problem, in 2021, and in cooperation with HELAS EAP and the Laboratory of Experimental Psychology of the Psychology Department of the University of Athens, we initiated a large-scale study for the mental health and well-being of employees in Greece. The findings that we got from this survey were very interesting. According to this, 40% of the employees cannot possibly manage the stress they experience. 35% feel pessimism for the future, 70% irritation, 50% loneliness, whereas 45% start their working day feeling tired. It is also very concerning the fact that these percentages are even worse when we take a look at the population of women or of younger employees. It is also very clear that the employees expect more from all of us. Only 4 out of 10 employees in the private sector and just 1 out of 10 employees in the public sector state that they feel that their organization is interested in them or that it takes care of their mental health and well-being. So as we can understand, the problem is quite large and quite serious. But if we want to sound a little bit more optimistic, we need to say that now we can see more and more clients becoming more aware about well-being issues of their employees. I'm in the pleasant position to share with you that EY has undertaken, in cooperation with the General Secretary of Human Resources of the public sector, an important project pertaining to the establishment of a framework for well-being in the public sector. An important project that is implemented for the very first time in Greece and constitutes a milestone for the country and is implemented in the context of the transformation program with the funding of the European Union. The Ministry of Interior Affairs acknowledges the importance of well-being since it leads to the increase of productivity and performance of civil servants. This very important action will contribute to the drafting of targeted actions that will be based on real and measurable data that we will get from a survey that we will conduct in the public sector. But also in our company, EY, we are committed to develop an environment where the employees will be able to make the most of their skills and capabilities and at the same time manage the daily stress so as to become more productive and thus contribute to the labor sector, to the economy and to the society. During the last few years, we are trying to ask and to listen attentively to our people. Every 3 months, we organize the Listening Pulse survey, which includes a series of questions, some of which pertain to well-being. We also try new forms of work, flexible ones, something that we had started even before the pandemic. We respect diversity, we embrace diversity, and we implement clear policies pertaining to diversity and inclusion. And we learn to adapt to the different styles and personalities through a series of focus groups that we organize at different levels of our business. Despite the very positive steps that have been made, we know that we haven't reached the point we would like to. We are fully aware that we need to do much more. We need to do more in order to build a more human labor culture, to develop more flexible forms of work, or even to improve the workspaces overall, and we are determined to do so. But most of all, we need a new model of leadership. That is why we have developed a global strategy that has the well-being at its core, at the core of our business model, since our utmost objective is to make the professional world a better world. This model has 3 basic pillars. The first pillar is the one we call Better Me, and guides each employee to grow and develop, always on the basis of a better well-being. The second pillar, what we call Better Us, pertains to the creation and operation of effective teams. And the third pillar is called Building a Better Working World. In the context of this leadership model, we start from strengthening our people so as to make decisions for their self-improvement, because it is clear that everything starts from us, from each and every one of us, with a personal commitment for self-leadership and for self-progress. We are the ones to set the example, always by respecting our values and ourselves. We need to admit that we have lost days from our personal life. We will be the ones to set the boundaries between personal and working life. We and all the people in leading positions have to listen to the needs of the employees so as to create a better working world. And since in this journey we need allies, since in this effort to develop a better working world we need allies, we need to support the work and operation of Wellbeingr. So everything starts from us, and based on a beautiful saying, the best moment to plant a tree is 20 years before, and the immediately better moment is today. So now, to the extent that each and everyone can, and me personally, as a young director of EY in Greece, we have to commit that we will give our best in order to develop a better working world where the well-being of our people will be at the epicenter. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Papadimitriou. And yes, we need allies because it starts from us, but it's a long journey. And in this journey, we also have the Ministry of Labor, also the Hellenic Institute for Health and Safety, the ILO, everyone. Thank you very much for being here, and happy follow-up to the rest of the program. Thank you very much, Mr. Minister, for being here with us. Ms. Fanariotti, Mr. Papadimitriou, Ms. Bardani, Mr. Koupidis, Ms. Atsi, and Mr. Hatzidakis. Also, Ms. Fanariotti, happy birthday, and Ms. Anastasiadou, who's with us and does the sign language translation. Let us always have joy. Happy birthday to both of you. You have contributed to the success of this forum a lot. Happy birthday. And the song. Happy birthday. And please, the speakers from the next panel are kindly requested to come to the podium. Mrs. Handakara, you take over now.
Καλησπέρα και από μένα, ακούτε καλά. Για να συνεχίσω την προηγούμενη συζήτηση.
Good afternoon. Taking it from the previous discussion, everything is done on the basis of synergies, and I would like to welcome you to the next session concerning the modern tendencies and strategies for the boost of mental health and well-being. First of all, I would like to thank you for inviting me to coordinate this session. I work at the Benaki Museum, and I also work with the American Embassy with for the promotion of museums. So I have a double joy for joining forces with Wellbeingr. I want to stress how important it is to live happy and show how important it is to have culture and civilization as an extra assisting element for well-being and mental health. We have Mr. Nikolaos Yatromalakis, Minister of Culture and Sport, Ms. Sofia Chandaka, and we also have Dr. Jess Bone, Research Fellow in Epidemiology and Statistics of UCL Research Department of Behavioral Science and Health, Institute of Epidemiology and Healthcare. In the end, there will be time for questions. So the Minister, Mr. Nikolaos Yatromalakis, is kindly requested to take his seat and or rather to come over to the podium. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, good morning. I'm so happy to be here with you today at this very significant conference for mental health. Perhaps the presence of a minister from the Ministry of Culture was not very evident, but by the end, the reason for my presence here will have become clear by the end of my speech. A few years ago, back in 2019, WHO issued a report on the impact of art on mental health. Actually, this research was an overview of many smaller surveys conducted not only in Europe but throughout the world, and studied the impact of art in mental health. This WHO research has analyzed 3,000 different studies, and we currently have a clear-cut conclusion that indeed, yes, art can contribute to health, both physical and mental, and can contribute to two different levels. One being at prevention and promotion of health, and the other one is management and treatment. At the first leg, having to do with prevention and promotion, the findings of this research have shown that art can affect the social factors of health. We know from other surveys that social level, living standard, life quality is directly linked with the life quality of people. Also, they play a substantial role in the development of children, so this is where we get prevention. They encourage behaviors that promote good health, and also promote good health with the promotion of messages with positive behaviors and support care, provision of care. But what was also shown is that also in treatment and management, there's a role for art to play. People who are mentally ill can be helped a lot. The contribution of culture to people that are ill or also their carers can be helped greatly. People with neurodevelopmental disorders, support of non-communicable diseases that are currently number one reason of death, and also contribute to palliative care. What do we do as a government on the basis of all this? First of all, I would just say that until now, the Ministry of Culture had developed, and its bodies had developed actions mainly linked to culture and disabled persons. There we have another sort of programming. Universal access is our target, and we have many projects and many examples of actions. To give you an example, the National Museum of Modern Art, which after 20 years has started working, has already developed a very significant and serious project for the visit of at the music of people that are in the spectrum of autism. As you know, some special noise and light exposure are a must for these people, and there's a map and signaling throughout the museum so that a person that is within the spectrum of autism will not have any problem while visiting the museum. Also, the Center for Education of the blind and people with vision problems has a special project. So what we do does not see those people as consumers of culture, but also as actors. So for the first time last year, the National Theatre signed up an agreement, a contract with an actor that has Down syndrome. We also have mixed groups of people who dance and sing together. All these are part of a wider strategy and have been inserted in the National Action Plan for Disability. And this is where we have a great difference. And when digital disability card starts working, we will have cultural visits being the first testers. On the occasion of this report by the WHO, and as we were planning our suggestions to integrate in the recovery fund so as to strengthen our national economies after the pandemic, we were wondering how the culture could play a preventing and economic role in health, and how the cultural bodies could also work as centers for health services. I worked with Zoe Rapti. Last September, we signed up a memorandum of understanding, between Ministry of Culture and Ministry of Health. The budget is 10 million, and we have prescription of culture for mental health. How do we do that? With initiatives and projects. I'll give you some examples. And with the collaboration of the different bodies, we also carry out a large research project and education and training projects that bring together cultural workers with health workers, so that both sides will be able to manage patients, and so that health workers will be able to understand how cultural prescription can help with mental health issues, along with the rest of the prescription a person may have. And in addition, we, as Ministry of Culture, support and fund the bodies of culture in order to come up with such programs. For instance, there is an art program at the National Modern Art Museum. There is also another program for the people with chronic pain. In Salonika, there is another program concerning how music and music waves can improve the life of patients with Parkinson's disease. Another program where services addressing professionals and of mental health and patients of mental health will be receiving services by attending dance events or music events or theater events. Another program on the island of Lesbos, where the psychiatric warden of the hospital will be working with the daycare center of for the disabled, and also in Mammoth, where there is a modern arts museum. There will be some special program for the oncological patients. So the two ministries will be jointly planning an integrated program starting from prevention of general population. Also not forgetting some special groups such as women, children, and adolescents. Another part with people that may be ill but live independently, and another part of people that are mentally ill and do not live independently. And with implementation of these programs, we will be studying the effectiveness they have, and at the same time we'll be training the professionals of health and civilization. And we conclude this circle with the prescription of culture in the health program. There are not many countries that already run this, the UK, and this is why we'll be listening with great interest the next speaker. In Europe, there are another two countries that have started it, also Australia, but it's not very much disseminated, and this is why the EU Commission has shown particular interest for this initiative of the Greek government, and it's monitoring the course it has, because it thinks it might be internationally good practice about how culture can also contribute in the issue of health. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Yatromanolakis. I keep notes of how important it is to promote inclusion and universal accessibility. It is very important to everyone. Moreover, cooperations. We in Museum Benaki, we have a cooperation with the Lighthouse for the Blind, which has proven to be a very effective cooperation. And of course, the importance of research and scientific data, which will be presented to us by the British speaker that will take the floor right away. She will talk to us about the science of well-being, the mechanism of the brain. We can support these two by using data. So I would like to welcome Ms. Bone.
Kalispera, thank you for having me. I'm just going to put it on the screen. Can you hear me okay? And can you see my slides? So today I'm going to talk more about the research evidence on the role of culture and arts in improving mental health and well-being. But first, I wanted to focus a bit on what do we mean by the arts and culture when we do this research. So a common definition is that the arts should provide kind of imaginative experiences and emotional responses and involve elements of creativity and novelty. And we think that they should be valued in their own right and not just in terms of the end product that people produce. And as you can see here, the arts can be a whole range of activities. So when we talk about arts and culture, it's really broad. So they can include digital arts, performing, visual arts, design, as well as things like creative hobbies, community groups, culture, and heritage. So when we talk about arts and culture, this could range from activities like playing an instrument, to visiting a museum, to being part of a group that does photography, for example, and everything in between those activities. So in the UK, there are over 1 million arts venues and groups, and I'm sure that number is similar in Greece as well. So then kind of getting down to the real question, what is the evidence for the impact of arts and culture on mental health and well-being? And in this review for the WHO, which the Minister has already talked about, we identified over 3,000 research studies that test the impact of arts and culture on health and well-being. And these studies use a really wide range of research methodologies, and they range from kind of population-based longitudinal surveys, so they include kind of thousands of people and ask people about the kind of arts and culture that they do in their everyday lives, to kind of randomized controlled trials where people test a really specific intervention to see whether there is causal evidence that that can improve mental health and well-being. And the Minister did a brilliant job of summarizing the evidence from this review, so I'm not going to go over that, but I just really wanted to reinforce that there is so much evidence that the arts can benefit mental health and well-being, both in terms of prevention and promotion of well-being, and also the management and treatment of existing mental health problems. I also wanted to focus a bit more on the evidence for mental health and well-being, as there's so many research studies showing just how beneficial arts and culture can be. So, for example, things like photography and songwriting have been shown to reduce people's distress. Also, going to community groups or doing creative activities like cooking or baking are all associated with lower rates of depression in older adults. We've also found that listening to music and singing can help people to manage symptoms of psychosis. And similarly, arts and culture can be beneficial to kind of age-specific mental health problems. So they can help young people to prevent the development of adjustment problems, and also to prevent cognitive decline and dementia in older adults as well. And there's also lots and lots of research showing that arts and culture can influence all kinds of aspects of well-being. So we found in one study that attending community arts groups was associated with all of the kind of positive aspects of well-being. So people who attended these groups were more likely to be happier, be more satisfied with their lives, and to report having more purpose in their lives. And this was not an intervention study. So this just asked people about kind of groups that they were already going to in their everyday lives. So there we're really seeing a benefit of a kind of everyday engagement in the arts and culture. And we've also found in another study looking at the other end of life, so looking at younger people, we found that younger people who attended more extracurricular arts activities reported higher levels of social support. So this is really important because we know that their social networks are really intricately linked with their well-being. So to summarize, there is a kind of whole range of evidence indicating that arts and culture can benefit mental health and well-being. So I think that leads on to the next question, which is how exactly do arts and culture affect mental health and well-being? And I think this is really important for understanding why we should be encouraging people to engage in these activities. So we've published a couple of reviews recently where we tried to identify the mechanisms that might link arts and culture to mental health and well-being. So in this recent review on the left, which was published in the Lancet Psychiatry, my team identified over 600 mechanisms that might be at play here. So these mechanisms can be grouped into factors that are psychological, biological, social, behavioral, and health behaviors. And I'd like to outline some of them now because I think they can help us to understand just how arts and culture is influencing our mental health and well-being. So thinking first about the psychological factors, we found that doing arts and cultural activities can improve people's moods. It can help them to learn more about themselves, who they are as a person, and develop a sense of self. It can also increase their self-esteem and their self-confidence, and it also can build their mental resources to make them more resilient. Then thinking about the kind of biological mechanisms. So we've also found studies showing that different arts and cultural activities can influence brain function, as well as the immune system, as well as cardiovascular function, and also people's physical health and performance. And this is obviously somewhat linked to the level of exercise that activities might include. So things like dance might be better for someone's cardiovascular function than something like painting. But this isn't always the case, as there's lots of evidence that even listening to music can improve people's brain function. And then thinking about the social elements of arts and culture, I think these are often the kind of most obvious, because lots of these community-based activities are very social in nature, and they can provide people with more social interactions and social relationships, as well as a kind of new network of people with similar interests, as well as increasing people's social support and reducing loneliness, and helping people to develop new social identities within their lives. Another mechanism that I mentioned was the kind of behavioral mechanisms. So these are things like helping people to develop healthier habits, to improve their motivations to engage in different behaviors, and also to help them with decision making. And then the final type of factors I wanted to mention were other kind of health behaviors. So we found that participating in the arts might make people more likely to do kind of other positive behaviors. So things like exercising and eating more healthily, and also make them less likely to engage in unhealthy behaviors. So things like drinking alcohol and using other substances. So in these reviews, we've identified hundreds of these mechanisms, and this table is just a kind of brief illustration that those I mentioned are a really tiny fraction of all the ways that arts and culture might help to improve mental health and well-being. Given all of this evidence, what is next? I think one clear path forwards that the ministers already mentioned is through social or cultural prescribing. And what we found in the UK is that there are some real inequalities in access to arts and culture. So there are demographic, socioeconomic, and health-related factors that all determine how likely people are to be able to participate in arts and culture. So in the UK, white women from privileged backgrounds with a high income and good mental health are much more likely to access the arts and culture. And these factors are really similar to the factors that determine their well-being. So this means that the people who could benefit most from arts and culture are often those who aren't able to participate in it. So to mitigate this, there's lots of increasing interest in social prescribing, where people are referred to activities in the community, as the ministers described already, and this aims to improve their quality of life. And these kinds of programs have typically been targeted at specific individuals in the past, so often older adults or those who are socially isolated or have long-term health conditions. But there is increasing interest, including here in Greece, that rolling them out more broadly may benefit a far wider range of people. Unfortunately, at the moment, the evidence still does kind of lag behind the practice, and most of the evidence is from the UK. So NHS England in the last few years have invested in 1,000 new social prescribing workers, and it is their role to refer people to these activities in the community. And our kind of early analyses have suggested that incorporating social prescribing into the healthcare system in this way has led to lower demand for appointments with doctors, shorter appointments, reduced workload, and also a financial return on this investment. However, we are currently doing lots more evaluation of social prescribing, as we want to work out who is using it, whether it is improving their health and well-being, and how it might be doing that. And I think this is a really exciting point to end on that kind of ties in really well with what the minister was saying, as we hope there was going to be lots more research in this area in the future and lots more evidence to talk about. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Jessica. Thank you very much for all the discussion. It seems that research has gone far away into understanding the different levels of engagement of the mind and of the body into the arts. I will quickly pass to our next speaker, and maybe at the end we'll have a bit more time for discussion on some matters. What I find interesting is very much the role of museums. Of course, I'm a museums person, so I will talk about museums. As third places, we call them sometimes. It's kind of what the Deputy Minister said, that places that are safe, the places of confidence where people can do more than just the usual visits. And this is something that's happening more and more into museums, and museums can change lives. In the UK, they have big campaigns about loneliness, but even about further issues. For example, now they're inviting people over to keep warm due to the energy crisis. So museums can do a lot to the psyche of the people, and they can really help them feel human and social again. So I'm going to invite our third speaker. I'm going to switch in Greek. Μιλούσα αγγλικά τώρα, συγγνώμη. Η κυρία Leondi, η οποία...
Ms. Leondi will be talking to us, is representative of company that will allow us to know how things work with art and culture and people with dementia and loss of memory. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for letting us participate in today's conference. The Athens Alzheimer's Society is celebrating its 20th year as of its foundation. I will show you how we have included civilization in all of our actions. First of all, I would like to mention that the Athens Alzheimer Society was founded in 2002. It employs 75 employees. It has 65 active volunteers and 5,500 members. There are 5 day centers for people with dementia. Special place for special personnel for care at home and 94 consultation stations throughout the country. You can visit our website for more details, athensalzheimer.gr. Suggestively, here is a summary of what we've done during these 20 years. We have served 11,000 families with care at home. 110,000 people with dementia have been served at the day centers and along with their carers. And there's also the special hotline 1102 for dementia, where we have received over 12,000 calls. First of all, dementia. Dementia is a syndrome including the drop of mental operations, functionality, and disturbances in the behavior. Alzheimer is behind 60 to 70% of cases having to do with dementia. According to International Alzheimer's Disease, every 3 seconds, one person is diagnosed with dementia. Up to 2015, the people with dementia will have reached 139 million, costing $1.3 trillion. So it's a major financial and social problem throughout the world. Now, regarding Greece, we currently have 160,000 people with dementia and 280,000 people with mild mental disturbance. There are 2 to 3 carers per patient, and it has to do with 1 million Greek citizens. And it costs to the Greek state about 3 billion euros. Now, about carers, that may be from the family itself or some paid person. This load may be either physical or financial or mental and emotional. Another significant point is the stigma regarding dementia. One of the basic obstacles that prevents people from feeling active members of the society. They present social withdrawal and they sense embarrassment. we should have dementia-friendly communities, facilitate access of people with dementia in the cultural life of their country, understanding of their needs, and creation of needs of services that are suitable for them. Regarding the therapeutical usage of art and culture, through non-pharmaceutical intervention that we implement both at prevention as well as intervention level, has been seen through international literature that it improves cognitive functions. It is a strong means of expression and communication, particularly if we think that for most people with dementia, verbal communication is very hard. It boosts emotional expression, their imagination and creativity, and it gives them a sense of self-effectiveness, and it seriously reduces stress, depression, and the different behavioral and psychiatric symptoms of dementia. So I will be presenting you some projects, some actions of the society based on the strengths of culture and art at prevention and intervention levels. First of all, Art Heals within the framework of International Alzheimer's Month. It's a painting exhibition. It runs until end of October, where 60 artists have presented their works. These works are offered without any money, and it is important to let all artists know that they should be acting towards a common the good of some fellow citizens. Also, a blueprint for museums and culture venues that would be dementia friendly. In this guide, one can see how a culture venue can become dementia individuals friendly, encourage their participatory process, be more easily accessible, and raise awareness of the society. Another action that we have developed during the last few years is I discover and take pictures of my town. Once a month, we visit points in Athens with a cultural interest. We learn new things. So far, we have visited the National Garden, Plaka, the Byzantine Museum, the Lyceum of Aristotle, and we hope that in future we'll be able to visit other places of cultural interest. Another project where the Athens Hellenic Climber Society was the open lab Civis National University of Athens. It was titled Cultural Organizations, Dementia and Skills Strengthening. The aim was to train professionals of cultural bodies and museums regarding dementia, develop actions that would be fit for people with dementia and their carers, boost their social role, fight the stigma around dementia, and finally create a toolkit of good practices useful for culture venues and museums. Another project currently running is Art versus Dementia. where participating are the Greek Alzheimer's Society, Italy, Latvia, and Slovenia. There's an exchange of knowledge and best practices regarding art treatments. It is currently running. It will end in 2023, and it is a good opportunity for countries to come into contact with them, between them and see how other countries use art to the benefit of people with dementia. Another interesting program that ran in September was the three tours in three iconic museums of Athens. National Historic Museum, Benaki Museum, and Cycladic Art Museum. They participated in artistic workshops. They learned about life in antiquity, and it had great success. Everyone were very enthusiastic, and they wanted to have it at regular intervals because they seemed to be not only loving it, but also it did them a lot of good. Also, Stavros Niarchos Foundation walk around. It was a guided tour, and for people over 65 plus. It was a sensory walk. We used musical instruments. We saw a very interesting sculpture, the two spiders. Also, there will be a further collaboration including sensory guided tours once a month. This is all I had to say. Thank you very much.
We're running out of time. We can have the discussion outside, if you like. I would like to close by wishing the following: that we will be able to develop the necessary synergies and exchange knowledge. In other words, today I've learned a lot from the other speakers, and this knowledge actually improved my well-being. And I hope that this will continue in the future, and that we will have the opportunity to work with all interested parties, to have open discussions about these issues, and thus improve the well-being of the planet and of the people. Thank you very much. I would like to thank all the speakers. Thank you, Mr. Gadromanolakis. Thank you, Jessica. Thank you, Ms. Handaka. And now we will continue to the next session.
Hello again. With different hats, I would like to introduce our next speaker, Nika Saidi from the United Nations, straight connecting from New York. Nika, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. I'm really happy to be amongst you, and sorry I couldn't be there in person, but at least now technology has given us a chance to connect across the oceans. So first of all, congratulations. I think we should congratulate ourselves and the world for achieving and reaching to this point, that we have moved from where we were considering development and advancement from a pure economic perspective, from only GDP, to coming to understand human development progress in its full dimension. And that's why we are here. We are celebrating to understanding human beings as individual and as society from mind, body, and soul. So this is great. We have to celebrate that. And as we know, life is about gratitude and celebration, as well as crisis and challenges, which will be the second part of my talk. So I just wanted to illustrate that it's a complex world we are living in, from impacts of the climate change, which each one of us, even the children, are feeling it and sensing it, to all of us across the different generation. And doesn't matter where we are in the world, we are challenged by the impacts of climate change. We are also feeling more connected, but less powerful in many ways, dealing with the impacts of the technology, the whole cloud space that it's complex to manage, the social media, the news, the impact of inflation of the news, which has tendency to bring only what doesn't work. There's a lot to deal and handle and challenge. Doesn't matter who we are and where we are in the world. It's a complexity and the stress is increasing, as we know. So UNDP launched a report called Human Development Report, where we spent quite 195 times the word of mental health appeared in this very flagship report. I don't know if you're familiar or not. I invite you to check our report for 2022. It's Uncertain Time. And it emphasizes one chapter on the importance of well-being, on the importance of what it means to have community and individual whose understanding of their well-being is understood in the way we advance and we progress and we grow. But now, as we are sitting, also the world is not very equal. We are dealing with people who are in conflict situation. Almost 1 billion of people are living at 15% of the world's population, equivalent to the same number of the people who are having a mental disorder or challenges, living in a conflict settings. Put yourself in the shoes of Syria or an Afghan girl or someone in the other parts in Africa, in Sahel, just moving around the world and coming to Ukraine, which is not from far you are. It's really, we are dealing with a lot. And the people there, they're really dealing not only with simple mental well-being or challenge and the complexity of the climate or technology, they're seeing their family, their houses, day to day, being torn apart. Like, imagine a view of the world from a girl in Afghanistan who can't even go to school, or coming to the streets of Iran when women calling women life and freedom, or going to Iraq and just looking at the Sahel, the pictures we are having. It's really complex. But what can we do? It's sometimes the feeling of helplessness. That's also a mental disorder. And I join you in that. I'm coming from that part of the world that experienced conflict, and I'm asking myself, what can I do? What my organization can do? And that's where we also have to be mindful of the stress we are in the absolute helplessness experiencing. And each one can do what we can do, and that's the most important. I think I'm going to lay down the few things we can do together. For example, as an organization within UNDP, we observe the importance of not only responding to mental health issues, but preventing them. What it means, to be able to be mindful that people who we want to engage, people who we want to engage and engage in their livelihood activities. Poverty reduction is a goal of my organization, UNDP, and the entire world. We try to increase jobs and livelihoods. But how do we expect people who we want them to go to the work today, they're passing explosion and the terror and everything on their way to get to the work, function in the way it functions. So we observe on all of that, and we try to raise awareness and increase the programming that include not only peace building, but also psychosocial support. And we invite everyone to think into account the investment in peace building work that is holistic, that takes into account, and that peace building work can have different meanings, from engaging in dialogue, understand that people coming to have a discussion or dialogue, they need to understand where they're coming from, the situation, the trauma. We talked about today, many panelists, they talk about the trauma, intergenerational trauma, the connection between the how we feel and how we produce and engage in different levels of activity and our physical well-being. So that's are all interconnected. And also knowing that from that coming into activities and engaging in livelihoods, then going to different parts, understanding rule of law and justice, transitional justice, reconciliation. How can we talk about forgiveness if we don't understand the impact of trauma? These are very important factors that we need to take into account. So UNDP is engaging in different parts of the world. Our programming is taking into account the importance of mental health. And also we have developed a guidance note, which I invite you to read. It's the first guidance note in understanding the mental health and psychosocial support into peace building. That was our way to keeping it globally as an important, but also giving a very simple guide and easier steps for everyone who is providing programming in peace building to take into account. But also what we need beyond that, beyond this organization, beyond understanding and increasing capacity and resources, we also need to take into account how can we develop more compassion and understanding. And that's each one of us can do. If we increase the peace building in countries, then we have less, no one wants to leave their home. Let's put it this way, no one wants to leave their home. People like to come and visit the country, but it takes a lot to leave their home. So if we make sure the world is peaceful for everyone, which is all of us our responsibility, we don't deal with collecting people's bodies from the oceans and sitting and feeling helpless. And once they come to our shores, then our responsibility comes to welcome them. Because guess what? If we don't develop a compassion and understanding, it's like the climate. Our world made us realize how interconnected it is. What's happening next in the world will make us more and more reach to the understanding that the world is more interconnected. And I'm going to leave you with just a reflection, as today you are listening, and it's a lot of talk, and I know sometimes it's difficult to observe and going through all of that, but what each one of us can do. And as Martin Luther King has said, injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. So looking at the mental well-being, it has to increase that the anger and depression and everything that make us feel helpless, turning it to serving the community around us, our neighborhood, and the community in our global village. And I thank you once again for inviting me and taking part in this panel, and I wish you a very pleasant rest of the day. Thank you.
Καλησπέρα σας κυρίες και κύριοι. Πολλά συγχαρητήρια στην Υπουργό κυρία Ράπτη για τη σημερινή διοργάνωση, καθώς και στο Wellbeing για την άψογη υποστήριξη του όλου εγχειρήματος. Ως πρόεδρος της Ομοσπονδίας Αργό και της ΠΕΠΣΑΕ, ευχαριστώ για την εμπιστοσύνη που μας δείξανε να συνεργαστούμε σε αυτό το
of the Confederation. I would like to thank everyone for the collaboration we've had at this endeavor. During the last few years, the mental health has changed its agenda. It's turning its eye towards day-to-day life and issues that have to do with the average citizen and not only the mentally ill person. During the last few years, with all the phenomena that we've been going through, climate change, war, we are all turning. We're all turning towards well-being, and we're trying to find the environment in which we will be able to evolve. Within this framework, I'm so happy and lucky to be coordinating today's panel on the issue of sustainable towns and development of towns that will be offering well-being to their citizens. Our first speaker, the mayor of Trikala, is well known everywhere. He has a high specialization on issues of our day-to-day agenda, such as the energy crisis, and I will be giving him the floor right away in order to present us his approaches for sustainable towns. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's very interesting that indeed there was a conference on mental health that used to be a closed box that we did not dare open. And the dimension that we're trying to give it for all aspects that may affect it, and talking about how a town may affect mental health of a person is something of an innovation by itself. And we have the first innovation starting from a ministry, but theoretically speaking has got nothing to do with innovation. But see, it does have. I would like to talk about the two phases of the pandemic and the mental health. It's what we all experienced close inside our homes, and many of us having elderly parents where it was a first in a lifetime experience. So many people found themselves without knowing what they were to expect. This was the negative point of view. But as a positively thinking person, I would like us to think of our towns from their positive point of view. All of a sudden, we experienced towns where there was no traffic, no cars, no traffic congestion. We had very low levels of pollution. Even in Athens, some days we could even hear the birds sing. And the reason why I'm saying this is because we would like to see something that was not there all the time. So our towns came onto a level that we didn't know was there. How can there be a town with such little traffic and congestion and so low levels of noise? We communicated with each other. We turned towards ourselves. And any end of the pandemic, although it has not yet been delineated, has made us rethink of what is worth doing and what is not worth doing. And this level of towns is something we should keep. Our municipalities should revisit our towns and not forget so easily this image of calm and noiseless towns. We should start redesigning towns, not for cars and economic activities, but human-centered towns that will have cycling lanes, towns that will have lots of parks. And allow me to say that I have the luck to be living in a beautiful town. Okay, we don't have any sea yet, but we'll manage to bring it over. But when you go out in the street, you'll see people that are smiling. On the contrary, when I come downtown to Athens, what I see is noise, traffic congestion, and so many drivers always touching on the horn of their car. Why all these closed cities where every single day you have to fight against traffic and have such limited time at your disposal? My children, I have to tell you that we go to school, have been going to school for 2 years now. My mother, who's 82, I'm sorry, Mom, for letting everyone know your age, goes on foot, see friends. So let us sit down, think, and try to see towns that we would love to live in. Let obligations and other duties run, structure more environmental friendly and less energy consuming towns. And the initiative of Europe for the 100 climate neutral towns should be an example. The environment needs us. It cannot come back to normal where we left it at some stage. Let's feel closer to our fellow humans, and this is when our mental health will start coming back. Okay, very good, very well. I have a couple of questions for the next round concerning your other hat that has to do with local authorities. Next speaker, Mr. Konstantinos Macheras. Good afternoon, Dinos. He's the national coordinator for the European Climate Pact, as well as in charge of a special platform with many NGOs. Yes, thank you very much. Hi, Menelos. Hi, Chair. Okay, I reaffirm that I can be heard. Yes, okay, yes, fine. I would like in my turn to thank, it's a great pleasure and honor to be participating in today's meeting. My congratulations to Ms. Rapti, the minister, as well as to the totality of the team. I'm joining you from Brussels. Also here, one of the meetings that I've been attending has to do with the Sustainable Development Goals and how the EU is going to materialize this number 11 goal. Also, in the previous days, we've had meetings about what it means to have a healthy and a good city or town. So we'll take it from there. And we have the towns, and I have a few notes that I would like to convey to you. Why do we live in towns? Currently, 55% of 60%, up to 60% of global population live in cities or towns. But why have we moved there? Because in towns and cities, because we wanted to find pioneer education, better protection, but there's a great threat. Cities and are getting enlarged at monstrous levels. Within the years 2040 and 2050, there will be an increase of the order of 80 to 90% in cities. And these are really enormous figures, which means the battle for sustainable development is going to be done in cities. Let us think of infrastructures that are not enough, they do not suffice. And as Menelaos mentioned in his introduction, this does not only have to do with the mentally ill, who in any case we need to provide for their inclusion, but it's also got to do with the people that live in towns and cities and are missing on a series of opportunities. So many studies have been conducted suggesting that an overall change should be carried out, and environmental education and learning should be a key for those living in cities. This summer, a very big change in mentality was the fact that the UN has acknowledged as a basic right the right to a sustainable city. And let's not forget what Dimitris said about the role of green in towns. Evidently, it is a way to absorb CO2, deal with extreme temperatures, and the most important is that green brings people closer together, and we do have a proof to sustain this. Because the more accessibility you have, in particular public parks, then the more are the opportunities for social well-being and for better education for everyone. This is something that a target that we have set in Greece, that each person should have access to 9 square meters of green per inhabitant. And something that we presented here in Brussels is the approach of scientists who said that in town we should be able to see at least 3 trees when we look towards the sky. At least 30% should be looking towards leaves of trees, and we should have some green public space, green space at a distance of 300 meters from our home. How are we going to do this? Europe is a trailblazer in this, and the European Green Deal, as it has been presented, this was the case 2 years ago, in order to achieve these goals. So, European Pact, or the Climate Pact, is trying to converse with European citizens of towns on how these policies that are ambitious and necessary in order to turn the world into a sustainable place, how are they going to be implemented? Only through consultation with citizens. Already a significant project of 100 climate neutral towns. Greece has participated in with 6 among them, and there are another 20 which want to follow suit. And I believe that we should try and boost this dialogue with citizens. Finally, let me say that we should start taking action. Since 2016, the UN on the new agenda have mentioned that cities should be green, productive and safe, inclusive, and of course, healthy. healthy for all, so that we will also be healthy, because the planet's health is our own health. Thank you very much, and I will be more than happy to contribute to this discussion. So now, how can cities be green in the current energy crisis? This is a topic about which Ms. Dionysia Kolokotsá will speak. Ms. Kolokotsá is a professor in the School of Chemical Engineers and Environmental Engineers in the National Technical University of Crete. She is the next speaker. She is with us online. Ms. Kolokotsá, are you with us? Good afternoon, welcome. Welcome to the forum. Can you hear us, Ms. Kolokotsá? Yes, yes, I can hear you. Thank you. Good afternoon. I made a short introduction about how timely the issue in which you specialize in the university is, about the energy sources. Today, the energy crisis has led to recession and unfortunately has taken us many steps back when it comes to well-being and also sustainability. I would like to thank you, the organizing committee, for giving me the opportunity to talk in the context of this forum, talk about issues that concern us as researchers and as professors. The point is that we are now in a time of great urbanization. People are moving to the cities. And there, of course, there are many issues that pertain to energy sources, but also pertaining to the environment, well-being, and happiness. So, can I share my screen with you? I don't know if it's now the right time to do that or later. Can I share my screen? Okay. Can you see the screen? So I can start. Yes, yes, of course. So today, by the way, the slides are in English. So I will speak in Greek, but the slides are in English. So today I would like to talk about a European program which is called Our Cities and pertains to the coexistence of health and well-being in cities, while at the same time touching upon other issues like the environmental ones. In the context of this program, we are following a holistic approach pertaining to the future city, where we check the sustainability as well as the resilience of the cities in the future. We also check the green public spaces, in other words, systems that have humans in the center, and we are also looking for human-centered solutions that will be combined with smart devices and smart applications. So our vision is to implement solutions that will provide sustainable models for the operation of the cities, models that include different issues and have health and well-being in their centers, while at the same time deal with environmental challenges. We also check different scales in the urban environment. I will explain myself. We start from small gardens and courtyards in areas like Italy and Greece. Then we move on to greater areas or streets and urban parks. We are interested in joining our forces and combine them with culture, with the environment, as well as with digital technology. We want to ensure that all stakeholders of the city, that is industry, researchers, and other parties can work together so as to create a data collection platform that will be beneficial for the future cities. We're talking about 7 areas. You can see that we have different issues that we deal with. For example,
A very interesting project is in Italy, where there is a garden for Alzheimer disease sufferers. And by using green, we are trying to improve the conditions for these people. We then have in Greece, in Chania, a mobile urban living room, as well as bikes, all of which contribute to the improvement of mobility, but also create an environment of interaction among different users and many others, as you can see. However, we start by taking a look at which are the stakeholders. First of all, stakeholders in health and well-being. Then, stakeholders for nature-based solutions. Then we also identify the end users and consumers. Then we touch upon social development, education, government, and economy. Right now, we are co-designing all of these solutions in cities, and I will explain myself. In other words, we started from realizing what we want to develop and how this will be beneficial to the cities. Then we proceeded to the co-design, then co-implementation, and in the end, the co-evaluation of the solutions. Starting with capturing the different perceptions of health and well-being. We check different parameters, which can be environmental, social, economic, technological, and legal. And we ask the users whether they believe that these parameters influence the external environment of the areas in which they live. Here, for example, you can see that in the Castelbranco area, the environmental parameters are considered to be the most important. The less important are the political ones. We then combine this pestle analysis with a system in which we include the SWOT analysis so as to understand which are the external factors that will help us improve the city. And then we implement different workshops in which the stakeholders take part and discuss about the solutions. As I said, we have 4 axes. The first axis is nature-based solutions, then digital solutions, and socio-cultural solutions. So under this umbrella, we are trying to include all the parameters that are influenced by this and also find ways to measure them. And we end up with certain parameters that have to do with the environment, like air quality, resilience of the climate, green management, then digital solutions, sustainable mobility, built environment, and whether it is sustainable or not, and then the cultural parameters, in other words, whether there is health and well-being, economic opportunities, development models, and entrepreneurship. Then we combine all these with the agenda for sustainable development and with the OECD well-being framework. And we come up with a series of indices, 10 in total, 10 for nature, 5 for the digital solutions, 13 for the social and cultural solutions. And I would like to give you some examples quickly, since we don't have much time. What's going on in the area in Sweden? There is now the renovation of an old area, which was a marsh in the past. Information is provided to the inhabitants, efforts are being made to integrate them in the transformation process, and then there is the monitoring of the park in order to ensure the preservation of biodiversity. Since September 2020 and until now, we have identified what we want to measure. We have also seen how inhabitants respond to all this. We have come up with a very detailed design, and then we came up with the solutions that will be implemented. The same happens for the area of Dundalk in Ireland, library and museum quarter. In other words, this is an area that includes a library. There are areas where someone can read or interact with others. In Chania, We have initiated the creation of the mobile urban living room. You can see the pictures from that project. Similarly, in Leuven, we have the regeneration of a former hospital site. We decided that we wanted to have a path in the city that will give the people the opportunity to visit all the cultural attractions. We have used different measurement parameters, and this is the design that we're going to implement shortly. Castelfranco area in Italy, there is a healing garden for elderly and people suffering from Alzheimer. Through this healing garden, they will improve their health and well-being. There are many other parks like the Novo Mesto, and here you can see another project in Malta. Now, all of these are going to be covered in a database platform where we're going to collect all relative data. But of course, there's going also to be a platform through which we're going to present all these projects by using different emojis, clocks, indices. That's all from me. Thank you very much. Very interesting, your approach, multi-layered approach, an approach that includes the social, the cultural, and the digital parts, as well as the environmental part, of course. And now we will give the floor to Professor Jenny Roy, Professor of Design and Health, School of Architecture at the University of Virginia.
Professor Roy, hello.
Yeah.
This is yours.
Hi, can you see my slides? Okay, if somebody could just raise their hand and let me know that they can see the slides, that'd be really helpful. Thank you very much. Well, good afternoon. My pleasure to be with you. Well, today I am speaking to you from the US, where it's currently about 9:30 a.m. And I'm introducing today a new framework of urban design for mental health and well-being. Last year, my co-author, Layla McKay, and I published this framework in a book called Restorative Cities. So I'm going to explain a little bit to you about what restorative environments are and the theory behind why those have an effect on our mental health and well-being, and introducing to you to one kind of facet of this model, which is the green city. So we're hearing a lot today about the value of nature in cities, and I will contribute to that conversation. No, I can't move this on. Why is that? Okay. I think it's just really helpful before we dive in to really think for a moment what exactly is mental health. I'm going to quote you the World Health Organization definition of mental health, which is a state where a person realizes their own potential, can cope with the normal stresses of life, can work productively and fruitfully, and is able to make a contribution to their community. And people who have mental health problems usually experience some combination of problems with their thoughts, emotions, behaviors, and relationships with other people. So promoting mental health and supporting people who have mental health problems or just supporting general mental health isn't just about medication or therapy, as we all know here in this forum. It's through having access to good mental health care, but it's also about taking a wider public health approach that includes a role for the built environment. So here's the framework for a restorative city that can support mental health. And there are 7 pillars. I don't have time to introduce each of these pillars to you, but 2 key things about the book and restorative environments. One is it's evidence-based, and the book and its propositions and guidelines build off scientific evidence and thousands of studies in restorative environment research, drawing from psychiatry, geography, architecture, design and planning, public health, engineering, and many more. And some of these concepts are quite well understood, perhaps the playable city, the green city, which I'm going to be talking to you about, the active city, but some are less well understood, such as the sensory city and perhaps the neighborly city. The second key important feature about the book is it's driven by a very strong theoretical framework from restorative environment research, which has evolved over the last 50 years or so. And there are 4 psychological processes, again, backed up by thousands of studies, which are linked to mental health benefits in our urban fabric. And the first of these is called fascination. That's another word for wonder and curiosity, things in the environment that hold our attention effortlessly. The second is compatibility. A restorative environment has to have a really good fit with your needs and your goals. The third component is being away, an environment that offers you a sense of escape from your everyday. And this is where natural environments with trees and with water play a big role. And then a sense of extent, an environment that allows you to lift up and out and beyond the horizon, and it takes you out of your current context. So this is the theoretical framework for any restorative environment. So I'm going to talk to you a little bit about the green city, since that's the theme of this session largely. And the book for each of these pillars breaks down the literature and the science into some very simple diagrams. The first diagram here you see is the effects of green space on our mental health. Now, this works through a number of psychological mechanisms: attention restoration, stress reduction, and the biophilic hypotheses. I haven't time to explain all of those in detail, but you will find more information about those in the book. There are biochemical mechanisms. Our exposure to the outdoors increases our vitamin D intake. That has a strong effect on our immune system and our ability to sleep, etc. The critical diagram, I would say, here is the second one here, which relays the benefits of green cities, of green infrastructure in our cities for mental health. Now, look at the vast range of benefits that access to nature, be it pocket nature or a much larger park like Central Park in New York. The scale is really irrelevant. What's really important here is to relay to you that this evidence crosses so many facets of mental health. So access to nature in our cities provides mental health protection. It improves our cognitive health, our brain health. It improves our stress regulation. It improves our social well-being. There's even evidence to suggest that access to nature can increase altruism and care within a community. It improves our emotional well-being, and it improves the management of quite severe mental illness. It can't take away the symptoms, but it can reduce the symptom severity of things like schizophrenia and also of ADHD, etc. So again, the key diagram here is really that second one from your screen, and that diagram is bringing together all of the evidence that we have in relation to interventions and access to green space that can support mental health. I'm quickly just going to whiz you through other facets in this restorative environment framework. The blue city, access to water, is a super important restorative attributes, less easy perhaps to provide than green space, but nevertheless is possibly one of the most restorative attribute of any city. The sensory city, Leila and I have gathered together all the evidence that show how our senses can be harnessed within urban design to exert positive impacts on mental health. This is a bridge in Londonderry where there's been an innovative lighting strategy And the effect of this bridge that's posited is that it will reduce suicide. It's an intervention which is in place at the moment. The neighborly city, providing small pocket places. This is Hong Kong. You can see that the quality of that environment is not rich necessarily, but it's providing a vital sense of being away, that vital component of restorative environment I just touched upon. And then we have the active city. The active city has been largely demonstrated to show the impact of walkability and cycling on physical health, but mobility and walkability and cycling also have a huge effect on brain health. They reduce the risk of dementia, for instance. We have the playable city. We've taken an all-age approach to play. Play does not stop when you reach your teens. There are all sorts of ways in which we can engage and design playable cities for our whole population. And then we have the inclusive city, which is arguably the most important of all attributes, that we design inclusively for all ages, all genders, all races, ethnicities, etc. So I want to just finish by saying really that the book is really thick with the evidence. There is now really strong evidence to show how restorative environments can benefit mental health. It's largely relating to the access to green space, which we're going to be talking about a bit further, but there are very many other pathways, including access to sensory environments, including access to food environments. I'll stop there because my 8 minutes is up and pass it over to the next speaker.
Είναι πάρα πολύ ενδιαφέρουσα η εισήγησή σας και τόσο συνδεδεμένη με το περιβάλλον και την ψυχική υγεία.
Thank you very much, and it's so much interconnected with mental health and the environment. The question that I would like to ask you, ladies and gentlemen, for the next 10 minutes until 5 o'clock is how can cities and towns, sir, in particular with your capacity as the chair of the Central Union of Municipalities of Greece, how can we respond to factors such as climate change, energy crisis, and natural destruction? Do we still have the mental health on our agenda, or is it going lower down on the agenda? Listen, we're dealing with different crises. Now is the time, and unless we change our habits now in terms of energy, sustainable mobility, you saw that that abroad, moving around town by bicycle is paramount. We should change, because otherwise we might find ourselves to be moving around town with even more cars. We have to change. Our friend from the University of Crete said how, by using KPIs, we could measure life quality in our towns. How are we doing in terms of noise levels? How many kilometers of pedestrian walks and cycling lanes we have? How safe are the itineraries until a child reaches school? Have all these well-being indices, and let me say, how strong is the feng shui of our towns? Please do not laugh, said the speaker. Shouldn't we change everything and look at cities and towns now that we've reached a limit? Because we have reached a limit indeed. If 5 years ago we're talking about the possibility of being locked up in our houses and sending SMSs to let the authorities know that we'll go out, and which happened during the pandemic, shouldn't we revisit the way we have to reform our cities and make them more lovable, more humane? What I saw earlier in transparency, towns and cities that will be human-centered,
and where energy will be produced by photovoltaic, from biomass, or from a wind power generator. I don't want to charge my electrical car by using coal. No, now it is the time to sit down and see things that are obvious and ahead of us. The initiative of Europe to become cyclical and climate neutral until 2030 is unique, and it is an honor to have 6 Greek towns participating in this. We have to reduce consumption, we have to produce energy, we have to move in a sustainable way, change 100 bad habits in terms of waste management, become better human beings, and see how we can live in more inclusive cities and towns. And in the last presentation, we saw a town that changes colors and it interacts. Yes, we want towns that we feel that they can feel us. Interactive towns. We want towns that can see that we're happy and be happy, and towns that can feel sorry if we're feeling sorry. Look at Ukraine. We have to find cities that will be smart and will be realizing what the needs of citizens are, prevent any consequences of the energy crisis. These towns will be seeing that even if there are natural destructions taking place, they will save human lives and will very quickly take action. And this energy stress that we have, what if? What shall we do if there's a natural disaster? Our cities, our towns should be preventive so that our citizens would feel happy and safe and feel that someone else is thinking about them and defend their mental health. These are the towns that we should be moving towards. Thank you. Thank you very much. Dinos, are you with us? Yes, stay with us. Please, we have a tendency to say this when somebody is about to die. Oh my God. Okay, I made an introduction before we finish the first round. I would like to ask you the following. First of all, in all studies, there is a new kind of stress, climate stress. As a coordinator, and within the framework of the Pact for Climate Change, what can you contribute? Can you contribute with in a positive term? My name is Dinos. I'm with you, and I'm okay. This is the only positive I have to contribute with here, as it happens with the AAs. Look, we, after 1982, all studies, the first conference for energy environment, now, currently, this crisis should be an opportunity for us to act. But one of the problems that we've had during the last 50 years, because we thought we should save the planet, but we are actually making a favor to ourselves. And this next generation not only has the climate stress and does not know how to cope with this problem, but because it understands that it is an existential problem and that it has no there's no possibility it should postpone it. During the last 5 years, the only interesting thing that the only interest has been manifested by young people who not only say, I will not go to school, but why should I go to school unless we do something now? Young people who say that we needn't talk anymore, let's do something. And I also think that they're not just young, but they're trailblazers, and there are many young women that are trailblazers, and they see it as future mothers, I think. So climate stress make a young woman or young people wonder whether they should become parents, mothers or fathers. Not only do we relate climate stress with depression and so on and so forth, but not only should we listen to young people, but I realize that there are not solutions available for everything. But we should work on everything. I like what Dimitris is saying, that now is the time for as long as we have the necessary possibilities. We do have the know-how. We heard the speaker, Ms. Kolokota, talking to us about new technology. By following the solutions it gives, but also what was mentioned about the socioeconomic and cultural participation. This is why it's important to go to towns, to the neighborhoods, and undertake part of the responsibility, not meaning that it's we are to be blamed, but on the contrary, meaning that we have to find out and decide what we want. For instance, about sustainable mobility that was mentioned earlier, this discussion should not be just on how much it's going to stop to cost and how much is the subsidy for a new car would be. No, we should see what we need in order to in order to save our town. So yes, what was mentioned about bicycles and ways to move around. So to me, there is no doubt about what the goal is. Now it is the chance to go ahead. And when we see these presentations by Jenny from the United States, Dionysia from Crete, we know what are the problems, what are the issues, and now there is no other way than going ahead. I believe that I have given you an answer. I may have confused you, I don't know, but we can continue the talk later on.
Thank you, Dinos. And now we'll give the floor to Ms. Kolokotsa from the National Technical University of Crete. We can see that the changes occurring in our cities make them friendlier, more sustainable, smarter. In today's context, with the energy crisis, do you think that this energy crisis will become an obstacle and that we will be obligated to take some steps back or not? As Mr. Mahera said, I fully agree that progress cannot be reversed. And as you said, now is the time. Now is the time to keep on going. And the optimistic thing is that right now I'm here with you, and I'm not talking only about the energy issues. No, we are talking about several different issues that have to do with health and well-being. And I can tell you that this is one of the very few times where people from different disciplines meet and talk about these complex issues pertaining to the cities, because cities are not just energy, they involve different aspects. For example, now the energy crisis, yes, indeed, it creates a stress to the citizens, but there are far more aspects in a city. We know these different aspects. We know the several challenges that the cities are faced with. The point is that we need to implement the projects that we have already developed. And as Mr. Majeras, now is the time to implement, to put into practice what we have known since 1972. It is about time for all of us to sit around the same table along with the citizens so as to identify the solutions that will be helpful to the citizens. This is exactly what we need to do, because I have seen that every time I sit around the table with someone who is not an expert, I learn many and interesting things, and these people always contribute to the finding of the best solution. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much. And for the last minute, to Professor Roy. In your CV, reference was made to the infrastructure of joy. Could you tell us a few words about this book and the approach through which our cities will have this infrastructure of joy and happiness? Okay, Ms. Rowe is not with us, so we came to the end of this panel. We tried to touch upon some topical issues pertaining to health, well-being, and sustainability of cities. We are now living in a transitional period. The cities are going through a transition. They are heading towards a more humane and friendlier daily life for the citizens. Well-being is the prerequisite, along with prosperity, of course. Thank you very much. Bye to everyone. Thank you very much. We will now listen to the recorded speech by João Breda, who is head and the special advisor for the regional director of WHO. Then we will take a short anti-stress break, just for a few minutes to take some breath. Then we will have with us from the United States Mr. Peter Levounis, who is the well-known elected president of the psychiatric company of the United States. He is not in the program. However, we do have the opportunity to have him with us, and we cannot possibly miss out on this opportunity. And in the end, we will have the great pleasure, and we are looking forward to it, to welcome Mr. Stalikas, who will close this conference with a note of optimism before we finally close the conference officially with the speech by the Prime Minister Kyriakos Mitsotakis.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for the invitation. It's really a pleasure to be with you today. I'm delighted with this opportunity on behalf of the Athens Quality of Care and Patient Safety Office, which includes a specific program with the dimension on quality of mental health services for children and adolescents. So it's very close to our heart, these issues of mental health and well-being. So I hope you had a great discussion during today. I regret I cannot be there in person, but I couldn't resist to share with you some of our views and some of our initiatives in the European region in the context of mental health and well-being. So I have some slides I would like to share with you. Let me see if I can get it here. I hope you can see it. Put it also in full screen. So thank you very much again. We all know it's commonplace to talk about the mental health conditions. Globally, 1 in 8 people live with a mental health condition. More than 70% of these conditions are not treated, and clearly mental health is under-resourced and underfunded, not only in Europe, but globally. The burden is very high. It's increasing. The impact of anxiety disorders, depressive disorders, it's very significant. And we know that more than 1 in 10 people live with a mental health condition. Depression and anxiety are very common, and they are more common in women. And we estimate that 25% increase in depressive and anxiety disorders are actually related to COVID-19. So as we coming out of the pandemic, clearly one can see the impact on mental health on a negative note, but also on a positive note, we see that there is a lot of attention and interest by the society and governments to address this issue properly. Ever increasing challenges from infodemics, misinformation, we're living in the digital era where many challenges are there online and they are not always in favor of mental health, and this is affecting particularly young people. So at the same time that we have great opportunities, we also have great challenges with some of the, let's say, huge transformations we are living through nowadays in the context of Europe, but also globally. So many challenges ahead of us. And then how do we address that? Well, globally, countries are not really doing great. Policies are to address mental health issues are increasing, but we still have huge gaps, even in Europe, which normally does a bit better than other WHO regions. But there are aspects, notably those related to funding, but also related with compliance with the human rights tools, which are important in the context of mental health. So a lot to be done in this area. Specifically in the European region, we have also many challenges. We have more than 1/3 of countries that have fully functional plan or strategy or policy on mental health. Only 1/3 is very little. We have about 60% of member states that really have a particular focus on prevention and promotion in the context of mental health. This is really too little. All of them should have it. And we also estimate that many of the mental health conditions, the severe ones, are not really the treatment that they, in fact, that they deserve and they need. So even the European region is doing a bit better, more needs to be done. These challenges and these gaps is where at the center of the decision from the WHO European region, member states, and our regional director, Dr. Hans Kluge, to really establish mental health coalition as a flagship initiative to really make sure that we are prioritize mental health as we move forward in promoting and protecting public health across the region. So if you see of the 4 flagship initiatives, mental health is one of those, and probably one of those that has gathered more attention and capture more support. So the political support, the framework, the context, they are there. And it's very important that we all work together in the implementation of this mental health initiative, this mental health coalition. It's a constellation of organizations and countries. All European region countries are part of it. Many WHO collaborating centers, but also many scientists, civil society, representatives from the public sector, universities, you name it, even the private sector and other UN agencies. So we believe that we have really a very strong tool to implement the European Framework for Action on Mental Health, which follows the global priorities of WHO, really moving towards UHC. The mental health services here are very important to ensure that we respond when we have emergencies from the mental health perspective. This is very important in situations of conflict, war, pandemics, and so on. And of course, the part of prevention, which is really absolutely critical when it comes to ensure that we prevent mental health problems. And to do this, we have the 6 working package aligned with the EPW and the European Framework for Action on Mental Health. You can see here several pillars. All the work we do in Greece is particularly relevant, the one on children and young people, all of them, of course, but because we have the program of mental health services for children and adolescents from a quality perspective, here we have to do more. And here you go again, work package 2, mental health of children and adolescents. It's absolutely critical, and we're providing a lot of support, innovation, new actions. We are organizing the Mental Health Week, actually the first week of November here in Athens, and this shows really how our program has received a lot of support from the Greek government, both for the establishment of the Athens Quality of Care Office, but also for the establishment of this program on quality of mental health services for children and adolescents as a very important tool for our member states. At the same time that Greece is supporting us, under the leadership, of course, of the Ministry of Health, and particularly strong leadership by Deputy Minister Zoe Rapti, Greece is already implementing its new mental health action plan while supporting and working with WHO in making sure that we respond better to the challenges of mental health for children and adolescents. So here I would like to, in public, express our gratitude to the government of Greece, and particularly to the Ministry of Health of Greece, and particularly Madam Zoe Rapti, Deputy Minister of Health, in charge of mental health, for the great support to WHO. We hit the ground running, as we like to say. Recently, we launched a primary healthcare guidelines for professionals, a pocketbook that really includes many elements of guidance to support the area of mental health, but we need to fast and follow the examples, learning from experiences in parts of Europe, but also in other parts of the globe, where people are really looking at the quality of mental health services for children and adolescents as very important too. If the quality of mental health is not there, probably the mental health is not the only one, and health systems overall, we are not responding properly. So we think that the quality of mental health services, particularly for children and adolescents, is very important and really mirrors the quality of the system overall. So we are very grateful. We hope that moving forward, working together with colleagues in Greece and beyond, we can really improve the mental health of the European citizens, particularly with children and adolescents. I thank my colleagues who contributed also to this presentation, and wish you a great day today. Thank you very much.
Ακούγεται τώρα. Έτοιμοι. Begin by taking a few easy breaths. Take a relaxed position, close your eyes. Ναι. Stay relaxed, close your eyes, and begin by taking a few easy breaths. Breathing in and breathing all the way out. If the mind wanders, bring it back to the here and now. Breathing in, and this time, see if you can send the warm energy of the breath to any part of your body that is tense or sore or tight. Releasing the tension with the exhale and breathing it out. Any unwelcome thoughts that come to mind, those too can be sent out with the breath. Released with the exhale. So that for just a moment, the mind is empty. And any emotions that are rocking around in there, those too can be noted and acknowledged and sent out with the breath. So your emotional self can be still and quiet, like a lake with no ripples. And now, imagine a place where you feel calm and peaceful and easy. A place either make-believe or real. A place from your past or somewhere you've always wanted to go. It doesn't matter. Just so it's a place that feels good and safe and peaceful to you. Try to be on the here and now when the mind wanders. Allow the place to become real to you. Look around you. Take the place in your eyes. Enjoy the colors, the scenery. Look over to your right and over to your left. Listen to the sounds of the place, whatever they might be. Becoming familiar with all the different sounds that your special, safe place offers up to you. And feel whatever you're sitting against or lying upon. The texture of the seat beneath you. And feel the air on your skin. Notice the temperature of your place. And smell its rich fragrance. Notice the smells in your special place. Notice what time of day it is. Enjoy the light and the peaceful time of day. And so take it all in, all the richness of it, with all your senses. Become more and more attuned to your safe and beautiful special place. Feeling thankful and happy to be there. and let your body soak in the vibrance of the place. Let the beauty of this place of healing nourish you. Take it in with every full, deep breath. All the way down into your belly, all the way down to the tips of your toes. Feel the penetrating warmth and power of the place, soaking into your skin, down through the muscle and bone. All the way to each and every cell, reaching down to the peaceful stillness at your very center. And so, know that you can come back to this place whenever you wish to help your body, mind, and spirit relax, rejuvenate, and heal, simply by finding a quiet time and place. Getting into a comfortable position, either sitting in a chair or lying down. Imagining yourself in your special place. Keeping your eyes closed for just a little while longer. Taking a moment to notice how you're feeling. Your body, your mind, your spirit. Once again, feeling yourself sitting in your chair, breathing in and out, relaxed and easily, slowly coming back into the room, opening your eyes whenever you're ready. Thank you.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ την Στέλλα. Έχουμε τον...
Thank you very much, Stella. We have Mr. Peter Lebounis here. Can you please proceed? Good afternoon. Shall I start at once? Yes, you may. Oh, great. That's great. Now, I don't know whether they're there, Chair, President of the Government. Thank you very much, Mrs. Kirikidi Keula and the committee for the invitation for this day of mental health. It's a great honor. And I feel so moved to be even via the internet on close to my Greek colleagues. Now, I'll continue in English.
So I was asked to say a few words about where we are from the point of view of the American Psychiatric Association. And of course, the major event that has been on all our minds has been the pandemic. Coming out of the pandemic, where are we right now? What are the challenges as we move forward? So I have one and only one slide that I would like to share with you, and I'm going to do that right now. And let me just share that slide. Here we go. It's somehow a conceptualization of where we are in terms of any disaster. The x-axis is some kind of time, which does not really apply to the COVID-19 pandemic, because it's a much more protracted disaster. But the shape of the curve really does capture what we think about mental health in the pandemic era and the post-pandemic era. So we do have the pre-disaster situation, the impact, the heroic period where everybody comes together, a kumbaya moment, a honeymoon phase where everybody is so excited about working so hard against the physical manifestation of the pandemic. And then this is followed by a period of disillusionment, which I submit is where we are right now. We are in the early stages of reconstruction following the pandemic. And in that sense, we are pretty much at the depths of the mental health consequences of the pandemic. So with that, I'm gonna stop sharing, and I'm gonna come back to us here and continue, let's say, with our presentation. So in the post-pandemic era, what is psychiatry and what is called to do? There are two major questions that were very alive before the pandemic. The first one was the importance of mental health. And somehow this has been answered to a very large extent. In 2022, the majority of people do appreciate the importance, the central position of mental health in people's overall health. The second question is a much tougher one, and it is who's going to deliver the services for this mental health, and what kind of services are we going to have available to meet the incredible demand that we are experiencing in our hospitals, in our mental health centers, in our everyday lives. So in some way, beware what you wish for. People are now aware of mental health issues, and we have to deliver. And that is where we're at this point. So some thoughts about what we have to offer. Let's start with medications. A major disappointment for us has been the initial excitement that we had that cannabis would be part of the answer to the opioid epidemic. Early reports from states that had liberalized marijuana and cannabis showed a decline in overdose deaths from opioids. So we all got very excited that perhaps tetrahydrocannabinol, cannabis, would be an ally in our efforts towards fighting the opioid epidemic. Unfortunately, subsequent data from national studies in the United States showed exactly the opposite, that the heavier the marijuana use, the worse the subsequent problems with opioids. So that was not really helpful, and we'll put that aside. What has been exciting and helpful has been the introduction of new agents, new medications like psilocybin, part of magic mushrooms, and more and more data is pouring in that it may be a very exciting and promising psychopharmacological intervention. We're not there yet. We cannot sign on the dotted line, but so be it. We are very excited for the prospect of more research on psilocybin. Moving on to psychotherapies, there was a lot of excitement about mindfulness. I personally did quite a lot of work on mindfulness. We published a book on mindfulness, but it doesn't seem like it has caught on the imagination of people the same way, let's say, that cognitive behavioral therapy became a major wave in our psychotherapeutic efforts 30, 40 years ago, or motivational interviewing became another major wave in our psychotherapeutic efforts maybe 10, 20 years ago. Mindfulness had an excitement in the mid-2010s, and I cannot say that it has really caught on as much as we had hoped. What has caught on, what is promising and exciting right now, are digital therapeutics. Digital therapeutics are apps on the cell phone. You can just tap on your cell phone and you can get cognitive behavioral therapy. Very promising, and I'm all for it. But we haven't titrated it really well yet. On one extreme, there are some cognitive behavioral therapy apps on the cell phone that demand that the clinician, the therapist, is available to the patient every moment, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And that's unworkable. You cannot really have an app that if you have a fleeing bad thought, you can immediately alert your therapist. And on the other end of the spectrum, we do have the promise that apps may be all you need. And you don't need a therapist, you don't need a clinician, you just have the app and you're golden, which is also probably not the case. So we are somewhere in between, but we haven't really found the sweet spot of how much engagement clinicians may have with these digital therapeutics. And finally, what has become very, very exciting for us in medicine is lifestyle medicine. Lifestyle medicine, a much more holistic way of looking at the entire human being and talking about not only nutrition, exercise, and sleep, nutrition, exercise, and sleep, the major components of physical well-being, but also relationships, stress, and substances that complete the six-part equation of lifestyle medicine. And that's where we're at now, and we're delighted that we have added this very holistic approach to our work. Now, I want to leave you with a word of caution in a way. Our work in mental health is becoming more and more complex in a good way. We learn more about the human mind. We learn more about our interactions. We appreciate the connection with society, both good and bad, both the supportive sense of our other human beings, as well as the toxic and traumatic effects that they may have on us. All that is nice and good. But it may have an unintended consequence. And that is to make mental health sound so big and so complex that it actually may paralyze people from intervening. What am I talking about here? We learned the lessons with addiction. We kept on screaming and yelling, come on, you have to appreciate addiction. It's a very complex illness. And primary care physicians, you need to throw your efforts in helping our patients combat substance use and behavioral addictions. And what we found was that primary care physicians just went the other way. They said, okay, we appreciate that's a big problem, but perhaps it's too big. It's like things like war or poverty, or yes, we appreciate that these are major components of people's mental health, but they're so big that they're outside our scope, outside of what I can possibly offer my patient in her or his brief interaction in my office. So there's a very new effort to somehow deflate the complexity of mental health. Just, it's very much like any other physical illness, hypertension, diabetes, whatever have you. You have a problem, you go to the doctor, you go to your therapist, you make a diagnosis, you have an intervention, either medication or psychotherapy or combination or some other modality, and the patient gets better. Somehow cooling down that excitement that we have that mental health is just so complex. Anyway, that's where we are right now. And once again, I want to very much thank the committee for inviting me to give this brief presentation. We may or may not, it's up to your organizers, whether we have a minute or two for a few questions from the audience. I would leave that up to the organizers of the event. I cannot hear anything, so I'm not sure who's...
Sorry about that.
Okay.
Well, this is what, you know, the online communication sometimes does. Thank you very much, Mr. Livunias, for sharing your thoughts and knowledge on these crucial issues. And thank you for accepting our invitation. So maybe someone from our guests here would like to ask some questions to Mr. Livunias. Maybe someone from the professional community.
Μπορείτε να με ρωτήσετε είτε στα ελληνικά είτε στα αγγλικά.
Or maybe Mr. Tsalikas would like to take over and maybe have a few questions to Mr. Livunias.
You can ask the questions in any language you want, be it English or Greek, that is. One of the things I wanted to ask you, since we're talking about well-being in various different levels and in various different aspects of the life. What I can hear you very well. People usually tell me that I have a loud voice. Can you hear me now? Good afternoon. Good afternoon, good to see you. And it's great to have a Greek excelling in the United States. So if we could say a few words about well-being or wellness, which three initiatives or which three priorities should we set as psychologists or psychiatrists or as mental health professionals? I would say that, excuse me, but I will turn to English.
It feels to me that we'll keep on adding components to FZIN, and each one of them is incredibly well studied, well evidenced, incredibly important, and so on. But at some point, the complexity of FZIN becomes a little overwhelming for people. So we need to have both an analytical approach where we do appreciate and respect all these components, but at the same time find some kind of frameworks that will be very helpful to people to go directly to FZIN without necessarily being so lost in the complexity of the whole matter. That would be a really important one. I don't have any amazing ideas about how to achieve that, except to say that I do think it's a worthwhile component to it. And then, of course, there's our advocacy for mental health. I don't want to be misunderstood when I said earlier that a lot of people appreciate mental health as a major component of overall health. We're not there yet. We're much better in 2022 than we were in 2019. But nonetheless, there's a lot of work to be done against the stigma and discrimination against people who suffer from mental illness and the overall mental health of the general public, even though they may not be suffering from a specific psychiatric disorder.
Yep.
So these two would be my major components.
I like your answer because it fits very much with what I think we've been talking today in this forum and what is really going on in realizing how the well-being or FZIN or whatever, it's such a complex and it's a multidimensional issue that we're talking about that involves both the individual societies, communities, etc. But it's something we need to aim for if we are going to go as civilized, as advanced civilization towards, I think, the 21st and 22nd century. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let me just throw in one very quick fact in there. I couldn't possibly not say that. Workforce issues. There are not enough of us around. We need to train more psychologists, more psychiatrists, more counselors, more social workers, all of the above, all kinds of mental health providers. There are just not enough of us to meet the need. We have the technology, we do have the enthusiasm, we do have hopefully the support of society, but there are just simply not enough of us.
Excellent. Yes, you're absolutely right. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Εντάξει,
Μας έφυγε, το χάσαμε. Τι κάνετε?
Εγώ εδώ είμαι ακόμα πάντως.
Τι κάνετε, καλησπέρα.
How are you? Good afternoon. Yes, we are reaching the end. Don't worry, we are almost there. I would like to thank you for the invitation to take part in this forum, even though I didn't know that the challenge I had to overcome was to make a summary of what we've heard today. We've heard so many things, important things, and it's very difficult to summarize all this. Now, could you please upload my presentation? Could you please upload it? Can I have it?
Και η παρουσίασα ήταν λίγο γινότανε καθώς η διαδικασία έτρεχε και μόλις νομίζω συνειδητοποίησα ότι έχω ξεχάσει και μία διαφάνεια.
I've just realized that I forgot a slide. Here we are. So, good afternoon. My name is Anastasios Stalikas. I'm professor at Pantheon University, and I'm currently also the president of the psychology department. I'm involved in positive psychology for the last 25 years. And if you think that positive psychology has existed only for 25 years, you realize that I was from the very first day. I'm also the president of the Positive Psychology Center. And it's a great pleasure to be with you here today in order to talk to you about positive psychology. I will be brief, I promise. I understand you're tired. But also, I'm here in order to convey to you what I got from today's forum. So, positive psychology, strange term, since positive psychology insinuates that there must be a negative one. No, there is no such thing. Positive psychology is that scientific sector, which is a research scientific sector that focuses on what is functional, what is operating, in other words, compared to the other sectors of psychology that measure psychopathology, the problem, what is not working that well, the difficulties. Positive psychology focuses on what works well. Which are the features, the characteristics, if you like, that seem to be going well and on which we can base in order to do even better? And of course, we are also dealing with the mental health. And what I understood, the first thing I understood today, always in relation to mental health, is that we are now talking about mental health 2.0 or the revised mental health or mental health revisited. We don't talk anymore about mental health as something from which some people are suffering. We're not talking about mental health in relation to those who have been diagnosed with a mental illness or something. If we could draw a line here, I would here draw a minus and a zero. Because for a very long time, mental health pertained to the people from minus to zero. People who had a psychosis or were suffering from schizophrenia or disorder, depression, stress, anxieties, fears. And our role as psychologists or as psychiatrists or health professionals was to get these people and take them from minus to zero, where the soul would not ache anymore. And we believe that this zero was actually mental health. Today, with the help of positive psychology, but also with the help of the World Health Organization, we have realized that zero, that is the lack of mental pain, is not synonymous to happiness. One thing is not your soul to ache, and a completely different thing to be happy or to have well-being. So as there was a distance from minus to zero, now there is a distance from zero to plus, which is well-being, happiness. So throughout the day, we have been talking about mental health, about well-being, that covers this whole distance, starting from minus and reaching to plus. And this is very important. It is a very important progress that has been made, because it has been only 20 years that we have started talking about mental health and thinking about it in that way. This has helped us open up our horizons and follow this multidisciplinary approach to mental health issues, an approach that has allowed us to approach mental health in different ways. So we have made important headway, and I believe this headway has been both a scientific one, but also a behavioral one. We have changed our mind. We have allowed our civilization, our culture to evolve. Now we see, we think, and we believe that well-being is something that exists, something that we can ask for. It's not enough not to suffer. It's not enough to have overcome our fears or our depression. It's not enough to be able now to get into the airplane. No, something more is needed. That is why I believe we need to acknowledge the importance of COVID-19, because, okay, up until the outbreak, we were all feeling happy and okay, but then we found it very hard to live. In the university, we have a postgraduate degree on positive psychology. We also have a laboratory on positive psychology. We are greatly involved in the well-being of Greeks, and every year we gather data in order to document the happiness and well-being of Greeks. We measure the depression, the stress, their anxieties, but also the meaning in their life, their purpose, the positive and negative emotions, and the satisfaction they get from life. In the pandemic, we realized that we suffered a serious blow. We all had far more psychological problems. The one who already had saw their problems get more intense, whereas the other ones who didn't have serious problems actually saw these problems emerge. We started feeling lonelier when in the past we weren't afraid of illnesses. Now we developed this fear. So this fear, this insecurity scared us all. And this fear led us realize that mental health is something very important, something that concerns each and every one of us, all those who are present here today, but also all individuals on this planet. And it has taken us to the point of saying mental health is the A and Z of everything. Mental health is even more important than physical health, of course. That doesn't mean that we don't want to be physically healthy, but we understand that if we don't have the mood, if we feel depressed, if we feel stressed, when the mind keeps saying certain things that create obstacles to our daily life, we suffer. On the other hand, the brain functions normally when everything works well. So that is why one of the things that we have discovered in Pantheon University, in the laboratories, something that was also raised by several scientists here today, was the importance of mental health and how important mental health is for all people. And that is why we said and acknowledged the fact that mental health does not concern only individuals, but society in general, and that protecting mental health is the personal responsibility that we all have. We are the ones who need to take care of our personal mental health, which of course is influenced by the collective action. And of course, the collective action can take on different forms. And we've listened to several experts of the field talking about the different aspects of collective action, like, for example, human relations. We people, and this is based on a Harvard survey, we are deeply social beings. We need one another. Doing things together, and this is related to positive psychology, doing things that we love and doing them with other people strengthens our mental health and enhances it. In other words, it develops this mental resilience. It provides us with the strength we need in order to overcome the difficulties of life, because life is filled with difficulties. And this is true for everyone. And these difficulties arise when you least expect them. All of a sudden, you wake up and the reality is bleak, and that is why you need to be mentally resilient. And in order to be resilient, we need human relations, we need the touch, we need friends, we need people we love, we need friends. In the 50s, this was our family, the cousins, first-degree cousins, second-degree cousins, grandparents, great-grandparents, the neighborhood, the company of friends. Today, and especially big cities where we don't have so many relatives close by, our support comes from our friends, our relations. That is why each and every one of us needs to realize that we only live once and that we need to do things and to be active if we want to protect our mental health and improve our quality of life. And one of the important things that we teach in Pantheon University is human relations. Recent studies have shown that without a close one, without someone to love, our brain cannot develop to the extent that it could, that even the brain functions require someone else in order to be effective. This is even more true when we're talking about mental health, and especially when we live in a community. The second thing that was heard today was community. Community may be a small-sized city or the neighborhood. Community means that each and every one of us needs to realize the importance of being a member of it and realize how urgent it is to do something in order to develop functioning communities, be it a neighborhood or a block of flats or a street or our small community where we all gather, like, for example, open markets or what have you. And then the region, and then the city. In this conference, and it was a great pleasure to see that, took part people from Greece, but also from abroad, all of whom talked about the importance of cities and of having different cities, cities that need to have humans in their center, and cities that protect their mental health. Cities that can ensure a quality life, which of course depends greatly on the neighborhood we live in, on the noise, on the ability I have to see green, on having libraries or playgrounds close by, on being able to move around easily without having to spend 45 minutes to get from one point of Athens to the other, and not having to be obligated to get my bike in order to do that, putting my life at risk. So community, very important for the protection and strengthening of mental health. And apart from community, another important factor is the workspace. The Minister of Labor, Mr. Hatzidakis, clearly said that we spend 1/3 of our lives at work. I can officially say that the time we spend at work is even more than 1/3, apart from the fact that we also work at home because we need to complete some tasks, or because some people call us while we are at home in order to assign us with one more task. 2/3, yes, for sure. Thank God we sleep a little. So work is the most important thing. The representative of the Hellenic Occupational Health and Safety Institute said that important steps have been made in the direction of health and safety at the workspace. What we should never forget, or better, how should I put it in a capitalist way? The new model says that if we want to be productive in our work and if we want the system to function, we need to feel well. We have finally realized that people are more complex, that they cannot produce in a state of fear. You cannot possibly intimidate them in order to be more productive. No. They can be more productive if they feel well. And this, of course, depends on the so-called positive leader, which was something mentioned by the representative of Ernst & Young. These type of leaders have realized that in order for people to be performant and productive, they need to feel that what they are doing is worth of their time. We, the people, have a need to find meaning in whatever we are doing. If something is meaningless to me, then I don't have any reason to continue doing it. Therefore, work is very important, and workspace is the space we need to intervene in order to ensure safety, health, personal work-life balance, selection of executives, selection of management, way of providing them with incentives, but also assigning the right tasks to the right people, because it's not enough to be good at what you're doing. You need to like what you're doing. Research has shown that the happy people are not the ones who do what they love, but the ones who love what they're doing. And this is radically different. Allow me to repeat. The important is not to do what you love, but to learn how to love what you do. Apart from work, the next very important factor is, of course, art. It was very surprising to me to listen to the Minister of Art talking about art and how art can actually prevent, treat mental illnesses, and how art can improve our mental health. It's very important to realize that art, regardless of its forms, visual or what have you, is something that can lift you to higher grounds. Dance, theater, painting can be used as treatments. We have several types of art treatments, and right now we are in discussion with the Ministry of Health and the Ministry of Culture, and the fact that they have already initiated a cooperation was indeed something very surprising to me. And thanks to this joint effort, we will be able to turn all the art spaces into something attractive, something beautiful, something new that will attract the interest of people, people who will visit them and will have the opportunity to improve their mental health. And apart from art, the next important factor was the economy of happiness. I really like this term because I believe that if we need to talk with the politicians, we need to come up with political arguments. And happiness is worth trying for, because the closer we are to well-being and happiness, the more money we save. We save money for the hospitals. We save money since we will need less drugs. We save money by reducing absenteeism. We save money thanks to the fact that we will be more productive since we will be feeling better. So the economy of happiness proves that it's better and more profitable to have healthy citizens. And you know, one of the biggest problems that we are faced with in Europe right now is the so-called burnout, the professional exhaustion. And you know, when this strikes at the age of 30 to 45, at the productive core of the society, you know, the people that we have paid so much money for in order to educate and train, people who at this age feel depression and cease to be productive, people who want to start a family or to support their parents and grandparents. So I believe it's self-evident for everyone to want to promote well-being and happiness. I don't know if I sound right. I'm trying to give you some important lessons I draw from today's conference, and I just want to say that all of these prove that well-being and the way to well-being, that is ensuring better quality of life for everyone, finding ways to protect our mental health, is something that is undoubtedly win-win. Because at the end of the day, everything comes down to the political aspect of happiness. I don't know what the Prime Minister will say in the afternoon, but I believe that what he's going today is that there is the political will to promote well-being. Already, many countries, like Malaysia, for example, have established the Ministry of Happiness. We already have indices that measure happiness. We already have different ways of measuring the happiness that our citizens feel. Based on research we have conducted, we know that the democratic regime is often correlated with healthy citizens. We know that if there is an autocratic regime, then the health of the citizens will be worse. So the political will that is needed is much needed right now. If we want to take a step further, we need to take the political decision in order to mobilize individuals and communities and thus improve and strengthen our mental health. That's all I got from this conference. At least this is what impressed me. We've heard many things, that's the truth. So now the question is, and now what? Okay, we said all these interesting things. We are going to congratulate one another. Well done, Kostas. Well done, you. Okay, because this is what usually happens in conferences like this. We say what we have to say. We then congratulate one another on how beautifully we said it, and that's it. It's the so-called parole, 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 you know, the famous song by Dalida. However, we are in favor of action, of practice. We at the university, we are a boutique university. We are a university of social and political studies, very specific, very well structured, small, social, productive, and we want to promote the issue of well-being, not just because I'm here as the president of the department, but because we need the support of all of you. You can help us in any way you want. We need your support. And hear me out. I'm going to make a suggestion. We want to create a national observatory of mental health and well-being. An observatory that will be headquartered at the University of Pantheon, which is the University of Political and Social Studies, where we will be able to measure, record the mental health of Greeks, where we will be able to realize what's actually going on in Greece with regard to mental health. Everything that my research team has been doing for the last 15 years will be done officially there. And therefore, we will be able to say officially that in November, in the Cycladic Islands, depression peaks, or that in that area, the stress levels increase in that month, or in the Peloponnese, the unemployment has detrimental consequences of the young. All this information that we collect through our research projects are okay. We can use this information in a conference, but that's it. This information, however, could be used in a more productive way. This information could be enriched by other bodies, organizations, and used so as to describe the mental health state of the Greeks right now. You know that we are the country that is most heavily dependent on drugs. You know how much Xanax we consume. You don't want to know. The point is that we do have a problem, and this problem needs to be officially described. We need to ring the alarm and say that you cannot possibly get 3 Xanax a day because it's highly addictive, and you will end up by taking 6 Xanaxes a day. That is why a national observatory in the context of which we will be recording and making forecasts would be highly useful. Ms. Parbuka, the statistician who is here, and who a few days ago, in the context of a conference, was saying how we can develop a software that would provide with data so as for it to predict what would happen in November in Grevena, for example. If we had software like that, and if we had indices, then we could make early interventions, targeted interventions, address the specific groups of the society, which of course would save us a lot of money and would be far more effective. And of course, our interventions, I repeat, would be much more targeted. I don't know what you make of this suggestion. I know that you are tired, but I just want you to keep it in mind and think that maybe it's about time to have such a national observatory, which has existed for many years in other countries, but still we don't have here. Here we keep collecting data from different sources, data and information that we don't use effectively. And I'm saying all this in order to say something about the municipality of Trikala, where I spent my childhood. I was not born in Trikala, I was born in Salonika. But anyway, we were going to Larissa and Trikala in the summertime, and I liked what the mayor of Trikala said today. He said that we only live once. We won't have another chance, and that time is of great value. We don't have the luxury to waste it. This forum is the first forum that is organized, and it's a very, very good place to think about all these things, but also to do something so as to intervene in a meaningful way, in a way that would improve the life of everyone. People with mental illnesses and people without. It will help all the people have a better life, a more fulfilling life. Thank you very much.
We would like to thank you, Mr. Tsalikas. Honestly, it's been great, really interesting what you said. And it's food for thought, really. Now, I will, of course, the rest of our conference have finished. I would kindly request now that you ladies collect your things and let us go to the colonnade where we'll be waiting for our Prime Minister. And thank you very much for being with us. Thank you.
Καλησπέρα σε όλους σας. Αγαπητέ κύριε Πρωθυπουργέ, αγαπητέ κύριε Υπουργέ, αγαπητοί κύριοι Υπουργοί, κυρίες και κύριοι, αγαπητοί κύριε Περιφερειάρχε, κύριε Βουλευτά, κύριε Δήμαρχε. Σας ευχαριστούμε όλους που είστε σήμερα κοντά μας. Έχουμε τη τιμή και τη χαρά να έχουμε τον Πρωθυπουργό σήμερα εδώ, στο κλείσιμο των εργασιών του πρώτου Wellbeingr Forum, με θέμα η ψυχική υγεία στο επίκεντρο των διεθνών αναπτυξιακών στρατηγικών. Είμαστε πολύ χαρούμενοι που σήμερα στις εργασίες του συνεδρίου συμμετείχαν εκπρόσωποι από εξαιρετικά σημαντικούς φορείς, τόσο της Ελλάδος όσο και του εξωτερικού, από τα Ηνωμένα Έθνη, από τον ΟΣΑ, από την Ευρωπαϊκή Επιτροπή, και αυτά που ακούστηκαν μας κάνανε ιδιαίτερα χαρούμενους. Υπάρχει ελπίδα και προσμονή ότι ο άνθρωπος πια μπαίνει στο επίκεντρο στρατηγικών, στο επίκεντρο πολιτικών. Το ότι βρίσκεται κοντά μας σήμερα ο Πρωθυπουργός, κ. Κυριάκος Μητσοτάκης, σηματοδοτεί την βούληση του ιδίου και της κυβέρνησής του, όλων εσάς εδώ, και χαιρόμαστε πάρα πολύ για αυτό. Εμείς από τη μεριά μας, τη Wellbeingr, θέτουμε ως δέσμευση και ευχή μας να συνεχίσουμε και να ενισχύσουμε τις δράσεις μας στην κατεύθυνση της ενίσχυσης της ψυχικής, σωματικής και κοινωνικής υγείας και ευεξίας σε τοπικό, περιφερειακό και εθνικό επίπεδο. Οι καθηγητές της Αστικής Περιφερειακής Ανάπτυξης, οι σύμβουλοι μας, είναι εδώ και τους ευχαριστούμε πολύ για αυτό, προς όφελος της κοινωνίας. Η μέρα είναι δική σας. Παρακαλώ την Υπουργό Υγείας, την κυρία Ζωή Ράπτη, η οποία μας στήριξε πάρα πολύ και την ευχαριστούμε.
Κύριε Πρόεδρε, κυρίες και κύριοι, όταν τον Αύγουστο του 2020 αποφασίσατε μέσω πανδημίας την ίδρυση χαρτοφυλακίου για την ψυχική υγεία και τις εξαρτήσεις, πολλοί και στη χώρα μας και στο εξωτερικό εξεπλάγησαν. Εσείς όμως είχατε την ακλόνητη πεποίθηση ότι δεν υπάρχει υγεία χωρίς ψυχική υγεία. Η Ελλάδα ήταν η πρώτη χώρα στην Ευρώπη που ανέδειξε την ψυχική υγεία σε επίπεδο υπουργικού χαρτοφυλακίου, δηλώνοντας ότι η ψυχική υγεία είναι κάτι πολύ ευρύτερο από την ψυχική νόσο. Αφορά την υγεία και την ευεξία του γενικού πληθυσμού, που τόσο δοκιμάστηκε από την υγειονομική κρίση που έπληξε τον πλανήτη μας. Σήμερα γιορτάζουμε την Παγκόσμια ημέρα ψυχικής υγείας, με στόχο η ψυχική υγεία να αποτελέσει και να αποκτήσει την απαραίτητη ορατότητα και να ευαισθητοποιήσει τον γενικό πληθυσμό στην ψυχική του ενδυνάμωση, μακριά από το στίγμα, τις προκαταλήψεις και το φόβο. Στο πλαίσιο αυτό, σύμφωνα με τις οδηγίες σας, αναβαθμίστηκε ο χάρτης ψυχικής υγείας της χώρας, σηματοδοτώντας ουσιαστικά μια επανεκκίνηση με γνώμονα την παροχή ποιοτικών υπηρεσιών ψυχικής υγείας σε όλους τους πολίτες, με νέες δομές και υπηρεσίες. Ενδεικτικά, αναφέρω την ενίσχυση του Εθνικού Συστήματος Υγείας με προσωπικό, την ένταξη της ψυχικής υγείας στην πρωτοβάθμια φροντίδα υγείας μέσα από την κοινότητα, με έμφαση στα παιδιά, τους εφήβους και τους υπερήλικες συμπολίτες μας, και βεβαίως την πραγματικότητα ότι θέσαμε τη χώρα στο επίκεντρο των διεθνών εξελίξεων και των πολιτικών για την ψυχική υγεία, αφού ιδρύσαμε στην Αθήνα το Ευρωπαϊκό Γραφείο Ποιότητας Φροντίδας Ασθενών του Παγκόσμιου Οργανισμού Υγείας, το οποίο εσείς εγκαινιάσατε. Στο πλαίσιο αυτού του γραφείου χρηματοδοτούμε πρόγραμμα για τις υπηρεσίες ψυχικής υγείας παιδιών και εφήβων, που θα αποτελέσει, όπως είπατε, στο Ισραήλ, σημείο αναφοράς για όλη την περιοχή της Ευρώπης. Διοργανώσαμε σύνοδο κορυφής για την ψυχική υγεία στην Αθήνα, με εκπροσώπους 53 κρατών μελών του Παγκόσμιου Οργανισμού Υγείας, η οποία οδήγησε στην έκδοση της εμβληματικής διακήρυξης των Αθηνών για την ψυχική υγεία. Αναπτύξαμε δίκτυο τηλεψυχιατρικής για τις απομακρυσμένες νησιωτικές, ορεινές και ορεινές περιοχές της χώρας και ενισχύσαμε τα κέντρα πρόληψης των Δήμων για τις εξαρτήσεις. Δημιουργήσαμε το πρώτο χώρο εποπτευόμενης χρήσης, τον οποίο εσείς εγκαινιάσατε, και βεβαίως θεσμοθετήσαμε νέες υπηρεσίες, τόσο αυτήν της ίδρυσης κέντρων για την έγκαιρη, άλλως πρώιμη παρέμβαση στην ψύχωση, καθώς 3.500 παιδιά το χρόνο διαγνώσκονται με ψυχοσικά προβλήματα, όσο και καινοτόμες δράσεις, όπως η πολιτιστική συνταγογράφηση, με την οποία δίνεται η δυνατότητα να χρησιμοποιηθεί η τέχνη και η συνταγογράφηση τέτοιων εκδηλώσεων ως θεραπευτικό μέσο. Πέραν αυτού, εντάξαμε στο Ταμείο Ανάκαμψης πάνω από 104 νέες δομές και υπηρεσίες ψυχικής υγείας, δομές και υπηρεσίες τις οποίες ήδη δημοπρατούμε. Χρηματοδοτούμε τους κοινωνικούς συνεταιρισμούς περιορισμένης ευθύνης, εντάσσοντάς τους στην τακτική επιχορήγηση του προϋπολογισμού του Υπουργείου Υγείας, ακριβώς για την κοινωνική και επαγγελματική επανένταξη των ψυχικά ασθενών. Και βεβαίως εκπονήσαμε το Εθνικό Σχέδιο Δράσης για την Ψυχική Υγεία, με τη συμβολή διακεκριμένων επιστημόνων στον χώρο της ψυχικής υγείας, με έμφαση στα δικαιώματα των ψυχικά ασθενών. Κύριε Πρόεδρε, τίποτα από τα παραπάνω δεν θα ήταν εφικτό χωρίς τη δική σας έμπνευση και τη βαθιά σας πίστη ότι δεν θα πρέπει να αφήσουμε κανέναν μόνο του, κανέναν πίσω. Με τις σκέψεις αυτές, σας καλωσορίζω στο βήμα της σημερινής μας εκδήλωσης.
Κύριε Υπουργέ, κυρία Αναπληρώτρια Υπουργέ, κυρία Υφυπουργέ, κύριε Υφυπουργέ, κύριε Περιφερειάρχα, κύριοι Δήμαρχοι, καταρχάς επιτρέψτε μου να συγχαρώ από καρδιάς τους διοργανωτές αυτού του σημαντικού πρώτου συνεδρίου που γίνεται με αυτόν τον τίτλο, με αυτήν την θεματολογία στην Αθήνα και να ευχηθώ να έχει ανάλογη συνέχεια, καθώς το θέμα το οποίο είχατε την ευκαιρία να πραγματευτείτε σήμερα είναι εξαιρετικά σύνθετο, εξαιρετικά ενδιαφέρον και τολμώ να πω και εξαιρετικά προκλητικό από πλευράς καινοτόμων δημόσιων πολιτικών. Σήμερα είναι η Παγκόσμια ημέρα ψυχικής υγείας, αυτό εξάλλου συμβολίζει και αυτός ο μικρός πράσινος φιόγκος τον οποίον όλοι μας φοράμε και μου δίνεται η ευκαιρία σήμερα να μοιραστώ μαζί σας λίγες σκέψεις για ένα ζήτημα το οποίο είναι εξαιρετικά επίκαιρο, εξαιρετικά ευαίσθητο, μια διαχρονική πρόκληση η οποία στην εποχή μας οξύνεται, καθώς την καθημερινότητα του ανθρώπου δυστυχώς πολιορκούν πολλές διαφορετικές δοκιμασίες από την πρόσφατη πανδημία που τόσο δραματικές, τώρα το διαπιστώνουμε, επιπτώσεις είχε στην ψυχική υγεία όλων των κοινωνιών, αλλά κυρίως των παιδιών και των εφήβων, μέχρι την οικονομική κρίση, τις συνέπειες της κλιματικής ανατροπής, τις αντιφάσεις που μπορεί να υπάρχουν στις διαπροσωπικές σχέσεις και οι έρευνες εδώ πέρα είναι δυστυχώς αμήλικτες. 1 στους 6 πολίτες, 1 στα 4 παιδιά ή έφηβοι στην Ευρώπη καταγράφουν κάποιο ψυχικό πρόβλημα. Είναι τα υψηλότερα ποσοστά από ποτέ. Αυτή είναι η μία όψη της πραγματικότητας. Η άλλη είναι ότι έχουμε προχωρήσει πολύ περισσότερο στη διάγνωση και στην ευαισθητοποίηση, στον εντοπισμό ψυχικών παθήσεων. Όμως αυτό το οποίο μας ανισχύει περισσότερο δεν είναι μόνο η ποιότητα του προβλήματος, αλλά και η ποσότητά του. Κάθε περίπτωση είναι δυστυχώς ξεχωριστή και δύσκολα μια γενική επιλογή απέναντι σε ένα τέτοιο μαζικό πρόβλημα μπορεί να βρει μια εξατομικευμένη εφαρμογή. Αυτή όμως είναι η πρόκληση την οποία έχουμε απέναντί μας. Μαγικές συνταγές και γενικότερες πολιτικές διακηρύξεις δεν υπάρχουν εδώ πέρα. Χρειάζονται συγκεκριμένες πολιτικές και σίγουρα αυτό το οποίο απαιτείται είναι να μπορέσουμε να αναδείξουμε τα ζητήματα της ψυχικής υγείας αλλά και της ευεξίας. Θα έρθω σε λίγο στο πώς στο μυαλό μου συνδέονται αυτές οι δύο έννοιες ως κεντρικές επιλογές, πολιτικές επιλογές προτεραιότητας. Εξάλλου γι' αυτό και αναδείξαμε τα ζητήματα της ψυχικής υγείας σε αυτοτελή τομέα πολιτικής σε επίπεδο Υφυπουργείου και θέλω να συγχαρώ συνολικά την ηγεσία του Υπουργείου Υγείας γιατί έχουμε κάνει μια σημαντική δουλειά να βάλουμε την χώρα μας στον παγκόσμιο χάρτη του WHO ως μια χώρα η οποία αποδίδει μεγάλη σημασία σε αυτές τις πολιτικές και τολμά να καινοτομεί και να δοκιμάζει λύσεις οι οποίες ξεφεύγουν από τις πεπατημένες οδούς. Και γι' αυτό και πιστεύω ακράδαντα ότι όταν μιλάμε για ζητήματα ψυχικής υγείας ευρύτερα, αυτά δεν πρέπει να περιορίζονται στο στενό ορίζοντα της ιατρικής ατζέντας. Όπως είπε σωστά η κυρία Υφυπουργός, η ψυχική υγεία, η ευεξία είναι κάτι πολύ περισσότερο, κάτι πολύ ευρύτερο από την ψυχική νόσο. Γι' αυτό εξάλλου και ο ίδιος ο Παγκόσμιος Οργανισμός ορίζει την ψυχική υγεία και διαβάζω τον ορισμό που θεωρώ ότι είναι πολύ εύστοχος ως την κατάσταση ευεξίας κατά την οποία κάθε άτομο αντιμετωπίζει με επιτυχία τα προβλήματα της ζωής, που εργάζεται παραγωγικά και συμμετέχει στον κοινωνικό του κύκλο. Με άλλα λόγια, το νέο ζητούμενο είναι μία έννοια η οποία μας είναι γνωστή από την αρχαιότητα και αναφέρομαι φυσικά σε αυτό το οποίο ο Αριστοτέλης θα αποτελούσε ευδαιμονία, θεωρώντας την αρετή ως τον καλό δαίμονα, δηλαδή τον καλό Θεό των ανθρώπων. Και νομίζω ότι αυτήν την αρετή, αυτήν την έννοια της ευδαιμονίας θα την ξανασυναντήσουμε όταν αξιολογήσουμε συνολικά το πλαίσιο των συμπεριφορών μας, τις βασικές μας προτεραιότητες, τους κώδικες αξιών που μας επιτρέπουν να ζούμε σε ισορροπία με τη φύση, την μεγάλη σημασία την οποία πρέπει να αποδίδουμε στην ποιότητα των ανθρώπινων σχέσεων, τη σχέση μας με τον πολιτισμό, αλλά και τον τρόπο με τον οποίο αντιμετωπίζουμε μεγάλες πληγές της σύγχρονης πραγματικότητας, όπως η μοναξιά, ένα φαινόμενο πολύ έντονο, ειδικά στις μεγαλοπόλεις μας. Μπορεί όλα αυτά να ακούγονται λίγο αφηρημένα, σας διαβεβαιώνω όμως ότι πρέπει να μπουν στο επίκεντρο των δημόσιων πολιτικών κάθε πολιτείας. Διότι αν αναλογιστεί κανείς συνολικά το κόστος το οποίο επομιζόμαστε από την ψυχική υγεία, αυτό σίγουρα μπορεί να μετρηθεί οικονομικά. Διάβαζα κάπου ότι μπορεί η μειωμένη παραγωγικότητα από ψυχικές ασθένειες να αγγίζει το 1 τρισεκατομμύριο δολάρια το χρόνο, τεράστιο ποσό, αλλά βέβαια το μεγαλύτερο κόστος αφορά τον ίδιο τον πόνο των ανθρώπων οι οποίοι αισθάνονται ότι βρίσκονται πολλές φορές σε έναν σκοτεινό κόσμο, σε ένα σκοτεινό δωμάτιο από το οποίο δεν μπορούν να ξεφύγουν, δεν μπορούν να αναπτύξουν στο μέγιστο τις δυνατότητές τους και αναζητούν απεγνωσμένα μία βοήθεια και από κάπου να πιαστούν. Δεν θα αναφέρω αναλυτικά όλα όσα έχουμε κάνει ως Υπουργείο Υγείας στον τομέα της ψυχικής υγείας, τις πολλές νέες δομές οι οποίες έχουν ιδρυθεί σε όλη την επικράτεια, τα κέντρα ημέρας για την υποστήριξη παιδιών και εφήβων, ενηλίκων και ηλικιωμένων, εργαζομένων, ανέργων, προσφύγων, τις υπηρεσίες για προβλήματα αυτισμού, τη νέα ανάδειξη των διατροφικών διαταραχών, ειδικά των εφήβων, ειδικά των κοριτσιών, ως μια κεντρική προτεραιότητα, ως παθήσεις οι οποίες επιβάλλεται να διαγνωστούν σε πρώιμο στάδιο, την έγκαιρη παρέμβαση, και θέλω να σταθώ ιδιαίτερα σε αυτό, στις ψυχώσεις των εφήβων, ένα μεγάλο πρόβλημα, το οποίο και αυτό και στο οποίο οι προληπτικές δράσεις και η προληπτική διάγνωση μπορούν πραγματικά να αποδειχθούν σωτήριες. Γι' αυτό και έχουμε προσπαθήσει στο μέτρο του εφικτού να ενισχύσουμε και το εθνικό μας σύστημα υγείας με περισσότερους ψυχιάτρους, με περισσότερους παιδοψυχιάτρους, με εξειδικευμένους νοσηλευτές. Βέβαια, εγκαινιάσαμε και την πρώτη μονάδα ψυχογενούς ανορεξίας και μια ειδική κλινική, ειδικά για εφήβους. Συνεχίζουμε την μάχη κατά των ναρκωτικών. Στην Αθήνα λειτουργεί πλέον, όπως είχαμε δεσμευθεί, ο πρώτος χώρος εποπτευόμενης χρήσης. Μέσα στις φυλακές Κορυδαλού ιδρύθηκε ειδική μονάδα για εξαρτημένους κρατούμενους, αλλά ξέρετε ότι η μάχη αυτή είναι διαρκής και όλα αυτά τα οποία σας περιέγραψα είναι μόνο η αφετηρία, είναι το πρώτο βήμα σε έναν μακρύ δρόμο. Θέλω να σας μιλήσω λίγο περισσότερο για τα ζητήματα που αφορούν στην ψυχική υγεία των παιδιών και των εφήβων και να μοιραστώ μαζί σας μια πάρα πολύ έντονη ανησυχία που έχω, όχι μόνο ως αποτέλεσμα της πανδημίας, αλλά και ως αποτέλεσμα του τρόπου με τον οποίο τα παιδιά κινούνται, κυρίως στις πλατφόρμες κοινωνικής δικτύωσης. Φοβάμαι ότι βρισκόμαστε μπροστά σε μια νέα πανδημία, η οποία αφορά την ψυχική υγεία των παιδιών και των εφήβων. Και δυστυχώς τα στοιχεία τα οποία συλλέγουμε επιβεβαιώνουν αυτό το φόβο μας. 6 στους 10 εφήβους στη χώρα μας παρουσιάζουν σημάδια εξάρτησης από το διαδίκτυο. Κατά κανόνα είναι οι ίδιοι έφηβοι που εκδηλώνουν θυμό, εσωστρέφεια, χαμηλή αυτοεκτίμηση. 1 στα 5 παιδιά, και αυτό με συγκλώνησε ίσως το περισσότερο, εκδηλώνει σημάδια πλήρους παραίτησης από καθημερινές δραστηριότητες. Κολλημένα μπροστά σε μία οθόνη, πρακτικά δεν αθλούνται, κοιμούνται λίγο, ακατάστατα, δεν τρέφονται σωστά. Είναι ευρήματα εξαιρετικά ανησυχητικά που χτυπούν ένα μεγάλο καμπανάκι κινδύνου. Και δεν σας κρύβω ότι έχω ένα μεγάλο φόβο ότι το ανθρώπινο μυαλό ως προϊόν μιας εξελικτικής διαδικασίας εκατοντάδων χιλιάδων ετών δεν είναι προσαρμοσμένο ώστε να μπορεί να αντιλαμβάνεται ταυτόχρονα την πραγματικότητα σε συνδυασμό με την ψηφιακή πραγματικότητα με την οποία έρχονται σε επαφή κυρίως νεαρά παιδιά, τα οποία βρίσκονται ακόμα στη φάση της ανάπτυξής τους και δεν έχουμε ιδέα ακόμα, φοβάμαι, για το πόσο προβληματικές μπορεί να είναι αυτές οι συνήθειες των παιδιών και των εφήβων, κυρίως ως προς την επαφή τους με τον ψηφιακό κόσμο και τις πλατφόρμες κοινωνικής δικτύωσης. Και ως πατέρας ο ίδιος, τα παιδιά μου είναι μεγαλύτερα, αλλά πρέπει να σας πω ότι ανησυχώ πάρα πολύ και θεωρώ ότι το ζήτημα αυτό πρέπει να τύχει αντικείμενο ενδελεχούς έρευνας και δεν θα εκπλαγώ αν κάποια στιγμή δεν αναγκαστούμε όχι μόνο σε εθνικό, σε ευρωπαϊκό, ενδεχομένως και σε παγκόσμιο επίπεδο να παρέμβουμε ρυθμιστικά για να μπορέσουμε να μειώσουμε την έκθεση ειδικά των παιδιών και των εφήβων στον ψηφιακό αυτό κόσμο. Αυτό το οποίο σίγουρα πρέπει να κάνουμε πριν φτάσουμε σε αυτό το σημείο και πιστεύω ότι μία από τις χρησιμότητες της ανάδειξης των θεμάτων ψυχικών υγείας έχει και ακριβώς αυτήν την διάσταση, είναι να ενθαρρύνουμε όλους να ζητούν βοήθεια όταν αισθάνονται ότι βρίσκονται σε κάποιο αδιέξοδο. Να διώξουμε επιτέλους το στίγμα που συνοδεύει τις ψυχικές διαταραχές. Και όπως δεν τρέπεται κάποιος να απευθυνθεί στον ορθοπαιδικό εάν έχει χτυπήσει το πόδι του, έτσι δεν πρέπει να νιώθει κανείς άσχημα όταν χτυπάει την πόρτα ενός ψυχιάτρου ή ενός ψυχολόγου. Όμως, για να κάνω και την σύνδεση μεταξύ των θεμάτων, των στενών θεμάτων της ψυχικής υγείας και της ευρύτερης έννοιας της ευεξίας. Πιστεύω ότι ο προβληματισμός μας εδώ θα πρέπει να είναι ευρύτερος, στο πώς θα μπορέσουμε να διαμορφώσουμε εκείνες τις συνθήκες που θα αποτρέπουν, θα μειώνουν την πιθανότητα να προκύψουν αυτές οι ανισορροπίες, εγκαθιστώντας ένα νέο, ένα διαφορετικό τρόπο ζωής, με περισσότερο σεβασμό για το περιβάλλον, με περισσότερο σεβασμό για την ίδια τη φύση του ανθρώπου, από την οποία συχνά απομακρυνόμαστε, και είναι μία, θα έλεγα, αυτή η κατεύθυνση που μπορούμε να ακολουθήσουμε μέσα από πολλούς δρόμους. Έχουμε την τύχη να έχουμε μία χώρα η οποία προσφέρει ένα θαυμάσιο φυσικό περιβάλλον, μια πλούσια πολιτιστική παράδοση, μια ανοιχτή χώρα που δίνει έμφαση στις διαπροσωπικές σχέσεις, μια χώρα στην οποία ακόμα η οικογένεια ως κύτταρο κοινωνικής συνοχής παίζει έναν σημαντικό ρόλο, και μια χώρα η οποία μπορεί να δει την έννοια της ευεξίας όχι απλά ως μια πρόκληση για την αντιμετώπιση προβλημάτων ψυχικής υγείας, αλλά και ως μια μεγάλη αναπτυξιακή ευκαιρία, καθώς ολοένα και περισσότερο θα αναζητείται παγκόσμια αυτή η σχέση ισορροπίας για την οποία τόσο όμορφα μίλησε ο Αριστοτέλης πριν από 2.300 χρόνια. Έχουμε λοιπόν τη δυνατότητα, και θα σας ενθάρρυνα, φίλες και φίλοι, και τους διοργανωτές του συνεδρίου, ακριβώς αυτήν την πτυχή της ευεξίας ως μιας αναπτυξιακής ευκαιρίας για τη χώρα, ως μια ευκαιρία να ταυτιστεί η Ελλάδα με αυτήν την καινούρια έννοια, αυτές τις επιλογές οι οποίες ακόμα βρίσκονται στα σπάργανα, να μπορούμε να τις διερευνήσουμε με μεγαλύτερη συστηματικότητα. Αγγίζουν πολλά πεδία δημόσιων επιλογών, όμως θεωρώ ότι αποτελούν μια πρόκληση, μια πολύ ενδιαφέρουσα πρόκληση για τη χώρα μας, να είμαστε καινοτόμοι, να τολμάμε σε εφαρμογές δημόσιων πολιτικών που μπορούν να δουν το μέλλον μέσα από ένα τελείως διαφορετικό οπτικό πρίσμα, όπως καλή ώρα κάναμε με την πολιτιστική συνταγογράφηση. Θέλω να συγχαρώ τους δύο συναρμόδιους υφυπουργούς, την ιδέα δηλαδή ότι για να αντιμετωπίσουμε ψυχολογικές νόσους, ψυχολογικά προβλήματα, μπορεί η ίδια η έκθεση στον πολιτισμό να βοηθήσει, ενδεχομένως όσο μια κλασική φαρμακευτική αγωγή. Όλα αυτά είναι σημαντικά πράγματα, είναι σημαντικές πρωτοβουλίες, οι οποίες πιστεύω ότι αξίζουν να αναδειχθούν όλο ένα και περισσότερο. Κλείνω λοιπόν με τη σκέψη ότι ο αρχαίος ελληνικός όρος ευεξία, well-being, κάτι πολύ περισσότερο τονίζω από το wellness. Wellness πολλές φορές το ταυτίζουμε με την έννοια του πηγαίνω κάπου και βρίσκω ένα ωραίο σπα, ας πούμε, και κάνω κάποιες θεραπείες. Όχι, δεν μιλάμε για αυτό. Μιλάμε για κάτι πολύ μεγαλύτερο, πολύ ευρύτερο. Αυτός λοιπόν ο όρος ευεξία που επέλεξε ο Παγκόσμιος Οργανισμός Υγείας για να ορίσει την ψυχική υγεία, δηλώνει από μόνος του πολλά. Γιατί προέρχεται, να μην το ξεχνάμε, από τις λέξεις «ευ», δηλαδή καλός, και «έξις», που σημαίνει συνήθεια. Παραπέμπει έτσι ευθέως τις συμπεριφορές μας ως κρίσιμους ρυθμιστές της ισορροπίας του ψυχικού μας κόσμου. Μας καλεί λοιπόν να την προσεγγίσουμε, αυτήν την έννοια της ευεξίας, με πολύ πιο ανοιχτό μυαλό, με κεραίες ευαίσθητες, στραμμένες στις μικρές ρογμές που όμως αν αφαιθούν μπορούν να γίνουν πολύ μεγάλες παγίδες. Και αυτόν τον νέο δρόμο, τον οποίο τώρα αρχίζουμε να τον διερευνούμε, είμαι σίγουρος ότι φωτίζει και η δικιά σας συνάντηση στην Αθήνα. Εξάλλου η πολιτική, και ειδικά η πολιτική όπως την εφαρμόζουμε εμείς, οφείλει να βρίσκεται πάντα σε διάλογο με την επιστήμη και τις προτάσεις των ειδικών και να τροφοδοτείται και με τις αναζητήσεις της ίδιας της κοινωνίας των πολιτών. Γι' αυτό και εύχομαι κάθε επιτυχία στο συνέδριό σας. Θα αναμένω με ενδιαφέρον όλα τα συμπεράσματα. Νομίζω ότι κάνατε μια πολύ καλή αρχή και εύχομαι του χρόνου να είναι ακόμα πιο εμπλουτισμένο και ακόμα πιο δυναμικό, διότι αυτά τελικά θα ανιχνεύσουν την αληθινή, βιώσιμη ζωή, ένα στίχημα του καιρού μας, αλλά και της κοινής μας καθημερινότητας. Και πάλι συγχαρητήρια. Ευχαριστώ πολύ.